What's up, everybody? John Maddox here, coming at you with another late-night logical, plausible, probable. We're going to be having an open mic discussion. You never know where we might end up. But I will tell you this, before we're done, we will have put some Evos in their place, because when I'm finished, you done. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to another random impromptu stream for a aftershow for a debate that never was. I think this is like the third or fourth one that I have done, and it always cracks me up when these things happen. And it's like, hey, do I have the time to do this? Will it be fun? Will it be worthwhile? Can we have some random shenanigans and trash talking this evening? Unfortunately, the debate over on MDD didn't happen. There were some tech issues, but perhaps we will just have some interesting back and forth debacles, diatribes, expositions, and a plethora of trash talking that probably will go into the evening, although I do have to get up early tomorrow morning, so I'll have to end it relatively early, at least for me, or at least I will have to wrap up and let those people continue on with the YouTube late night debauchery. But anybody who wants to come on in and join, I posted a link in the description. I'm about to put it in again if you want to come in and have some conversation. I think the discussion that was going to happen with Ken Hovind and Sunnyside Up over on MDB was going to be on the age of the Earth, I think. But we can obviously open this up for all sorts of different topics. I do want to give everybody that's watching a pretty significant announcement. So for those of you who have been engaged in the community, you know that I've been reviewing some of the Dr. James Tour lecture series on Abiogenesis. I had some communication back and forth with members of his team. And Tony Maurice actually was able to actually start a connection point between myself and Dr. Tour. And very long story short, this is kind of all culminated in a full-scale interview that I will be doing with the one and only Dr. James Tour, which for those of you who don't know, I have been talking a lot of trash towards Wannabe Dave. I actually even did a special intro just for Wannabe Dave, so I kind of put it in context, how I feel about the guy. So I'm really looking forward to having this conversation with Dr. Tour. We're going to cover a great amount of, cover quite a few different topics, and then we're going to dive directly into different aspects of the series, some of the different questions that were raised by different individuals, critiques, comments, congratulations, and a variety of other things are going to be covered in that stream. So we'll be... you'll definitely want to keep... We're finalizing the date for that to be going live, but you definitely want to subscribe if you haven't already, because I will be having an interview with one of the top 50 chemists, actually top 10 chemists in the world, and we're going to be discussing abiogenesis and why it's not really a plausible thing to happen without... well, he doesn't even go as far as I do, but it should be pretty fun. But like I was saying, to put it in context, my feelings about the challenge from good old Wannabe Dave when he, which catalyzed the stream, the series, the 13-episode series that Dr. Tour did that he and I are going to be discussing. This is what I did. Kind of talk a little trash to good old Wannabe Dave. Everybody, welcome to Logical Plausible Probable. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're going to be reviewing the one, the only, Dr. James Tour and his response to Wannabe Dave, that guy who said he didn't know what he was talking about in Abiochem, to which the good doctor responds, boys, I'm top 50. You didn't even finish those attempts at organic chem. Man, I get a good chuckle out of listening to that. It's kind of funny, actually, I actually kind of impromptu'd that entire... I didn't rewrite or pre-write the script for that, or actually the one that I ended up using for the intro for this stream. And it's kind of funny. I tried to rewrite them re-recorded about freaking 100 times, and then ended up going with the completely off the cuff ones that I initially went with. Now, again, folks, we're having a after show for the debate that didn't happen. I know that there were plenty of people who had opinions about the topic. So if you want to come on in, air your grievances, opinions, if you want to have a dialogue with me, you want to have a challenge, discussion point, bring it up and we can have some back and forth dialogue. Again, I'm going to post the link to the stream in the description, or actually it's not in the description, I'll put it in live chat. Let's see. There we go. All right, so I guess we'll wait for people to join. What's something else I'm going to talk about here? Oh, yeah. So for those of you who don't know, it's your first time checking out the streams, we recently rolled out the spring collection of the Conversation Starter t-shirt set. It's kind of designed to both catalyze conversation as well as trigger YouTube atheists specifically with different talking points that they're going to flip out about. And actually, irony of irony, sidebar on this, folks. As those of you who've been following my channel for a while know, I get great amounts of entertainment from the one and only Godless Engineer. And today he actually released a video bashing Matt Powell. And we'll get into that in a second. But for those of you who are interested in the t-shirt collection, link is in the description. And I'm using Teespring. They're charging a ridiculous amount of money. So if you use the code LPP30, you get 30% off, whether it be sweatshirts, t-shirts, things of that nature. So head on over to the Teespring site and you can order some of the different shirts that you like. The God Established Infinity is one of the most popular right now, as well as Proud Creationist. And I've even been shipping some off to Australia with the original code, which is a good one. But let's get back to the one and only Godless Engineer, who today was saying, going on the tangent about mutations, how they don't have any relevance. They're not actually bad, or if the ones that are bad get removed completely, so on and so forth. And then he kept going on about how evolution doesn't necessitate the formation of novel information in order for something to, like a new form of life to exist. And he was going on the whole thing about clades. Once you're in a clade, you don't leave a clade. And it's like, okay, well then if we have multiple clades that all came from an original Luca, then obviously at some point uniformitarianism did not apply to back then. It only does now. So when did that kick in? I find it very interesting how people like him seem unable to comprehend like how if you go just one layer below his talking point, it like makes no coherent sense whatsoever. It's very, very fascinating. But what I found was very interesting was the word code was used multiple times, and he didn't use his usual dismissal of it. And then he even dismissed God as the ultimate programmer, because if he was the ultimate programmer, then why did all these bad things happen? But for those of you who have witnessed my interactions with him and others, we all know that he denies that there's even code to account for. So why would there even be a programmer? But then he says, oh, well, if God was the programmer, then he sucks. So Godless, are you now accepting that there is code? I'm not sure, because not that long ago this was your position.
But it is not a code. It's a chemical. It's deoxyribonucleic acid. It's an acid. I don't understand why you think it's a code. DNA is no more of a code than Diet Coke and regular Coke.
Well, like I said, again, today he's kept using the word code and didn't dismiss the word code as he was attempting to debunk what Matt Powell was saying about evolution. I just find it very interesting how the nebulous, circuitous mental gymnastics that Evo atheists on YouTube love to take, and then act like it's not entirely debunking their previous positions that they took a 100% adamant position on and proclaimed loudly to the masses that anybody who disagreed with the position was an ignorant idiot, clinging to God of the gaps, just uninformed, so on and so forth. But then when they do a pivot or like stop using their same talking point, somehow the same accusations they applied to their opponents don't apply to them. It really is it's a very intriguing mental state that we find so many atheists taking these days. Okay, so again, this is an open mic discussion, folks. Is anybody coming in the stream? I mean, let's put the link in here again. This is an after show, folks. This isn't me going on a long-winded diatribe. This is about discussion, opinions, and for most of you who have interacted with me before in these shows, you know that I allow people to have conversation. I don't go crazy and not allow people to have dialogue, except like some, unlike many folks who do after shows and get a little bit crazy. And oh wow, somebody just did a super chat. Who did that? Let me see here. Thank you. You on here? Thank you. Oh, George Bond. George gets very, very thrilled by Diet Coke. We know he's obsessed with it. Thank you, George. Very much appreciate that very generous super chat. Thank you, George. And we've got Bird coming in. What's up, Bird? I think this may be your first time on the stream. How are you doing?
Indeed, it is my first time. Good to be here. Just real quick, I know this is petty shit, but looks like one of your moderators just banned me because the other night I was on Sal's. He banned me there also. So if you don't mind, probably need to have a chat with him because I can't talk on here at all. It's pretty funny.
Were you blocked or were you timed out?
Timed out.
So timed out means you'll be able to talk again in like a couple minutes, right?
Well, I think it's like 4 minutes. But I know it was him because I was out there after you and Sal debated Amy, and I can't remember the other guy's name. The other night.
The Raging Atheist.
Yes, that was him. He got mad because I wanted to come into the stream and Graham said no. So Sal's already talked to Graham about doing that because I had differing opinions, and now he just did it again. I think that's really, really funny. So that's all I had to say.
Okay. So what did you say before you got timed out?
Just now?
Mm-hmm.
Let me go back. It was, I saw he's in the chat. And I said, hey, good to see you in here. What else? And then he called me Bird Brain, which is kind of funny. I didn't say anything to that. And then he called me a moronic idiot. I'm looking. You're a moronic scumbag. I will ignore you. And then the next one I put, he did the timeout thing. I just think it's funny.
Okay. Well,
but anyway, not a big deal. I know.
No, it's okay. I'm always intrigued by these things. So guys, let's only time out Bird for things that he says in the here and now.
Thank you.
What was it that what catalyzed everything the other night?
The other night, I didn't hear Sal. And Sal, by the way, Sal came on to Amy's stream that night, and me and him are cool. But what happened, I didn't hear Sal say, hey, it'll just be me and a few friends. I thought it was open conversation. So I said, why are you doing an echo chamber?
Okay, so you're talking about the stream that he and I did right after the
correct
debate.
Yeah. Okay. Nothing to do with this one.
Well, and by the way, just the reason that Sal has become less open on his streams is because a bunch of idiots
Correct.
have kept porn bomb people porn bomb me too.
Right.
And the
that's what he said.
Sal's just not as open to like, okay, whatever. He doesn't want to have to deal with it, which I understand. He's got a bunch of stuff going on that he's got to take care of and doesn't have time to be dealing with idiots that are doing porn bombs. So
no. I totally get that. And like I said, me and Sal are cool. He said he had a conversation with Graham saying, hey, I didn't do anything bad. I was just voicing different opinions. And so Graham, it's just funny to me that, he is actively censoring what I'm saying, even though I'm not saying anything bad. It's just funny, but
I got you. Well, let's see if we can keep things kosher tonight.
Of course, yeah.
And people don't say dumb crap. Like for the audience, most people know that I'm one of those folks. Like, hey, as long as you're not being
a total
moron,
right? Exactly.
Inside chat or on the stream, I let a lot of things go, and I actually get a lot of grief from more conservative folks for letting stuff go. And I talk plenty of trash myself. I get bashed all the time for giving people as good as they give. And so, I mean, I'm anyway, for everybody in the chat, just know, like, just don't be an idiot. Don't be using racial slurs or things of that nature. And should be good overall. Do you have anything else that you wanted to bring up in relation to the debate and just the conversation, or anything you would like to discuss?
Well, the debate that didn't happen.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I've heard Kent debate in the past. I think he's way off base. I don't agree with most everything he says. I've only seen Maddie debate one other time against Nathan Thompson, which that was an interesting debate to say the least. But this one would have been cool, I think. But, didn't happen.
Because they were going to debate like Age of the Earth, right?
Who's that?
Kent and Maddie. That's what the top subject was for tonight.
Oh, yeah, for tonight, Age of the Earth. Correct, yeah.
Well, I'm sure that could have been an interesting one.
Yeah. Because I don't know if Kent is a Bible literalist or not. I don't know about that, but...
yeah, I mean, to my knowledge, he is.
Okay, I got you.
The Jerome has his Trump talk allowed in here. Yeah, I mean, Trump talk's allowed as long as we don't go into saying stupid crap that YouTube
will ban.
Gestapo algorithms are gonna do. If we want to have like general conversation, I don't care. I mean, like, I've done plenty of debates on politics, so it's all good. And hey, if the raging atheist is in here and he wants to have a conversation about the former president, I am more than ready to have that conversation with his ignorant dumbass. But that's a sidebar. Andrew, what's going on, man? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Hanging in there. Anything on your mind?
Not really. Just a disclaimer. My voice is kind of be sloppy. I have some retainers in my mouth currently, so apologies for that.
That's all right. We'll give you a pass. Although, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is actually cover for the fact that Andrew has been drinking as a minor and is trying to cover up the fact that he's slightly intoxicated. I'm kidding, folks. I don't think that I don't think Andrew is drunk, but gotta give him a little
I hope I'm not.
Well, you never know these days, man. There might be some drugs in your drinking water. It's actually kind of interesting. There was yet another study / proclamation that came out the other day of like, hey, idiots, stop flushing all of your drugs down the toilet and contaminating the water supply. They were showing like how it was like completely jacking up fish and all that kind of stuff. Like the fish in the areas where the water is like being disposed and such were basically turning into little drug addicts and having all sorts of ramifications from specifically a lot of the antidepressants that are getting flushed. It's it really is interesting to me when you actually go and look at the amount of pharmaceuticals that the average person ingests. It's getting rather disturbing, if you ask me. I mean, we're reaching levels of like, how does any of this make any sense? I mean, when you look at the overlapping issues, the exacerbation of side effects due to mixing. I know, like with my grandmother, one of my grandmothers, for example, Her doctor, at one point, she was taking like, I think it was like 17 or 18 different medications a day.
It's crazy.
And my uncle, one of my uncles who's a pharmacist, he kept flipping out because he knew he'd been a pharmacist for, 40 years at this point. And he knew that there were all sorts of drugs that she was being given that in no way, shape, form, or fashion should have been being mixed, right? But they were being just prescribed by different doctors. And of course, my grandmother and my grandfather at the time, they still operated from that whole, no, the doctor's right, we have to trust the doctors, and even though my uncle's a freaking pharmacist, right? And finally there was like a quasi intervention because my grandmother was like having massive, like just plummeting in health. And so, they're giving all these drugs supposed to help her to solve the problem, and she's getting worse rapidly, And finally, there was kind of an intervention, and my uncle basically, I think he called a bunch of the doctors and was like, listen, I am a pharmacist. I have reviewed the drugs that you have prescribed to my mother-in-law. And basically, you idiots need to get your act together and collaborate, and we can have a consult if you want. I'm happy to provide recommendations and such, but like this cannot continue. And if it does, then just know that I'm basically giving you a formal professional notice that you're basically committing serious malpractice at this point, right? And I think at that point, her prescriptions dropped from like 17, 18, whatever it was, to like 4. And she had a pretty significant recovery for a while, and then she ended up dying a couple years later. But she was in her late 80s. It wasn't like it was she was young or anything, but that just an example, right, of like, how do you go from being prescribed 17 different drugs and then like, oh wait, well that's not good, let's do back to 4. Like, come on,
crazy.
Let's really think about this and what's actually happening. What really pisses me off more than anything, sorry for my diatribe here, guys, so my background's in software tech, and I've actually worked with multiple pretty large healthcare providers. I live in Nashville, which is like the healthcare capital of the United States. Most people don't know this, but there's like...
You live here in Nashville?
Yeah.
Boy, I didn't know that.
Yep.
I'm not saying I do, but I do.
Good old Nash Vegas, baby. I live in over in East Nashville. But I interacted with more than a few major players. And so if you're in Nashville, you know what I'm talking about. Like,
I do.
There's major players here.
Yeah.
Literally, like HCA, for example, is the biggest player on the planet, not just in the United States, on the planet, right? And then CHS is like number 3. It's nuts. And there's a pretty interesting study a couple years, 2.5 years ago, that when you factor in all the parent companies, the holding companies, all that kind of stuff, it was a little over 50% of all healthcare companies in the United States are owned by entities that are headquartered in Nashville. So when you say healthcare capital of the United States, it's a literal statement. But the level of incompetence from an adaptation of new innovative technologies to help like solve some of these problems, like cross prescription, things of that nature. I dealt with some of the companies I dealt with. I'm just like, you hired us for recommendations on how to solve X problem. We came back with solutions that not only solve the problem from a technological perspective, but also, would save hundreds of thousands, in some cases, millions of dollars in operation costs before you even account for like the trickle down effect of, potential savings from an efficiency perspective. We're talking about hard operating costs, and get responses like, well, that would be kind of difficult to implement. It's like, okay, so you're a multi-billion-dollar entity, and you're telling me that you don't want to do this because it might cost a little bit? Okay. And then one project I worked on, we actually built a custom system. It turned out that because they wanted to actually have it work on Internet Explorer 8, which is no longer supported by Microsoft at the time, and IE8 was not capable of running the type of software that was built. They wanted us to rewrite the whole thing from scratch to be compatible with IE8. And we're like, no, not going to happen. All you have to do is have your IT department upgrade to the next version and everything works. Like, you guys not wanting to upgrade your browser is not my problem. And thank God I had in my contract that our systems did not have to be compatible with IE8. Otherwise, I probably had to rebuild the thing. But it was anyway. Enough of that long-winded diatribe on the stupidity of what's going on in healthcare these days.
So what have you seen Kent Hovind debate before?
Yeah, I've seen a few of his debates.
So do you like what's your views on, like, I know you've heard him in the past, obviously not this one, but do you think he makes sense, or like what's your view on him?
So Kent is much more of a a lot of his stuff makes sense. I mean, he operates from a much more like top level conceptual perspective. And he's actually doing much more of a layman type conversation. And like, hey, are you seeing X happen? Yes or no? Kind of thing. And versus getting into as much of the underlying, scientific components of the arguments. But in general, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with all his concepts. I mean, it's
so
tonight would have been definitely been an interesting debate for sure.
So would you say you believe the Earth is 6,000 or whatever the Bible says it is, 6,000 years? I think that's the accepted 6,000, 4 to 6,000.
No, I think for younger thing it's more like 6 to 10,000.
Okay.
I mean, here's kind of where I stand in terms of like the actual age of the planet itself. I lean more toward young for a variety of reasons, but it's not something I'm like go all in on. From a life perspective, I do. When you look at in my opinion, when you actually look at the issues from a time perspective, talking about genetics and such, there's so many issues you run into that, in my opinion, the evolutionary timeline doesn't make sense. But ultimately, in relation to whether or not we exist through undirected process versus the actions of an intelligent agent, I mean, I don't really care about the young Earth, old Earth. Doesn't matter. If you go down in my opinion, when you go down the rabbit holes, if you conclude that somehow we exist through undirected process without the actions of an intelligent agent, I think you're either ignorant or you're willfully suspending rational thought and analysis.
Wait, say that part again. I'm sorry. If you do what? You suspend what?
What did I say? If you go down the proverbial rabbit holes and look at the underlying necessities for life to exist, and you come to the conclusion that we can exist through undirected process, then either you have to be ignorant or you have to be willfully suspending, rational analysis in an effort to either maintain, status quo consensus, or out of fear of challenging consensus, or you just don't want it to be true. I mean, to me, that's where we're at this point. And it's when you're talking about, and I'm not the only person. I mean, like, I'm reading Anthony Flu's book right now. The title's "How the World's Most Notorious Atheist." Let me see that exact title here. It's very fascinating. The title is "There Is a God: How the World's Most Notorious Atheist Changed His Mind." And I mean, he was hardcore. I mean, he's considered the equivalent, the 20th century version of Hume and other major players. And the irony is that as discoveries continue to perpetuate, and the understanding of those necessities that I'm referring to, as he began to learn about them, I mean, as he got older and older, he finally was forced to come to the conclusion. He didn't actually become, to my knowledge, he didn't become a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew or anything like that, but he came to the conclusion that the only rational conclusion was that a God exists, based on the what's being discovered. And that's why I find it so ironic, a lot of the interactions I have with Andrew, for example, rational empiricist, is
I don't know.
He wants to act like these things don't force those kinds of conclusions. And when you've got people who are literally considered some of the most premier intellectual atheists and have written the papers that are often quoted by atheists now. It's like, so the guy that wrote the paper that you're quoting ultimately recanted his own paper, and yet you're still quoting it, even though he came to the conclusion he was wrong. I find it very interesting.
And who is this author you're talking about?
Anthony Flew.
Anthony Flue.
Yep.
Right.
What's the takeaway? Just said Anthony Flew, originator of lacktheism, later in life recounted his lacktheism and became a deist. Yep. It's
Yeah, but isn't deist and theist two different things though?
It is. Like he say, I mean, at the very end, he say lean more towards Christian, but the point is that so if he's a hardcore atheist and then he becomes a deist, that's a 180-degree pivot, correct?
Yeah, but I could say the opposite if someone was a Christian and now they're an atheist. So what's the point?
Well, I mean, the point I was making was in regards to what had just been discussed before that, which was in relation to the why factor, right? You just asked me about the suspension of rational thought and investigation, right? So the point I was making right. So the point I was making was that I find it very interesting that people like an Anthony Flew, who's a hardcore intellectual atheist, right? He didn't know the information that I'm referring to, right? And then because it hadn't been discovered yet, right? This guy was born in 1923, okay? And so when the modern version of atheism was being developed, he was one of the guys developing it, right? And in relation to, from evolutionary theory perspective, dismissing the fine-tuning of the universe, all those kind of things, right? But then as our knowledge of the fine-tuning, the knowledge of genetic code and intricacies and the interdependencies of molecular machines and things of that nature continue to be discovered on a almost daily basis at this point, that in conjunction with the philosophical arguments ultimately brought him to the conclusion that this doesn't make any sense. The only thing that makes rational sense from both a philosophical and a scientific perspective is that in a cumulative case, right? That a God must exist. And so now whether you go down to theism, it's a totally different point. This is where, like in classical apologetics, that's why I find it so interesting that YouTube atheists, specifically a lot of them, want to avoid the argument for whether or not God exists and then just try to debunk whether or not the Christian God is plausible. And while completely circumventing whether or not a God is logically necessary for your existence. Because if you're not, in my opinion, if you're not even going to look at that, then there's really no point in going on, because you have zero intention of actually looking at things from a rational perspective. You're only looking for nuanced things that you can leverage to dismiss a specific subset, while simultaneously having, while having previously negated even analyzing whether or not God must exist. Does that make sense?
Kind of, yeah. You said a lot, so it's a lot of information to take in, but it's just interesting. I've never, given it that much thought. But so when you say YouTube atheists, you just mean atheists on YouTube, and that's it?
Well, I think to an extent there's a lot of the atheists on YouTube are much more hardcore than the average person who just calls himself an atheist, right? So, for example, there's papers on this of how a lot of folks out in the nons and just the people out in the general ether who aren't really involved in philosophy and religion in general, just kind of going around through life,
really don't care. Yeah,
they really don't care. They haven't thought about it, and they're like, and when part of the reframing that's been done by the new atheists specifically is the whole atheism thing, it's like, I just lack a belief in God. And they're like, oh, well, they don't actually understand the distinctions of like, what is an agnostic? What's an atheist? What's an anti-atheist? What are the differentiation?
Three different things.
Right. What's local
Right.
atheism versus global atheism? I mean, there's all these different pieces of it. They have no clue about any of them. And it's just like, and they hear, oh, do you lack a belief in God? Yeah, I think so. Well, then you're an atheist. Oh, okay, well, I guess I'm an atheist, right? The vast majority of people don't even know what that means, right? I'm talking about on the intellectual perspective. It's more just like conceptual. Yeah, that makes sense. In terms of a lot of the YouTube folks, it's they're very hardcore and just adamantly dismiss the existence of God. Now, the irony is that very often, many of those folks that I interact with, they're every bit as ignorant of the substance as the person on the street, which is the irony. But are just die hard, God does not exist, and are going to dismiss everything, any possible argument in favor of, and refuse to even go down the path and go and look at things for themselves. Like, case in point, I've got a folder in my Google Drive, links to it on my About page and on my main page of my YouTube channel. And
For the annoying people.
For the annoying people, yep. And it's titled that because people always ask, like, what are your sources? What do you get these ideas from a scientific perspective and like the macro view of the argument? And I'm like, I have a freaking open source or open access folder with hundreds of papers. Go and read for yourself. And
Which, by the way,
of the
many
time,
of those
they don't actually go and read. And then when I have my next interaction with them, I say, hey, did you go look up XYZ? No. And then insert this, and then they eject the exact same talking point that I already annihilated, in the previous interaction. And, well, I just haven't had time. Wait, okay, hang on. So you had all this time to do all this other kind of stuff, but you haven't had you haven't had any moment to go and read for yourself why, insert whatever point it was being made is true rather than false, and then reach a conclusion about whether or not it supports or denigrates the argument that was being made. And in my opinion,
actually, that's a good point, John.
Oh, and welcome. What's
John,
up, SFT?
No,
How are you doing? The reason I didn't acknowledge you is,
I've been sitting here for an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, no, you weren't. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason I didn't acknowledge SFT right away is because this little joker never joins my streams. He's like, oh man, are you going to do an after show? Are you going to do a stream? Oh yeah, I'll join. And then he never does. So this is I don't know what's happened right now. I mean, I think maybe he hasn't gotten his Kent Hovind fix tonight. And now he needs to have conversation on YouTube. So SFT, what's up, man? Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I gotta go, John. I'm sorry. But I'm just kidding. No, it's good. Yeah, I didn't get my Kent Hovind fix. So I saw that you're doing the after show. And I know we've at least got one atheist in here. So I thought to make up for that lack of Kent Hovind fix, I'll come in and have some fun with our atheist buddies, atheist friends.
Absolutely. And real quick before we continue on, I want to say major thanks to George and to Ramen. They have been going bonkers on super chat. So guys, thank you very, very much. I think did Jeremy do one too? Mitchell? I don't know. A bunch of people have been doing super chats. I greatly appreciate y'all support. And as I always tell Ramen, I'm pretty sure he is actively attempting to empty the YouTube super sticker cabinet because
I've been saying Raymond this whole time, so I've been saying it wrong, John?
Oh, is it Raymond Rum? I don't know. He never tells
us. I think it might be wrong. I think you're right.
I don't know. When I see an E, I usually go with like a long A. I don't know. That's just my random ingrained syntactic pronunciation rules. It's but anyway. Yes, he is. So I know kind of went on a little back and forth there, Birdie. Any other thoughts that have been striking you as we've been having this conversation?
That's a good question. Sorry. Go ahead, Stand for Truth. Do you have something to say? Did I interrupt you?
Oh no. Well, I was just gonna ask. a rational empiricist a couple questions, but I don't want to.
No, go ahead.
Redirect the conversation. Okay. Because what John was saying with his folder for the annoying people, some of those papers, John, are papers that no answers in atheism, aka he who should not be named, I guess, has asked for multiple times. And some of those papers we've provided, people like him 20, 25 times, but yet they're still asking for it. No, I was going to ask Andrew from our last talk when we were discussing ancestry. We went over some papers on taxonomically restricted genes, the orphan genes. I was wondering if you've looked into orphan genes and how you would explain them in the universal ancestry model as to how those highly essential genes could come about. Was wondering if you looked into that yet, Andrew.
Oh boy. To be honest, and apologies again for my my sloppy speech tonight. Not really, to be honest. It's kind of a topic that I haven't had much, I guess, interest, for lack of a better word, in going into, because I like, for even stuff like Y-chromosome fusion, for instance, I have no idea what that's about, and so it's kind of the same thing there. Some things I'm more versed in, and other things I'm not as versed in. So,
right. No, and that's fine. Obviously, we can't all be experts in everything. And actually, I noticed before you answered that question, you said your speech or something. What was that? I think I missed it, brother.
He's got his mouth full of retainers.
You guys are here. Okay, no appointment today, so but I want to join all these people, and because I don't know, it's been a crazy day, so I need to let loose tonight. If you know what I mean.
No problem. Hey, that's
what's
what
up,
we
Will?
are here
What's
for.
up, Will? How are you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. What about you?
Oh, hanging in there, doing a little little impromptu YouTube action. Always gotta have some fun. So far, not having enough controversy. Be having some relatively well-behaved inquiries, differences of opinion, but not having any real. I mean, it's for the debate that didn't happen. So that means we're supposed to have the debate here, so the debate actually does happen, because we want to actualize the
we can
dialogue
change
that should have happened.
Well, because Andrew, to give you some pushback, and also I hope your appointment went well, of course, but to provide some pushback on what you said, because I know we oftentimes focus on nested hierarchical patterns, homology, transitional forms, so on and so forth. But when we look to differentiating lines of evidence, those seem to be the lines of evidence that you're not quite interested in looking into. But when you look at these taxonomically restricted genes that evolutionists have no real explanation for, in order to explain them in a universal ancestry model, well, that poses some serious problems for your position of universal common ancestry. So that's why I think it is a good thing to look into, because, genetics is the best way to determine ancestry. And if there's no explanation for how these taxonomically restricted genes could come about through any series of mutations, well, it's a huge problem for the common descent, but it's exactly what we would expect given the special creation model. So I would just say that, that there's, and with the chromosome 2 fusion as well, that's why the evolutionists predicted that there would have been a fusion event in the human line to begin with, because of the difference in chromosomes. So if there never was a fusion event, I believe it was Dr. Kenneth Miller, who said if there was no fusion event, then humans and chimps aren't related. So now that we have all these problems with the fusion event, suggesting that there may not have been a fusion event, well, as Dr. Miller said, humans and chimps aren't related. So there's another differentiating line of evidence that would suggest universal common ancestry is false. So we could talk about nested hierarchies, homology all day, but these differentiating lines of evidence make universal ancestry, it refutes universal ancestry is my point. It precludes it.
Standing. How do I know you're right? Do you have any PhD? Any PhD?
I have 35 PhDs, 25 of them are from Harvard.
Oh, yeah. I thought you had 50 at least.
No, I'm still working on the next 15. I got to catch up to Org because Org.
Right.
Did you watch that video I
Org,
sent
you're
you?
sitting at about 75, right?
I'm closer to 100 now, but thank you.
Oh man, if you've got 100, that means CRISPR must have like 200 because that guy, I mean, he knows it all. He's got it all figured out. Banana plants and whales are related. Why again, CRISPR?
Yes, sorry. Somebody said chromosome 2 fusion a few times in a row and jumped into the room.
Hey, Christopher, how are you?
Doing okay.
Oh, I know you've got. So look at this. We got CRISPR. We've got Org, rational empiricist, Bird, and LPP. Where'd Will go?
I flew him into a black hole.
No, he's back. He dropped off there for a second.
You threw him into a there he
Yeah,
is,
I'm
there
coming
he is.
to.
So
to
John,
deny
here's
real
the
science.
here's the solid crew you're looking for.
Yeah, it only took almost an hour to get well, heck, for like the first 20 minutes was me running my mouth. Then Bird joined, then Andrew. Now we're creating a little snowball effect here. So, CRISPR, have you? What's your formal position on historical science versus observational?
What do you mean?
I mean, so do you like now admit that they both exist and there's distinctions?
Yeah, sure. You can make distinctions. I don't care about them.
Oh, well, I mean, that's not what you did initially.
No, that is what I initially
when
said.
Andrew asked you about him, you claimed that there was no distinction.
No, I said that the distinction that creationists generally make is silly, and that I personally don't care about the distinctions.
Okay, so the distinction isn't made by creationists. The distinction is made by
No,
secular academia.
What did I say?
So, no.
Said the
Okay,
distinction.
should we play it again?
There is.
Should we play it again?
There is
Well, I called
a
you out on this.
distinction.
I called you out on this, and you specifically stated.
No, you didn't. Well, firstly, you didn't. If you had wanted to call me out,
I literally did a
should've-
stream about it with your name in it, and I added you.
Yes. Did you?
And I played the
contact me?
video. Did
you contact me?
Did
If you
I
want
do
to
an
call
at?
somebody out, you
Guys,
should contact them.
We're talking
Did I do an
over
at?
each other, guys.
Did I call you out?
Did I hear about it? When did I hear about it? I heard about it like 3 days later, right? If you want to call somebody out, I'm not hard to find.
Hey,
can
bro!
get in contact
You
with me
guys
if you
did
want.
a stream about it, and to do damage control. So you weren't, and you were part of that stream. So you saying that you were unaware of the thing that you were part of doing damage control on?
When was that?
I think it was like the next day.
I think it was maybe 2 or 3 days after, but I'm definitely.
So did you go into damage
yes.
control, and did you try to reconstruct your original words?
I will tell you what I said originally.
Should we play it?
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to, but it's pretty simple. I was talking about the way creationists present the distinction, because that's what I was asked about, right? And then I made, separately, a point that I do not care about that distinction. Either the distinction that
So are you
creationists
claiming you
make-
didn't initially claim that there was no such thing as a separation between observational and historic science?
I said that I don't care about the distinction.
You didn't say that there wasn't actually a distinction.
I believe what I said was that I don't care about the distinction. And that also, separately,
Ladies and
distinction
gentlemen,
that
ladies and gentlemen, I
creationists
recommend
present.
that you go and look at my video where I officially called out CRISPR-Cas9 and Cygnus Ustus. That was on a different topic. I played video of his exact words, and you go listen for yourself, and you'll find that, like most Evo atheists on YouTube, he's attempting to play semantics to do damage control, and he is straight up BSing. Continue.
Is it me or the more you go the atheists, the more they dodge and they tell their furry story? I mean, it's getting so bad. Poor atheist community.
So
John
like
is destroying them all.
So CRISPR, do you mind if I steel man your position?
Is CRISPR denying?
You cut up, brother.
I don't know what he's saying. He's still on. I haven't touched him.
Oh, are you there, CRISPR?
I think a few people were trying to say something.
Oh,
I think Standing was trying to say something.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Oh, I was just gonna say, so correct me if I'm wrong, CRISPR, but basically you're saying that there is a distinction, but it depends who you, or it doesn't depend who you ask, but like if you ask a creationist, for instance, the distinction is slightly different than if you ask a philosopher of science, for instance. So the distinction among creationists is not as relevant as the one in terms of if you dig down deep into the philosophy of science, for instance.
Yeah, that's pretty
basically what you're
close.
saying?
I mean, so you have a distinction that's made by philosophers of science, right? That's question one. And then you have the version of that presented by creationists, and that's question two. And then you have the opinion of that, either one, held by me personally or other people who actually engage in active science, right? And that's a third question entirely, okay? So, do philosophers of science make a distinction? Sure. Right. Is that the exact same distinction made by creationists?
No.
Generally, no. Do I personally care about the distinction made either by philosophers of science or creationists? No, not really.
I mean, like personally, I think you'd see it as, let's go out there and do science. Let's not quibble about what kind of science we're dealing with, basically.
Yeah, what matters is the statistics, right? Can you draw
the level of bovine scatology coming out of CRISPR's mouth right now, ladies and gentlemen, is rather epic. You are actually arguing that the historic sciences don't operate from different approach than observational science.
That's not what he said.
That's exactly what he was stating.
So what I was stating is, what matters is the statistics, right? I need a way of collecting data and analyzing that data using valid statistical methods to come to a conclusion. Okay, that's it. That's what I'm trying to do. That's my goal here.
Right, and the acquisition of the data to analyze is acquired through two different standards, right?
Well, you acquire
data
differently for everything.
So, no, I didn't say you didn't require data.
I'm
talking about the way. I'm talking about the way in which the data is acquired.
I know. Listen. I don't collect. Let me finish the sentence.
You're trying to obfuscate as usual. Is the data acquired through dramatically different methodologies? Yes or no?
Depends.
In every branch of science, you collect data in dramatically different ways. You collect data for meteorology in a massively different way than you do for cellular biology.
So with historic science, are you having to make assumptions, inferences, and take pieces of evidence and then extrapolate out the data set versus performing a direct observation and acquiring the data then? Yes or no?
All
Is that,
science.
is that a
Firstly,
fundament, is that a fundamental distinction? Is that a fundamental distinction between
No.
historic and observational science? Yes or no?
No.
No.
Let me explain why. Can I explain why? Do I get to explain why, or are you just going to keep being amazed about everything I say?
I let you be full of bovine scatology, and I let you lie multiple times. So, I mean, I watched the stream.
No,
the
you've
damage
had your
control
opinions
stream.
on it, but that's not the same
I
thing.
watched the damage control stream you had on Answers in Atheism, where you spun your words dramatically, and then you the whole clown show over there. You tried to be like, oh, well, it's not that big a deal, even though the paper that I used to prove my point and to completely annihilate your position and completely obliterate the language that you used when you had your conversation with Andrew about, and when he asked you this question. Then you guys tried to spin it into like, oh, well, it doesn't mean that the other way is inferior.
Well, let me ask a question. Christopher, would you agree that the origins of the universe, or the origins of first life, which is a hotly debated topic, of course, between creationists and evolutionists,
Correct.
do you agree that that is a good example of historical science as compared to observational science?
Seriously?
I mean, if you're talking about it in the way that philosophers of science like to make the distinction, I guess you could define it that way. But I mean,
Okay.
You're still making observations, though, right?
Right.
You're still making
Yeah, but
direct
you're making,
current observations.
yeah, but the knowledge based on, let's say, the origins of the universe, origin of first life, you're making assumptions about the past.
You're making assumptions about the past when you do any scientific study.
Right.
Right, but it's not direct observational science that we're actually observing, testing, retesting in the present. You're taking observational remnants of the present and then extrapolating it back based on your
I got to say that's
ideas in your
like if I do let's say I'm trying to do a study on cancer cell lines, right? Okay, I've got a dish, right? Like a 12-well plate, right? And I'm going to randomly treat 6 with something and then 6 with a control. Okay? And now I run a test on the cells from each of those wells, okay? Am I inferring something about what happened in the past?
Holy crap, Christopher. Were you the one who took the action in real time?
No, that's not the question.
No,
That's
it
not the
is.
question.
It is in terms of the data that you are now being able to acquire. Was the data generated from a experimental perspective in a method to prove or disprove the hypothesis or whatever the point is you were trying to figure out? Yes or no?
Sure, but that wasn't the question.
Okay.
So
now,
why did you answer a question I didn't ask?
No. You're talking now. We have to get into inference in relation to historic science. Okay. Now, let's say you have come across a cancer mass, right? And you didn't do anything to cause it to happen, right? You're now looking at it. It already exists. Now, how are you figuring out how that happened?
So you mean like epidemiology or something?
Sure. I'm talking about conceptually from a different acquisition of in conclusion of the data, right? So you now have this set of cancer cells, right? And you're looking at you're making an inference to the cause, okay? But you're not finding, you're not observing based on experiments that you're doing to see if you can generate the same end outcome. You're just observing something happen. Now, what are you doing?
Yeah, so you're making inferences based on the data you've got available. It's a different set of data, but you're still trying to draw statistical inferences.
Right, I understand that, but you're now having to make a inference, 100% inference, versus being able to look at, hey, I'm doing a controlled experiment I'm going to take this action. I'm going to see what
And
happens.
actually-
If I get this data, or if I see what happens, now I'm doing a statistical analysis based on XYZ number of experiments to see if the same, end outcome, whatever, right? You now could theoretically apply that to a conclusion about the original mass that you came across. You're now trying to figure out how it was formed, right?
Sure.
Okay. That does not necessarily answer what happened with that particular one. You can make the inference that the process that you executed in the lab was what caused it, but you don't necessarily know 100% that is what caused it, correct?
That's true. Just like if you do the experiment, let me finish. Let me respond.
So in this context, this is the entire point of the differentiation in relation to evolution, right? In terms of entirely new body plan formation and all these different things that we talk about all the time, is we're talking about massive differentiation between, I'm talking about the inference versus, I did did some experiments and I was able to see XYZ happen over here. You're not doing any experiments that are showing full scale body plan formation. Yes or no?
All right. So this gets into the common confusion about what a body plan is.
Now you're going into inference to the best explanation versus actually observable science. And you know, in the paper, as an example, and in textbooks that I used to support my original position, evolutionary biology and geology was specifically denoted to be historical sciences, correct?
I haven't read through the entire paper.
You guys read the freaking paper. It was literally in the first paragraph, and it was the one that you guys played of me reading.
Oh, you mean the one that you only read the abstract for? Sorry, I did see those papers.
I had the whole paper. I didn't just read the abstract. I had the abstract, and I have the paper in my folder. So if you want to go read the whole thing, go for it.
So the times that what you actually showed on your stream was just the abstract.
Well, right, because that's all I needed to show, because it showed the clear delineation and the entire point of the paper, right?
Well, no,
are you suggesting that the evolutionary biology is not a historic science?
No, I don't think I said that.
Well, I mean, I'm asking you right now. Do you declare it to be a historic science or not? Yes or no?
If you want to make that distinction, sure.
Okay, so I want you to. The only reason I'm doing this right now is because I'm so sick and tired of all the dodging and dancing that people like you do to try and avoid the underlying realities of the assertions that you make.
So the thing is that when I do the science, I have data, I collect data, I analyze data, right? That's what I do in evolutionary biology. That's what I used to do in cancer biology, right? It's science.
Okay, so in terms, it's science, right? You got historic science and observational science. So the evolutionary biology research that you're doing, what are you doing exactly?
I'm studying evolutionary biology. There's a limit to how detailed I can be.
So what research are you doing?
There's a limit to how detailed I can be in answering
I know
that
there's always amazing excuses that people like you do. So general concepts, dude. I don't need the details of everything of your freaking thesis. The general concept. What, in a general aspect, are you, of the thousands of people in the thousands of universities across the United States, people that are researching evolutionary biology, what little subset are you focused on in your research? Good grief, man.
Evolutionary radiation.
Okay, and expound. What does that mean, and what kind of what processes are you utilizing to generate your data?
So it's basically a study of speciation.
Okay. And what are you discovering?
That speciation occurs. I mean, I don't know what you want here.
Okay, and am I or is SFT? Are we ever denied that speciation occurs?
Did I ever say you did in this sentence? I mean, I don't remember saying.
I'm asking why you made it like that speciation occurs, like somehow that myself or SFT or people you've had many back and forth with somehow deny it, because I've heard you and others in the pudding brain gang make ongoing assertions that somehow we deny this sort of thing. So that's why I'm making the point.
Yeah, no, I was just saying. So if I can actually finish the sentence I was trying to say earlier, if I tell you with much more detail than I already have, it would be pretty easy for somebody to figure out who I am. All right. So that's why I'm being fairly vague. No offense to you, right? But that's just the world we live in.
Okay, so I've heard you're dancing around. I don't. So I said I don't care about knowing all the details. I'm talking about this from a.
Well, you don't, but someone does apparently.
I'm not asking him for any greater detail, Bird.
But you just did, though.
No.
He told you his
No.
answer, and then you said
Can we
expound
move
on it.
on so you guys continue your conversation? This seems to have halted everything.
Oh,
Is
we
it
can,
cool,
but
but
I have ongoing issues with CRISPR because he talks a lot of shit and then never backs it up. And then when he gets called out on his crap, he tries to run away, or he's like, "Oh, I can't talk about what I'm doing."
So
even though I talk
doxing
mad
him
trash
is the
about it."
solution here?
I'm not trying. Where the hell do you guys come to the conclusion I'm trying to dox
Whoa,
him?
who's
Well, he
y'all?
doesn't want to answer the
I'm not
question.
asking
Who's
him.
y'all?
I'm not asking him to give away something that he feels will dox himself. That's not what I'm asking. If you guys think that's what I'm asking, then you need
Who's
to
y'all?
like
I didn't
sit
say
down and shut up and just listen. If you actually think that's what I'm trying to get from him, I'm trying to get him to actually back up his claims about the things that he claims that myself and others have just totally wrong about all these things. I'm not asking for the details of his freaking thesis.
Well, I didn't say that you guys were totally wrong about the specific thing that I'm studying, did I?
Then why are you acting like I'm trying to dox you?
Because you seem to be asking me to give more detail about specifically what I was studying.
No, I'm talking about in general of evolutionary biology that supposedly proves your positions on the subject. How complicated is this concept?
My position on the fact that evolutionary radiations occur, or what? I don't.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Expound on evolutionary radiation. Do it. Sounds good.
Yeah, sure. So you can find. I mean, if you do biogeography, species limitation, various other methodologies, especially with comparative morphology, if you can tag that in, you can see very, very clear evidence that is exclusively concordant with particular evolutionary models, which again is not something I think you would reject, right? I think you would look at the data and go, yeah, sure, that looks like they probably evolved from a common ancestor. I don't think you'd have a problem with it, right? I'm not saying you would. I'm just saying that's what I'm talking about.
I think I've had many ongoing conversations and debates where I've talked about the premise, and SFT as well. But like, I have zero issue with pre-programmed templates and the ability for machine learning and dynamic real-time equivalent of AI that enables adaptation. I mean, it's the what is the root cause of the functional capacity, which is the main line of demarcation in the positions I take. And like, for example, I was reading a paper today on how gene deletion actually enables gene network adaptation for different pressures. So that was very fascinating. Of course, it results in a loss of total capacity, but enables. It was published this year or end of 2020. Very interesting paper, and which again, to my point of I think there's all sorts of pre-existing functional capacity that can be leveraged through modification, but it doesn't mean that there was a generation of entirely novel function, which is, I'm sure you know, isn't exactly is really where the most of the confrontation comes into play.
Yeah, that's sure, fine. So most evolution in let's pick a line of demarcation, right? Let's just say vertebrates. We could go back further than vertebrates, but let's just say vertebrates. Most evolution in vertebrates is not at the protein level, right? It's change in regulation. Okay. True. So the processes that you see that, and let me just ask, do you accept or reject the notion that a mutation to regulatory function without removing that regulatory function. I'm not talking about deletion of a regulatory region, just some mutation to a binding motif that slightly adjusts the binding affinity of some transcription factor, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it bound before and it binds now, but not quite as strongly, or maybe a little bit more strongly.
Mm-hmm.
Can that change morphology?
To a single one?
Sure.
I would be surprised if a single one does. Usually there's multiple interdependent parts, right?
Well, so
are you asking me if a single binding affinity of a single promoter region, for example, or some kind of regulatory component is going to, by itself, is going to change morphology? Is that what you're asking me?
Not if it's guaranteed to.
No. Are you asking me if I think that one single instance of that could change morphology? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, by a bit. Not by
Sorry, are you suggesting? Okay, by morphology, let's get detailed. What do you mean by that?
So the kind of,
are we talking about like beak size variation, or are we talking about like a new freaking limb?
Well, definitely not a new limb.
Okay, cool. So we're talking about like beak size variation, like darn.
I'm thinking about like the kinds of variation that we see in the evolution of vertebrates.
Such as, give me an exact example.
So just
and again, just to clarify, we're talking about a single mutation, correct?
Yeah, single mutation.
So just one SNP.
Yeah, I mean, could be an indel, so it's changing more than one base, but not deleting the entire region. Sometimes you have regulation based on.
I'm aware of that, but I'm saying, so we're talking about just a single instance, correct?
Yeah. Not
multiple working in unison to result in the end function in terms of like a knockout or whatever. We're talking about one single indel or SNP.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me an example.
BMP4 is a classic example. That actually does get into beak size.
And what exactly does it change?
Depending on what organism we're talking about and precisely which regulatory mutation we're talking about, it can be a few different things. One of the first ones that was found actually was beak size, funny enough, but it can also affect various other developmental factors.
Such as?
I don't have all of this committed exactly.
Well, I mean, give me one or two. I mean, you gave me beak size. Give me a couple others.
There's another one, a SNP. I don't remember the gene that's affected, but I do know that it affects the femoral length in humans.
Okay, so
this is morphology, right?
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're asking me if I think that a slight modification to a regulatory function of an existing capacity, i.e., the femur, to extend, contract, or modify beak size, you're asking me if that can influence morphology. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, right.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I have no problem with that, but I'm not sure how that actually defends your position.
Oh, I'm getting there. Okay, so...
And sidebar, is there any... do we have any other factors that are potentially actually causing some of that modification?
Probably. Are you familiar with the term canalization?
Yes. Continue.
All right. Yeah. So that's really important in all of this.
Okay.
So just for your audience, right? You have certain degrees of phenotypic plasticity, right? And canalization is the process wherein that phenotypic plasticity gets sort of locked in, right? So you have an ancestral population that's able to have a range, right?
Mm-hmm.
A range from X to Y, right? And canalization is now it's locked in at Y. And then the average is now locked in at Y. It could still have a broader range, an equally broad range of variation, but now the mean has shifted. So that's canalization. Very important to this topic. So yes, if you're asking, well, can you have various like epigenetic or phenotypic plasticity or whatever else that's contributing to variation? Well, sure, yeah, but also
so in this context that we're talking about, is this showing variable phenotypic plasticity, as you're saying, or a formation of any kind of novel function?
Yeah, so that's actually exactly what I want to get to, because the concept of intergenerational novelty is more or less a nonsense, right? That's not really a thing that evolution expects.
Right.
Right. I mean, I get all that, but I'm saying like you have to. Right, so basically, you need a whole boatload of these things to have happened in order to, at some point, you gain the new novel function, correct?
Well, so it's not a new novel function from one generation to the next at any point.
Well, okay. At some point, does I'm not saying it has to be the next one, but at some point, do not all of the genetic modifications have to have occurred and be passed down in order for the transition from your model, for the transition to occur?
Yeah, so when you say transition, it's kind of weird.
So at some point, you have to have a new novel function, correct?
It's not novel from one generation to the next.
Okay. It's okay. So, does a entirely new capacity, functional capacity, have to at some point be devised?
Not from one generation to the next.
No. We're talking about over time. At some point, are you in your model? Do not all of the necessary regulatory modifications, and if there's additional proteins that are necessary, they have to have, at some point, all of the necessary modifications have to have occurred, correct?
So the thing is you're saying that
no.
like
yes or no.
It's a silly question.
No, it's not.
Can I explain why?
Dude, listen. The whole it's not immediately from one generation to the next. I get all this, man. But what you guys love to run around and avoid the very, very basic end outcome of your model is that at some point, do you or do you not have to have all the modifications that are necessary of the gene regulatory networks and any sequences that are necessary for proteins that are involved in this context, and plenty of other factors. Let's just use those two as examples. At some point, in order for you to have the new organism, do all of these necessary modifications have to have occurred?
So the thing you don't understand is the new organism doesn't matter. The old organism is the only one that matters, and it didn't need the new stuff to work. It was fine as it was.
I understand this.
I'm not sure you do.
I'm not talking about. You do realize I'm not talking about the old organism. I'm talking about in order for the new organism to exist.
But the new organism doesn't have any novelty relative to the old organism from one generation to the next, and that's the only thing that matters.
I literally just clarified that like 5 times, dude.
Then I don't know what you're asking me about.
And yes, I'm in timeout, by the way, Eon. I am in timeout again. Sorry, guys.
It's like this. It's like you're asking me, did you need, in order to build a pyramid, did you need to have all of the blocks under the pyramid all at once? No.
Well, that's not
because
the same thing.
You stack them up.
Dude,
you put one on top of the next.
Chris, from a functional, like an actual functionality perspective, and something actually existing, if you knocked out all of the differences between, just pick 2 organisms that you claim evolve from each other, right? If you knocked out all the differences, do you think either one of them is going to live?
I don't have one organism that has evolved from another organism.
Oh
I have
my
two
God.
organisms that evolved
Okay.
from a common ancestor.
So your hierarchies. So you're suggesting that you can't look at something you claim evolved from a common ancestor, right? And you're saying that if you knocked out, okay, I'm done with this crap. Okay, anybody else want to talk? This is getting ridiculous, dude.
Oh,
You're obviously playing a ridiculous amount of Dance Revolution to avoid the root necessities and the assumptions and the inferences that you make in evolutionary biology. And your whole, it's just gonna be stacked, doesn't have to have everything. We know beyond doubt, man, that there's all sorts of stuff. If you remove this one thing from the equation, the whole organism dies. Correct?
That's this irreducible complexity argument.
I'm not talking about just irreducible complexity. I'm talking about in terms of your model for all the modifications that are necessary. Do we in your research? You were researching in cancer, correct?
Formally, yes.
Okay, so are a wide plethora of cancers and other genetic diseases, are they or are they not caused by point mutations, frame shifts, et cetera, correct?
Yeah, there's plenty of oncogenes.
Okay, so would you say that when we look at what causes cascade collapse into a plethora of diseases, it's very, very minor modifications, correct?
Yeah, but you're talking about a protein level change that on a protein that probably hasn't changed any.
Just proteins?
So
because I know beyond doubt that there are many diseases we're discovering that are caused by tandem repeat mutations, deletions. There's intron deletions that are directly the direct cause of a variety of genetic diseases. So what are you? I'm not talking about just protein deletions. I'm talking about regulatory functions and and other pieces that have been considered junk by people like you. Are we now discovering that they are causing they are the cause of all sorts of genetic disorders?
Some of them, but last time I checked, Huntington's isn't cancer, and I believe I was asked about cancer.
Okay, and I also said and other genetic diseases.
Yeah, but you asked.
I specifically stated and other. Okay. So just because in this context, what I mentioned wasn't a cancer, are you that ignorant? Even though you did a formal research and you're now working on your PhD, are you claiming that you're just ignorant of the point that I was making?
You asked me
because this entire time you've been talking about
cancer researcher.
You asked me about regulatory gene modifications and being able to affect morphology. I'm talking about the exact same types of mutations causing the death of organisms. So
yeah, those are selected against for fairly obvious reasons, right?
So you're saying that I guess obviously you're holding to, even though there's no function yet, there's no positive, it's just going to be a neutral and it's not going to get selected against. Is that your point?
What are you referring to right now?
I'm talking about in your model.
I don't know what you're saying is neutral.
Well, you just said things got selected against, right? So
yes,
the mutations that you're referring to that are going to somehow result in new morphology, not just by morphology in this context. I'm talking about like, dude, I could care less about like, oh, your femur's a little bit longer. Like, who is arguing about whether or not the plasticity for like, how tall are you?
5'11".
You're 5'11". Okay, I'm 6'1". So is there a variation in the regulatory factors that you were referring to that gave me probably longer femurs than you?
Actually, probably.
Okay, I'm agreeing with that. That's my point I'm making. Like, there's variation in that, but we both have femurs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in the context of in any of the debates,
let me give you the context,
or the debate back and forth conversations you've heard me have and other people have in this context, have I ever argued against the existing capacity for variation in things like femur length?
All right. So how most mammals have
I? Yes or no?
approximately the same. I haven't watched everything you've ever said. Most mammals have the same bones, right? Most vertebrates have the same bones. And if you change the morphology of those bones, you'll get different shaped vertebrates, right?
I mean, there's a plethora of things that are required to result in not just like different length bones, but like layout. Are you actually going to try and argue that there's not variation in Hox genes, specifically in terms of regulatory function?
You mean within mammals?
I mean, as an example, yes.
The Hox genes in mammals are very, very tightly conserved.
The genes. I said the regulatory factors.
Even the regulation of Hox genes is pretty strongly conserved.
I'm not suggesting there's not strong similarities. There are very significant differences as well. Are you denying this? Because I got papers on this where they're discussing this exact concept of how we're discovering more and more interdependent variations as we're looking at the part of the like the 4G nucleodome project. That's one of the things they're looking at is the variations of the alignments and such versus just we thought the it's just same sequence, but turns out there's actually different variation in this that we weren't even looking for.
Cool. Beforehand. And what does that variation cause?
What do you mean, what does the variation cause?
Morphological differences caused by that variation, right?
Yeah, but
cool. That's what I'm talking about.
Right, but if you modify it, you have death, or like dramatic developmental collapse.
Not necessarily.
In many, 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 many of the instances that we're talking about, yes, you do.
Sure, in many instances, yes.
The vast majority.
I'm not right. Well, that's
okay. So tell you what. So, do you have any kids?
I do not. No.
Okay, so if you were gonna have a kid, would you be like, let's rearrange the genome in the womb? If we hypothetically speaking, right? If you're gonna do like a in vitro fertilization or something, right? Let's say you're doing that. Are you gonna modify all of those factors to be like the equivalent of a freaking elephant, and expect that kid to even be born?
I don't think that genetic manipulation of embryos is particularly ethical.
That's not the point.
Then I'm not sure why you asked about my own children and not like mice or something, where we could actually do that experiment.
You're gonna try and spin this to whether or not it's ethical. I'm talking about from a conceptual level.
Why didn't you just ask about mice?
Because let's put it in context of the humans. Do you actually?
Why not talk about? We can actually do this with mice. It's just silly to talk about it with humans.
Okay, cool. And what's happened when we've done this kind of experience with mice? What's the outcome been?
Oh, well, so that's actually a really interesting question, because when people like Neil Shubin have done these experiments with mice, what they've done is actually recapitulate some of the development in vertebrates between more basal sarcopterygians and tetrapods. So, yeah, that kind of thing.
And in those experiments, were there multiple simultaneous modifications?
The one that I'm talking about, no.
And what was the morphological outcome of the one where there's only one change? What actually happened?
So you get an expansion of the radii in the limbs. So you basically end up with a greater number of radii, which gives you a for the first knockout, right? Because we're talking about sequential steps here, right?
I know.
So one change. So one change, you get, instead of 5 radii, you get 7, which is what we see in the most basal fossil tetrapods. We see that they had a greater number of radii in their forelimbs. Subsequent changes, you get further increases in the number of radii, which is similar to what we see in more derived sarcopterygians, which is to say basal from the early tetrapods. So again, you're talking about sequential changes that result in a recapitulation of the fossil evidence.
Okay, so you can make a formal data control modification and result in a predetermined outcome.
I'm not sure if they knew exactly what they were going to get for each of these, but
Well, I mean, no, I'm saying what I mean. You love to talk about research, so they found what they discovered was there is a coded function that if you and control logic that if you make this specific modification to it, you can get a different outcome. Is that correct?
I'm sure.
Okay, so is that programming?
If you want to call that programming, I'm not going to argue with you.
Okay, so is it your position then that functional programming can create itself?
Yeah, if the quote unquote code works by slapping stuff together, then sure. I mean, literally slapping stuff together.
So literally slapping stuff together.
I mean, yeah, because
so from a
biochemistry works by.
So we're just talking. So we're just talking about modifications to the genome structure and different regions, right? And you're saying it's just like slapping things together. Are you suggesting that when we're talking about mutations and such, are you suggesting that just like random slapping together of different sequences doesn't have like necessity in order if you want to have like a positive outcome versus a negative?
You've misunderstood my point about the literally. What I mean is that the biochemistry of genetics works by having biomolecules, the physical chains of biomolecules physically slap into one another and through electrostatic forces interact with variable affinity.
I get all that, but they have to be in specific orders to get the new radii outcome, correct?
Yeah, but it's the same order it had to be in to get the old radii outcome.
With what modification?
I haven't read this paper in about 3 years.
Dude, then what the hell are you talking about, man? If you don't know, what was the modification that had to happen in order to get the increase in radii?
It was.
Was it like a regulatory factor change?
It was SHH3, if I can talk.
Okay, and what does that do?
It's not a Hox gene, but it's in the same general category.
Okay, so it's
used for limb bud. It sets up concentration gradients and developing limb bud.
Okay, so and based on the expression level, it may or may not change the number of radii. Is that kind of a general concept?
Yeah, that's basically it.
Okay, so you have to have the regulatory factors to alter that in order to achieve the altered outcome. Is that fair?
Yeah, so the short version of it is that all regulation is on the basis of motifs. Motifs are called motifs because they're not specific sequences, which means you have variable affinity on the basis of single mutations, which means that one mutation will not remove all affinity, but will reduce it or increase it. And what that means is one mutation can increase the time on station of a particular transcription factor, right, so that it will basically bind.
So in the context of what you're talking about here, was this just a random mutation, or were there like epigenetic markers, for example, that were in play to as part of this modification?
No, I don't think that there was epigenetics involved here.
The reason I'm asking is I've read papers on this exact topic in relation to mice, and one of the things they were discovering was that the methylation, for example, was directly modifying what we're talking about now, and resulting in variation outcomes. Usually, if they removed it from the equation, for example, it just collapsed development. That's why I'm asking this question, because the several papers I've read on this topic that have come out in the last couple of years have been talking about this exact premise and what they've been discovering in relation to what I just mentioned. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that that's not relevant to development overall. I'm saying that, as far as I recall, there were no specific manipulations of methylation patterns in the study I'm referencing.
Okay, so just like a random mutation?
Well, this study was a screen, was a mutational screen. Actually, it may have been a targeted.
So
anyway,
they made a specific modification to see what would happen if they made this X change.
They knew the particular protein was involved in the development of limb buds, and I can get into how they figured that out. It's conservation of developmental processes, but it's not specifically important here. They figured out, like, okay, this is the developmental regulator that's most likely to be responsible. So let's check it, and let's check a couple of the others, and let's see what happens, right?
Mm-hmm. No, so a couple of the others. So they changed one, or they changed more than one?
Separate experiments.
Okay, so and then just one change resulted in what you're talking about.
Yes, if you change one of the other ones, you'll get different changes, but not the change that I'm referencing.
Right, I get that. So you have to make this very specific change in order to result in the altered outcome that you're referring to.
You have to make a change to a specific gene. I'm not sure how many different changes you could make to get that same effect.
So it's kind of like, hey, I make a command line change in a program, and I can alter the outcome of the computation. It's amazing how you don't seem to comprehend that the reverse engineering that's being done is all it's doing is showing pre-programmed functional capacities for a variety of schematics and templates for different functions to result in, and they're like, oh, I mean, dude, honestly, are we doing genetic programming right now in synthetic biology?
Sure.
Okay, so are you saying that there is not literal programming required in order for us to create these synthetic functions and proteins and such, and biological circuits or genetic circuits? Sorry.
So there is programming done for some of them, sure.
For some of them?
That's what I said, yes.
Okay, so for some, or are you saying the rest of it just like, let's just throw some things together and see what happens?
Yeah, I haven't read every piece of literature out there.
Well, I guess why I'm asking this is like, I assume you're aware, I mean, there's multiple systems that have been being created for, literal genetic programming, right?
Yeah, but that's not the kind of stuff that we're talking about with actual life. So
really? So when we're
are you talking about like the biological AND gates and stuff?
Not just that. I know. I'm talking about when they're okay. So have you not seen the languages that have been created specifically for like synthesizing new proteins and such? They're basically taking, okay, we realize that all these sequences, this equals that. We know that here's the code language for it. Okay, let's create our own language that can be translated directly into the genetic code and or regulatory factors, and then we can synthesize it.
So I'm not sure if you're referring to like the stochastic modeling programming that's done on computers, or if you're referring to actual the biological and gates and stuff that people have produced themselves.
Okay, did you listen to a word I just said, man?
I
Okay,
did, and I'm still not sure what you mean.
Okay, so you translate it. Okay, so you write the code for the functions that you want. Okay.
Just tell me when
Then
you're no longer in a computer.
What?
As you're going through this explanation.
Okay, so
tell me when you're no longer in a computer.
Okay, I literally have 3 times now. Once you've written it, then it's translated into genetic code sequences, which can then be synthesized in the synthesizing machines. Like you do follow that, right? That's where you're leaving computer, right? You're transporting,
okay, but that's
transmitting the code, the base that you wrote, the program you wrote for the new synthetic biology sequences or genetic sequences, and then you're going to import that into the synthesizer, and then it's going to create that. And obviously, we can get in. We're not
cool.
going to waste our time with all the chemistry that obviously is going into actually creation of this.
Cool.
But you're doing a predetermined outcome, correct?
Yes. And is that the same as the biology that's in actual life?
Okay, if we're having so how are you being able to program a sequence or a function into genetic code unless you've been able to translate what in from a specific coding perspective and programming logic perspective what those functions are going to be? This is the whole point I was making on like, oh, if you make this change, then you get this variable outcome of an existing function.
Sorry,
right? The
I got
existing
it now.
Function is dependent
when you've
on
been
all
saying
these other things that are necessary to be in play in order for this one little minor modification to result in a end outcome, right? Like this modification, for example, that we're talking about that's changing the ability for the femur or the beak to be larger, longer, whatever, right? There's a whole crapload of other stuff that is necessary in order for that one minor modification to result in a longer femur, correct?
Yes, but all of that had to be there for the current length femur, right?
Well, it had to be in play for the femur to exist at all, right?
Sure.
Okay, so this is the entire point. Okay.
No, but
okay,
the thing is that this is the pyramid, right? You're saying, well,
you and I have been talking for way too long, man.
The base of the
we're done with this. Other people who want to jump into the conversation, we're doing an after show. Anybody else wants to hop in? Y'all can continue the conversation.
I have a question.
For too long.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I'm new to you. I don't know much about you or CRISPR, so this is just a question. I'm not trolling or anything. All this stuff's way above my head. I don't understand anything y'all are saying. I'm just curious to the level of education that both of you guys have.
They have both PhD in biology.
Oh, okay, cool. Gotcha.
I'm in a PhD program now.
PhD, and not a professionalist, but I literally spend a significant amount of my time for the last decade learning about this stuff, reading. I mean, I read multiple papers, usually a day, on a variety of different things in relation to genetics, biological function in general, and I find it extraordinarily fascinating from my background's in software tech.
Okay.
And when you look at the mind-bending, I'll put it this way. The only people who actually don't recognize the points that I'm making from a functional capacity, programming, all that kind of perspective are idiots who are studying evolutionary biology. There's billions of dollars being invested by some of the biggest tech companies on the planet because they recognize exactly what I'm talking about and are like, oh,
like what company?
This is like, dude, who is funding the genetics program at Cambridge?
I have no idea. You're asking the wrong person. I'm a dummy. I told you that.
I thought that was coming from CRISPR. It's
no, that's me. Sorry.
It's Microsoft. The biggest tech companies in the world are spending stupid amounts of money on the concepts I'm talking about because they guys in tech, they look at this crap and they're like, oh, this is like crazy level software. It's like hardware software combo. Like, oh my goodness, what the heck is this? And they're like, wow, if we can figure out how to do this, and like what all this means, then the potential for programming of custom functionality, proteins, and cells is totally doable. And like case in point, there's a project right now where they actually built prototypes out for this. And by like prototype, I mean like cells that have special functions that both from a combination of splicing in some genes that already existed from other types of cells, as well as creation of and like some modifications to some existing ones, that you can literally go and dump this on like minefields, and it literally goes down when it finds dynamite. It turns fluorescent, and now at nighttime you can see where all the freaking landmines are because they're glow. And this is like custom programmed functionality, and which I think just an example. I think it's stupidly cool. But my point is that this necessitated like custom programming of the functional capacities that I'm talking about, both creation of original and new stuff, novel stuff, as well as hybridization of different existing functions. And like I said, this is one example, but this is going on like crazy. There's billions being invested in development of DNA as a storage, like we're going to store our own data in it because it's literally the most efficient compact data storage method that we've ever, like we didn't even know it could do this, and now it does. Like, and then we're like, oh, can we leverage this for our own data storage? So crap loads of money is being invested in that. DNA can be as a computation mechanism. Like, so there's actually strong moves and opinions that DNA-based computers are going to be more efficient than quantum computers. And it's like, so that's why I say in the context of all these like stupid arguments with Evos about like, oh, well, this stuff just evolved. It's like, yeah, okay. Keep telling yourself that. We've got the equivalent of the most mind-bending AI programs, systems running enable life to exist. And you guys are arguing that like, oh, this little random mutation over here somehow created this new ridiculous functional capacity from a technology perspective, not just some random chemical reaction. It's actually like real tech, nanotech that's going on. And then people are like, oh, let's argue over whether or not it can, a few changes are going to create this new function. Anyway.
So to summarize, you're in software and he's a PhD in biology?
In a PhD program.
Oh, in a PhD. I got you. Okay. Gotcha.
And by the way, literally the only time that I care about people's qualifications is when they aren't honest about them.
No, I don't know any of y'all in here. I'm just curious.
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
SFT knows why I'm saying it.
So, Bert, are you an atheist?
Say that again.
What's your religion, man?
I don't have a religion.
So you're an atheist?
Correct.
So you believe that God doesn't exist?
No, I do not make the claim that no gods exist. I'm just not convinced that one does exist.
So are you neutral about the existence of God?
Yeah, that'd be a good way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, but God is like an ultimate, so you cannot really be neutral about its existence.
I mean, that's what you say, but that's not what I say. How would you prove that?
How would I prove what?
That God is an ultimate. I don't even know what that means.
So
and which God, there's all kind of questions to go with that.
So which God? I believe in the Christian God.
Okay.
The God of the Bible.
Okay.
I believe that God is something that people must refer to have knowledge.
So you're a pre-supper? You have to have God before anything can exist?
Oh, I don't really define myself as a pre-sup. I think like pre-sup is good to go, and showing evidence to it's the way to go.
I mean,
so,
that's literally the definition of pre-sup. Is you presuppose God. You presuppose God before anything can exist. Because that's what you just said.
Hmm. No, pre-sup would say that pre-sup would just like they don't like showing evidence for God. They like only presupposing his existence. But I think presupposing his existence and then showing evidence is the way to go.
I know, but you correct me if I'm wrong, you just said that your God is ultimate, and I said, how would you prove that? And you said that's
True special revelation and natural revelation.
define that. What do you mean?
Well, God has revealed himself to the natural world, and he has revealed himself to a certain person.
Which person? To you?
Yes.
Okay, how would we test that?
Well, how would I test that? Let me think
Correct.
about this. Because I'm just starting into precept. I'm just.
Oh, no.
looking at
I
this,
totally get it.
I wouldn't be able to. How would I test that? Well, I would say that God has shown some evidence to me.
Okay, why? How would you show that evidence to me so I would believe?
I would say the beginning of the universe.
You know how the beginning of the universe happened?
Do you?
Well, the Bible
I
says
don't,
that
no.
God created the universe. And I don't think you can have any facts without God, because everything could be falsified in non-God worldview.
What's your best explanation for what caused the universe or multiverse, right?
Hey, who's that question for?
You.
Oh, I
How
have
would
no
you-
idea. I have no.
How would you test for a multiverse? Just curious.
What?
How would you test for infinite universes? Just curious.
I have no idea. What part of that do you not understand?
I didn't hear you earlier. Okay, so you have no clue then.
Yeah, I have no idea. I know what the best
And you'll-
explanation from science is, but me
What is it?
personally,
Science doesn't have one. Science is guessing at this point.
I mean that's your guess. I mean, whatever.
Right. So you're so any hypothesis you would agree with as long as it excludes God, right?
No, not true. Not any hypothesis. That's a silly thing to say.
Well, that's what it seems like to us half the time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. What's
Hold on.
Right.
Say that again. Sorry, both of y'all talked.
you talk jargon?
Yeah, that's what it seems like most of the time. You guys are looking for an excuse.
Okay, I don't know what you mean by you guys. Y'all are talking to me, no one else.
Unbelievers, people that don't believe in God.
Okay. I mean, you'd have to ask them, but for me personally, I have not seen sufficient evidence to believe in any god or gods.
So you're an unbeliever. So
Correct. Yeah, I would be an atheist.
And
Yes.
you've seen no evidence for multiverses or abiogenesis, correct?
Me personally, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you accept those hypotheses?
Which hypothesis?
Both of them.
Of the origin of the first cell and the beginning of the universe, without implementing God or going to God as the fundamental of the universe, the creation of the universe. So, because you said that you don't believe in God, and you said that, do you believe in Abiogenesis?
An abiogenesis?
Yes.
I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Like I said, I'm a complete dummy. So if y'all are talking science, y'all are asking the wrong guy.
So why are you
But
an
you're
atheist?
sure
I
there's
am-
no God, though.
Hold on.
Yeah.
One question
You're
at a
sure
time.
there's no God.
Well,
Did I say I'm sure there's no God? No, I did not say that.
hey, Bird.
Well-
So then, if you don't know anything about
It seems that way.
abiogenesis,
That's not
And-
what I said, Jungle. Quit.
so
All right, well, if you're going to
why
come
you
into a
need-
room and actually debate and call yourself a dummy, I mean, maybe you should go read up on it and come back, man.
Why? Does this bother you?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Now you
Does this
seem
bother
like
you?
you don't have any position on what you
I
actually
do have a
What's your
position.
position?
Well, can you
What's your
define
position?
what's your position then? Why are you an atheist, and
I-
what convinced you that God
Yeah,
didn't
what is-
exist? How did you
What is
determine?
that position?
Django,
Okay.
stop interrupting, man.
Hey, Will.
What?
At what point did I say that no gods exist? Please tell me when I said that.
Well, the definition of atheist is
You lean towards the no God hypothesis, correct?
I lean towards I've not been convinced.
all right. So the atheist definition of atheism is the belief that there is no God, or the position that God doesn't exist.
That's one definition, correct. That's not
Well,
all.
that's
That's
what-
not every.
That's what every atheist used to believe until the dogma of the new atheist world came and says, "Oh well, I just lack of belief in God." Though they say that
Okay.
they lack of belief, but they seem to be more in a position that God doesn't exist, but they don't want to admit that.
Okay, great. What does that have to do with what I'm saying?
So what was your
Well, you
position?
don't have any position.
Yeah, you really have
can't
no
really
argument,
define
and you
your
call yourself a
position.
dummy, and then you say you don't understand this stuff. Maybe you should study for a few months and come back.
Yeah, you
But
should
why?
educate yourself because you could have a
Why?
better position. Because you could be
Dude.
able to define what your position is currently in. Because you're not even able to define your position. You're saying that you're not sure that God doesn't exist, but you're not sure he exists, or you're not sure he doesn't exist. That's not really a position.
Why? Why is that not a
You cannot
position?
even define
Do
that.
I-
You cannot.
The
Where do
God
we even start
proposition is an
from?
unfalsifiable proposition.
So are you
Okay, so
agnostic?
Bird, you're not an atheist. You're an agnostic.
You're correct. I'm an agnostic atheist. Those are two different things. One is for knowledge. One is for belief.
Oh, now you know.
Okay,
right?
no. So actually, I literally just had a debate on this. So
I know you did, and you
Yeah.
were incorrect.
No, I'm not incorrect.
Gnostic means knowledge, does it not?
Okay. In the context of atheism, I am correct. Atheism is the rejection of. It is not. It is not without. The A is not without. Okay. It is not the absence of. It is the rejection of. So you are not an atheist unless you formally reject God's existence. Like that is what, you can be a non-theist, which means you have no opinion, right? You're a non-theist. An atheist is someone who is rejecting. This whole like absence of belief, lack of belief crap Will referring to this. It's a freaking made up premise by the new atheists.
So when you say new atheist, what do you mean?
Dude, literally, if you look at all dictionary, okay, before let's say 1979, 1980, 2000, the definition of atheism is, let me read it to you: a person who do not believe in an existence of a god or any gods. Or a person who do not have a
I
view
don't
on
believe.
God.
What are you talking about? I just said I don't believe.
So you have no belief?
Correct. You literally
Do you
just read the
believe that?
definition, and I'm telling you that's exactly what you just said.
Dude,
so
no.
read your definition again, and we can
Okay,
suss this out.
So there's either a person who do not believe in the existence of any God, or a person who do not agree with the existence of God.
That is correct. That is me.
Of atheism. Well, that's not how you define it. You're saying that you don't have any positions. That's not atheism. Because an atheist is a person who strictly has a position that God doesn't exist.
That's not true. You literally just read your definition.
And exactly
read it again. Read it one more time, please.
Okay, a person who do not believe that God exists.
Okay, that's your definition of atheist.
Well, you said well, first of all, you literally said like 10 minutes ago that you're like literally neutral. You do not believe that God doesn't exist, or he exists. You don't know. So that's not your definition here.
Okay, so if I said I don't know, that means I'm agnostic, correct?
Yeah, but if you mean that don't know, you said that you don't believe that God doesn't exist. You just don't know, so you don't have any position on his existence or not.
You just said the same thing. If I say I don't know, that means I'm an agnostic. Is that not correct?
If you mean you don't know, that
yes,
means that
you said that twice in a row.
Yeah, that means you would be an agnostic.
Okay, I'm an agnostic. Now read your definition of atheist one more time.
Do you or do you not have a position?
God.
If you have a position, what is it?
I do not believe in a God.
Do you believe?
Because I'm not convinced of any
So
God.
you're an
or
atheist.
So you don't have a position.
So you're an atheist.
Yes, that's literally what I was saying.
Okay, so
I'm
you're an atheist,
agnostic atheist.
Dude,
it's two different things.
I'm so tired of you guys with your freaking definition. Like, oh, I'm an agnostic.
It's your definition. What are you talking about?
Dude, shut up. Which one are you? Are you an atheist or an agnostic?
I am
Pick
both.
your freaking position. You
They
cannot
are
be
two different things.
Dude.
Literally,
Dude,
Gnostic means knowledge.
Dude, this is worse
What
than
is
freaking
so hard about this?
Magellan. Holy crap.
What is so hard about this? It's two
what is so
different
hard?
propositions.
You
So
disagree
you don't
with the
have a
dictionary?
position. You have no place saying
Oh my
anything.
God,
to us.
what are you talking about?
You have no place
I
telling us
literally
anything.
just acknowledged according to his definition, that is me. I don't know whether a God or God exists. There's two propositions.
Then you're not a freaking atheist, dude. Pick your position. Are you an atheist?
Dude,
or
Jesus
not?
Christ. There is two
dude.
propositions, knowledge and belief. They are not all wrapped up into one. What is so
Talking with
difficult
somebody
about
that
this
doesn't
concept?
know anything and arguing about a definition, it's worthless.
I
Waste of
don't
time.
know if a God exists. That makes me an agnostic. I do not
would
believe
convince
or
you?
have been
Do you have
convinced that
a
any God
positive-
exists That means
Okay,
I'm an atheist. What is so
do you-
challenging about this?
Dude,
Okay, hang on, guys.
Go ahead. Thank
Hang on. So the definition of agnostic: a person who believes that nothing is known or can be known of the existence or nature of God or of anything beyond material phenomenon.
Correct.
A person who claims neither faith nor disbelief in God. You're a freaking agnostic. Okay. Now let's move on. So
I'm also atheist because according to his
dude,
your atheist definition, not mine.
Okay, listen, man. We can get into. I literally just did a debate on this.
I know you did.
Okay, so are you disagreeing with the clear discussion and clarification on the whole absence of belief crap from that I read in detail in relation to the definition of atheist?
Okay, before I answer that, I'm going to ask you: Did he not
answer his question?
Did you not just give your literal definition of what atheist means? Yes or no?
I didn't say anything. So
no, not you. I'm talking to.
No, and my
It doesn't matter because you don't have a
definition is
position.
someone who do not believe.
Why
in
do
the
you keep
existence
saying I
of
don't
God.
have a position?
Okay, so
Because you never presented a position.
my definition.
Oh my God.
This is the dictionary definition.
Present
A
your
person who
position.
do not believe in the existence of God. So
Thank
do you
you.
accept that God exists? Yes or no?
No.
Do you accept that
really-
God doesn't exist? Yes or no?
What is so difficult
Dude,
about this?
dude, answer the
Asking
question.
me
Do you
same
accept that
question.
God doesn't
Okay, guys.
exist?
Okay, hey, guys. We're gonna drop this. Let's move on.
Real-
from
real
this.
quick.
Okay,
That's fine. That's fine.
so we've got man, it's too many people here. I can't see the name. Eion. I'm not sure how to pronounce that name. Has joined us. What's going on? How are you doing? Hello.
What's going on?
What's going? And how do you pronounce your screen name?
Eon.
Eon. Okay, awesome. And we're getting a little robot sound coming from you.
Yeah, it's botting a little bit.
You still there?
You're lagging, bro.
No. Well, if you have something you want to say, let us know. Sunflower, what's going on, man? How are you? And welcome to the stream.
Hey, what's up? Doing pretty good. I know we just moved on. I just had one really quick question. So, Bird, is there anything you're not agnostic on?
What do you mean?
Like you're differentiating belief and knowledge. I understand that.
Correct.
So, like, give me an example of something that you're not an agnostic on.
Like Zeus, for instance.
Any position. Tell me, like, would you not just put agnostic before your belief claim on every single thing? Like, what do you actually know for certain? It's not just a belief.
I don't know. I don't hold anything as absolute, if that's what you're getting at.
But you're an agnostic. You'd put the word agnostic in front of every single belief you have, and the word agnostic doesn't mean anything.
No, agnostic just means I don't know if there's a God or not. That's all.
I'm asking you: are there any beliefs you have that you wouldn't put the label agnostic before the belief?
Actually, Bert, that's a really fair point.
No, I understand what he's. I don't understand the question.
You said you're an agnostic atheist.
Can I take a crack?
Yes,
I'm
sure.
asking, like, are you agnostic as to whether or not the sun will come up tomorrow? Are you agnostic as to whether or not you have 2 feet and 2 hands? Are you agnostic? Like, you're acting like, you know, I think CRISPR gets what I'm saying here, at least. But just, like,
No, I absolutely do. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Try it, CRISPR.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like if I defined red to mean every single color, right?
Okay.
And then I started talking about you having a red shirt. Why did I bother saying red? It's
right.
It's meaningless.
Yeah, Bird, you just said you're not, like, you just literally literally said, I don't claim to be certain of anything. So then if that's true, then you would put the word agnostic in front of every belief.
No. I didn't say I'm not certain of anything. I said I'm not absolutely certain about anything.
That's a little bit redundant. Being absolutely certain.
This is how
Are you
atheists
sure about
argue.
that?
Yeah, this is how they're trolled, dude. They're literally trolls. Those people are jokes, man.
Just say there's no God. That's your position.
Wait.
No, because saying there is no
certain-
God, the burden of proof is on me.
Absolutely.
Of course, you wouldn't want that. No atheist wants that. We know.
No, there are plenty of atheists that do.
Bird,
There
all
are
I'm
plenty
asking
of
you to
atheists
do
that
here,
do. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Bird, all I'm asking you to do here is you made a very clear delineation between knowledge and belief. You even went to point to Gnostic as knowledge.
Correct.
So all I'm asking you is that you clearly do have some beliefs in the world, right? Like I imagine you believe, tomorrow's going to come, that you have to pay your taxes, like you don't like various things.
Okay.
But you would also just put agnostic in front of those? Like I'm an agnostic taxpayer. Like I'm an agnostic,
I don't know if I pay my taxes. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, no. I guess I would say like you're agnostic as to whether or not like you like absolutely have to, or some weird abstract like claim.
If I can interject again, so you know that you've paid your taxes in the past, right?
As far as I know, yes. According to the IRS, yes.
Cool. Okay, so that is the thing that you know.
Okay.
Okay, so there are some propositions that on which you claim knowledge. The existence of God is not one of them.
Correct.
And I think Sunflower, that was what you were trying to get to.
Well, wait a second. Yeah, but I think that the little, I don't think you did it intentionally, but the sleight of hand there is that you're using the past. Like, what if I just say when you come
there's no sleight of hand.
Well, no, I said it's not intentional.
Misunderstood.
Wait, listen. I'm saying if you drive up to if you're at an intersection and your light is green and the perpendicular traffic have a red light, I'm assuming you believe that they're going to stop for the red light. You don't
I would hope so, yes.
Yeah, but you don't know that they're going to stop, but you believe.
You are correct.
And you act on those beliefs, right? So
yes.
Wouldn't it be a little weird to say like I'm an agnostic stoplight driver? Like I don't know that the perpendicular cars are going to stop. It's like, but well, obviously that you don't know.
That's just living in Florida, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
That was funny. No, but like if a belief dictates your behavior to the point where like you almost don't even think about it, I think it's a little bit silly to at that point use the word agnostic. Like it feels gratuitous to me personally.
So it's not okay to say I'm an agnostic atheist. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's totally wrong.
I think what the people have been trying.
What do you mean it's totally wrong?
Wait,
I'm totally wrong.
Bird. I'll explain to you what I think people in chat have been trying to tell you. Is that
I'm not even looking at chat.
No, I mean I don't mean chat, I mean the panel and voice. I think it means that they're saying like you don't seem particularly compelled either way, but yet you want to use both agnostic and atheist, and it just seems like
exactly.
Typically, people reserve atheist for I positively don't believe in the existence.
That's not true.
Yeah, that is okay.
No, it's not true.
It's just semantics.
So, Bird, let me ask you
I
this
agree
question.
it's semantics, but to say and all atheists say there is no God is not true.
Does God exist? Yes or no? Just say yes or no.
I'm not going to answer this question. I've already answered it 30 times.
No, you haven't answered, because if you say
I've literally answered the question 30 times.
If you say God exists, then you're a theist. If you say God doesn't exist, then you're an atheist. If you say I don't know, you're an agnostic. It's simple as that. Because if you define yourself as a
wait, Bird, question.
Go ahead, Sunflower.
Okay, if you're pulling up to the you're driving into the green light and the car's in the perpendicular, and someone asks you, do you know that the cars are the cars that are coming perpendicular with the red light, are they going to stop? Do you say yes or no?
I would say I don't know. I would hope they do.
Well, wait a second. You would not only hope they would do, you believe they would. I would say you have an extremely confident belief that they will, despite the fact that you don't know.
Okay, which I don't.
Well, wait. My point is, do you actually have a similar belief claim about God, or is it like you just have no idea at all?
Well, let me give a more useful, I think a more useful analogy. Right now, I have a very strong belief that there is gasoline in my car. Somebody could have come and siphoned it out. I don't think that's true. Okay? It could be true. I have to admit that it could be true.
Correct.
I don't believe it. I believe that there is gas in my car.
Okay.
If I go out in the morning and I start my car and there's gas in it, then I had a true belief that was just, and I'm not saying that justified true belief is the best formula for knowledge, but it's a starting point.
Okay.
So we could say that I knew right now that I know that there's gas in my car because I believe it, and it happens to be true. Okay? Are you with me so far?
Yes.
Okay, so now let's translate this to God, right?
Okay.
Do you believe that there is a God?
No.
Cool.
I've not been convinced that a God exists.
So right now it would be like me saying, I'm pretty sure I'm out of gas. I believe that I'm out of gas. I believe that if I go out to my car in the morning and turn it on, it's not going to start because there's no gas.
Right. Yes, I'm with you too, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, but what's wrong with that?
So I don't think if you want to frame it in terms of there are people who would say that the philosophical conception of knowledge is not particularly useful.
Okay.
Right?
Fair enough.
And for those people, they only ever talk about beliefs and degrees of certainty.
Right. Like maximal certainty, absolute, all that stuff. Correct.
And for those people, the idea of knowing something it's kind of like noise. They don't what does that even mean? I don't even know what that means.
Right.
I believe it, and I'm pretty sure that it's true. No, who knows?
Right.
That's a joke. So the point of all of this is that when you're talking to somebody who does think that knowledge is a useful concept, as I assume Sunflower does,
okay,
and he's making this distinction to you, and you're a person who possibly rejects the philosophical utility of knowledge, as far as Sunflower is concerned, you're agnostic on everything because you don't have knowledge of anything as far as you're concerned because you don't think knowledge is a useful concept.
No.
And so to him,
okay,
it's like you're saying this is like everything. I'm agnostic on everything, and if you're agnostic on everything, it's now a useless concept. Unless, now here's the exception: if you want to say that you take agnostic to mean not merely that I don't know, but that I believe it's impossible to know, that is a different thing, right? So if you want to say, well, I think it's impossible to know that if God exists or not, that's a different thing entirely.
Right.
But I don't think that's what you mean.
It's not what I mean. No.
Right. So what you mean when you say you're agnostic,
Yep.
Sunflower hears as the same as every other belief, in which case it's useless. So we shouldn't even be talking about agnostic. It's a useless concept.
That's exactly right. Yeah. No,
not for him.
No, hold on. But hold
well
on.
said.
They were saying I'm agnostic.
Yeah, because
right, but they think that knowledge is a useful philosophical concept. So they think they're talking to somebody who thinks that he can know things, right? And if they think that they're talking to somebody who can know things, agnostic is a useful concept.
But I'm not saying I'm agnostic about everything.
Well, that's why my question was, what are you not agnostic about? And then you said, I don't think I can be certain about everything. And I said, what do you mean by that? And you said, okay, I don't think I can be absolutely certain about everything, which is redundant. So I'm just asking you. I'm not trying to.
You're correct. Yeah, I misspoke. You're correct.
It's not a gotcha. It's like
no. I know. And you and we've talked before on Amy's channel. I know you're not an asshole.
Okay, and so just you can think about it, but think about just please do think about it. What is a belief you had that you don't feel that you're agnostic about? And you don't have to answer it right away, but I'm just curious.
How about multiverses, for example?
Dude, listen, you've asked me that 5 times. Have you not?
So you're neutral on that, right?
I have no idea the even concept of a multiverse.
All right. Well, that goes back to earlier when you called yourself a dummy. Maybe you should go back and study some of this stuff.
Okay, so are there multiverses?
I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you. I want what do you think? Because you're claiming to be neutral on a lot of things.
I don't know. So are there multiverses?
No. When we have no way to even test for them.
Okay. I would probably
Well,
agree with that.
Paul Davies.
Tony.
Paul Davies puts multiverses up there with believing in an infinite God.
I don't even know who Paul Davies is.
Well,
Yeah, that's the same thing as infinite.
Sorry,
God.
but Tony, if you're saying that there's no way to test for it, then you can't know if there are or not. But you believe that they're not, and that's fine.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's like believing in God, though. We're going towards an unseen, untestable God. That's exactly what Paul Davies says.
That's exactly correct. God is unknown and untestable, correct?
Wait, you just said that you don't know that God exists?
No.
Weird.
We have no definitive proof, just like a multiverse.
Exactly.
So why do you believe in God? If you want to say there's infinite universes out there, I could just turn around and say there's an infinite God out there.
No. I'm not saying there's an infinite universe.
No, if that's a possibility, is what I'm saying. That's what a lot of atheists like Lawrence Krauss and many others are invoking.
Okay, am I Lawrence Krauss? No. I'm Bird. This is the first time anyone in here has talked to me besides Sunflower.
So you believe in infinite possibilities?
What do you mean by infinite possibilities?
There could be infinite universes or some mechanism, some universe-generating mechanism that we just haven't found yet, right? That's possible?
Because you need infinite possibilities for naturalism to occur. You need infinite possibilities.
Wait, so you need for naturalism to be proven true, it must be an infinite universe?
Well, plenty of scientists are pushing for that.
Then what'd you say? I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Infinite possibilities. You need infinite possibilities, whether it's this universe or another one.
Yeah, just to get life going, you need infinite primordial soups, which many origin of life chemists are pushing for.
Prove that. How would you prove that?
Well, visit us more often.
I mean, why are you laughing? That's a fair question.
No,
you make the claim.
Hang on. So the reason Tony was bringing that up is in origin of life research, what they're coming to the realization of, and this is that the improbabilities and the necessities are so great that
who is they? Can you be clarified?
I mean, this is a well-published premise in origin of life research.
I know, but like, who are the scientists?
Lee Cronin, Jack Shostak, John Sutherland, and dozens of others.
Thank you. That's all I was asking.
Okay.
I mean, there's literally papers on this of, well, it's so improbable that, but because basically it's we must have a multiverse because we exist, and the only way this is remotely plausible is that we must have the probability resources from a multiverse because there aren't enough inside of our universe to make this remotely plausible. And I mean, this is published concepts in relation to origin of life research.
Literally the only thing I could say is take it up with who's ever writing those papers. That's saying what you don't agree with.
No. Okay, you're missing the point. The point that's being made here is that it's recognized that without, if you're purely relying on undirected process and just chemistry and physics for and chance necessity and whatnot for life to come into existence, when you're removing intelligent agency from the equation, right? Then you need a multiverse in order to have the probability resources to not make this happening like completely nuts, like a complete idiotic position to take, because there's just not enough potential actions I'm talking about an atomic level, right? Quantum level. There's not enough actions to account for the improbabilities of what is required to occur in order for life to exist if you're removing intelligent agency from the equation. Which is why it's like, well, let's take this multiverse theory over here and be like, well, even though it's ridiculously nuts just inside of our universe, if that's all what you have available to you, it's totally implausible for this to happen without the intelligent agent, right? But if we have a multiverse, well, then, even though it's still nuts, anything is possible. That was kind of the point that was being made about, like, do you believe in infinite possibilities?
Exactly.
I don't know enough to even make a statement on whether I believe in infinite possibilities.
I mean, this is kind of the point that's being made in relation to this is just general concept of what is earlier when I was on my diatribe about ignorance and people not wanting willful suspension of either rational thought and analysis or a refusal to go and like look at the information. Not I'm saying for all, just many. It's like, so we freely attest, for example, that the genetic code is not caused by it's compatible with, I'm quoting here, it's compatible with the laws of physics and chemistry, but not caused by them. In terms of like the actual code itself. And there's been many papers on this, and it's kind of a well-established premise at this point. And all the original conclusions of, there's going to be chemical affinities and all these different things are going to account for how the genetic code formed. Well, now it's like, crap. Turns out that there's not. So now what are we back to? We're back to things like, it's a frozen accident. Somehow the code just created itself. That's where we're circling back around to.
Amen.
It just created itself.
It created itself. Enough primordial soups, it's going to happen.
And this is where it's why I get so much entertainment out of hardcore atheists on YouTube that claim that I'm the one making arguments of incredulity, when it's like, no, actually you're the one that's living in an ignorant fantasy land of, and I'm not directing that statement at anybody, I'm just talking about in general, of like, this is where we're at now. It's like, life is totally plausible to have happened through undirected process if we live in a multiverse and somehow frozen accidents occur and codes can create themselves. Like, that's where we are now. Oh, wait, there's all these chemical paradoxes that, like, in all aspects of known chemistry, this shouldn't be able to create itself. Like, these things cannot just bind together and then, like, poof, we're now going to have these things. I mean, we're getting into the point of, like, without enzymes, all these other proteins running around to accomplish these different functions, we can't get more than about 20 nucleotides to bind together. 20.
And that's in a non-prebiotic environment. That's with intelligent chemists rigging everything to work, and it still fails.
Right. We can't get 20 to do this, and you need hundreds of thousands in order to get.
What are you referencing with that 20 nucleotide thing? By the way, I've heard you say that a bunch.
The specific reference, it's from the crap, I had a brain. I've been up all day. It's whatever the OOL research lab in Atlanta, something of their chemical origin of life research. They published it last year, I believe.
I think it's Nicholas Hud. I think it's Nicholas Hud, chemist out of Atlanta.
Yeah, now there's other things where they've like pre-synthesized longer strands to get like some replication stuff, but then they still run into, if I don't have ligase, once you get to about 100, you're toast at that point too. Even if you're able to somehow get to a point where you can cause self-replication, then you still can't go beyond that point. And then you also have all sorts of fidelity issues and ultimately running out of resources and ultimately getting shorter and shorter. So you actually, even if you start with a longer strand that has these capacities, you end up with a shorter one.
You forgot the RNA world. It's definitely going to happen.
Yeah. So it's like, so the point being made here is a lot of these hypotheticals don't actually solve the problem. They're not being done in remotely plausible scenarios, and they stay in their papers. Like the whole crap with so sidebar, CRISPR, have you watched the 13 episode series from Dr. Tour on this topic?
I've watched about half of it.
Okay. Do you know where you like stopped? Like which where you kind of ended?
Actually, I watched like the first 4 or 5, I watched like the first 2 or 3, and then the last several because somebody told me I needed to watch 11, number 11, and so I watched from there to the end.
Is that the one on chiral-induced spin selectivity? Or is that 10?
I don't think so. I thought that was the one about lipids.
Okay, it might have been. I forget. I've watched all of them. It's like crazy stuff. It's easy to blur them together because he goes into pretty good detail about all the stuff. Where I was going with all this is like case in point. Wannabe Professor Dave tried to talk mad trash about they solved the chirality problem, all this kind of stuff. And irony of ironies, since you made the accusation to me earlier about having only read an abstract on the paper on historic versus observational science, he literally only read the abstract because he talked mad trash. But if you actually read the paper all the way through, the author clearly states that what they were able to accomplish had zero plausibility in a prebiotic environment, and that it was actually way more complicated than what they had anticipated in terms of what they were able to pull off in terms of creating some homochirality. And my point being that if, as of 2020, we do not have a solution for something as significant as the homochirality problem, and that's before you factor in what's being realized in relation to the chiral-induced spin selectivity necessity, it puts like a whole new layer of like just problem for life to create itself. I mean, it's pretty nuts when you actually think about it. And the chiral-induced spin selectivity, like even knowing about it, has only been around for less than 20 years. And then the vast majority of the publications on it have happened since 2012. There was only a couple. And then most of them where they started to have any kind of grasp on the topic have been within the last 3 years. And of course, Dr. Tour knew about it because he's involved in like cutting edge crap in synthetic chemistry. And there's all sorts of
selectivity,
revolutionary premises of now that we know this and how it works, or starting to figure out how it works. There's some mind-bending tech stuff that can happen from it. But anyway, my point being that all we keep discovering is more and more things you have to account for. And it's like we solve like one. We're not even solving. That's the irony. Like we're not even solving the problems, and then we're just finding more as we do the research. And then we're being told we're actually getting closer. It's very.
It's only getting worse.
Yeah, the more knowledge they get, the more they realize that there's a bunch of stuff that they didn't know about, and that's another bunch of problem for them.
That's what my dad said. CRISPR, I wanted to know if you wanted to allow me to share with you my findings in the Y-chromosome study and the mtDNA. I just wanted to run that by you and see what you thought about it sometime, maybe. CRISPR.
I mean, we could. I'm not sure if now is the right time, but
yeah, it doesn't have to be now, of course, but it could be any, whenever.
Yeah, I think you've got my contact information somewhere.
Oh, okay. So
or actually, just like post a comment under this video. I'll check it tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
So what would happen if they would create life? Do you guys think that would be a problem for creationists?
No, that would prove our position that an intelligent agent would have to be present to manipulate all this stuff just right. That's exactly what Thor was pointing out. He doesn't use the word intelligent design, but that's pretty much what his whole series was about. And some of that chirality problem, some of those separations, he went into great detail, how chemists have to filter out all the left-handed amino acids at the just right step so they don't get destroyed. It's a huge problem.
And I was wondering, because they try to explain the RNA world, but RNA is even more fragile than DNA. I was just wondering, can wind destroy DNA apart? The molecule, can it be destroyed?
There's all kinds of mechanical and chemical, disasters for the RNA world. It's plagued with dozens of problems.
I mean, isn't it like the DNA world already too hard to accomplish? Just DNA is like so fragile.
All of it's a disaster. They can't get anything going.
DNA is not that fragile.
Construct it from scratch, from a pool of chemicals.
That's not the question.
Well, actually, it is because it's going to go
No, I
back
mean
to that.
it's literally not the question. The question was because it's so fragile, right? I mean, if I understood your question was even if you've got DNA, it falls apart too fast for you to be able to do anything with it. That was, that was your point.
Yeah, I was just wondering if, like, let's say we were to get like some DNA together, could the wind break it apart?
No.
Yeah, but if you're waiting
What do you
millions of
mean
years
wind?
for it to put itself together, you know.
Yeah, it's a covalent molecule. It's pretty sturdy.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about these stuff. I'm just trying to learn a bit.
And again, like if you're talking about, if you leave it out and you give it enough time and everything else will eventually break down. The answer is yes, sure, right? But it's not like it's gonna fall apart, fall to pieces in a few seconds.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna take quite a long time.
Well, I mean, we're talking about relative
half-life
stability, right? So, I mean, like, I'm looking up right now. So, DNA stored in a dry state at room temperature degraded at 3 months. And that's at a 4 degrees. A DNA sample stored at 4 degrees Celsius and room temp. Okay, so room temperature versus 4 degrees Celsius. Okay, so at 4 degrees Celsius, you can be stable for about 12 months. At room temperature, degraded at 9 months, and then adding in a dry state at room temperature should 3 months. So, I mean, that's obviously there's not additional factors that are potentially causing the
So
degradation.
I don't know what kind of sample we're talking about here.
Well, and I think one of the clarification points that have to be made too is a lot of the stability is derived from additional enzymatic actions, correct?
So the molecule itself is extremely stable, right?
I'm saying how is the stability? There's additional action. I'm saying that the way it ends up being structured requires additional actions for the DNA synthesis that we observe in biological tissues.
Sure. If you're talking about like chromosome scale molecules, right? Because they're so big, you can have physical forces acting on them that are a more serious problem to the structure.
Well,
so
this goes back to my point. Yeah, but this goes back to my point about like when they run into about in the vicinity of 100 a chain that's 100 long, right? If you don't have enzymes coming and doing the stitching together of the sequences or the strands, you have negative action and degradation.
Yeah, no. So if you're talking about say like a plasmid or something, right? You have like a plasmid, several thousand base pair, maybe 10, 20, 30.
I'm not talking about thousands. I'm not talking about thousands of base pairs. I'm talking about 100.
Well, I'm saying that thousands of base pairs.
I'm not talking in biological systems. I'm talking about in OOL research.
Okay, so if you're talking about 100 base pair, right? 100 base pair will be obscenely stable. It will be much more stable than 10,000 base pair.
In terms of we're talking about in terms of ongoing. You're saying in terms of replication, it's going to remain stable.
I'm saying in terms of more or less whatever you want to talk about.
Okay, well, I'm saying that
basically everything.
Okay. So so are you talking about in like homeostasis environment?
But there's not anything maintaining it if it's like just in water, so it's not.
Right. So is it going to just like stay in water?
Like I said, eventually, sure, it will break down, but it is still extremely stable. It will take a very long time. It will, and short sequences, short molecules are less strongly affected than long molecules, right? So if you're talking about a bunch of copies of a 100 base pair sequence versus a single copy that is thousands of base pairs long, right? The 100 base pairs are going to be more stable than the one copy.
Well, I get what you're saying, but we're talking about like actual plausible environments. Is what we're talking about. Not
yes, so am I.
We're not talking about lab storage. Okay, we're talking about prebiotic storage.
Okay, so right, so I'm looking right now.
So do you think that?
So
do you actually think that in a prebiotic environment, do you think that the stability you're referring to in relation to how long things will survive in sterile lab environment storage versus outside, do you actually think they're remotely comparable?
So, do you know what the major source of?
Do you want to answer the question?
I do, but I want to ask you a question.
You're answering a question with a question. So
no, I'm not answering a question with a question. I just want to ask you a question because I want to see.
You're not answering a question with a question, and you're literally asking me a question.
In an abiotic system, no.
You're asking me a question.
In an abiotic system,
just answer the question. Is the comparison in terms of whether or not the stability half-life, right, in a prebiotic environment versus a lab, are they going to be even remotely comparable? Yes or no?
They will be much more comparable than they would be if you just tossed it over your shoulder. And to explain why, do you know what the major source of degradation of DNA is in the environment? It's nucleases. Okay. Those are a product of life. They did not exist abiotically. In prebiotic systems, there were no nucleases. And nucleases are the major cause of degradation of DNA.
In a biological system.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, not just a biological system, but also if you toss it over your shoulder.
Right. In the current environment, correct?
Right. So
So let's connect
there are no nucleases.
So that's fine. Are you suggesting that you've tossed the DNA on a rock? Are you suggesting that is going to not have massive difference in stability versus it sitting in a fridge in your lab?
Well, I'm assuming the rock is going to be at room temperature, right?
It's freaking outside, dude. Like you're playing semantic.
It's going to be.
Is the stability going to be dramatically different sitting on a rock outside versus in your lab refrigerator?
It will be different because you have different conditions. Yes.
Okay, so are you suggesting that it will not be more unstable on a rock with sun, rain, et cetera,
yeah, your chemical
versus sitting in your refrigerator in your lab?
It will be less stable. It will be very, very stable still.
Yeah, strongly disagree.
I'm sorry about you being wrong.
Okay, so the storage
and where.
Okay, so you're suggesting that so the like the room temperature 3 months, right? For significant degradation. You don't think that room temperature was like in a lab versus
I do not know the nature of the sample.
Let's just send me the paper. Okay, I'm assuming that you have an IQ above that of a gerbil. So we're talking about a thought experiment here. So from your knowledge of biochemistry and your own personal research, if one of your peers said, I think we can just store this experiment. Let's just put it outside on the balcony of the lab. Are you going to do that?
That would not be ideal storage conditions. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
That's my point.
But no, your point we're trying to make.
It's still in a flask, Brady. It's still in a little test tube. But you're just sticking it outside on the balcony, and it's currently winter. What's your expectation?
Oh, it'll be fine.
Okay, so now it's summer.
DNA for like PCR or something, he'll be okay.
Oh man, I love.
It'll be okay.
I love
That's
how
the
you
answer.
like to look at like a just such myopic little stuff. It's so funny. Hey, what's up, Bird? Welcome back, man.
Sorry about that.
Man, LPP seemed to have a lot of fun with those atheists tonight. I said he seemed to have a lot of fun with those atheists. The more they get stupid, it's ridiculous.
It's their high hopes for abiogenesis.
No, but the thing
high hope.
the thing that make me funny is, when you look at all those atheists,
Well, look, I think it's funny that it seems like you guys think that DNA is just going to fall apart.
Because it is.
No, it's
and
not.
So is the RNA world, and so is everything else.
No,
this stuff is all highly unstable. Why do they have to protect it?
I'm very aware of the potential of the stability, especially from a data storage perspective. And they're looking at like, hey, we could potentially store data for 1,000 years, assuming we have it in a very stable environment.
No, I'm saying that even if it's not a particularly stable environment, it is more stable than you think. The DNA.
We're not suggesting that it's not stable at all. Like you're missing the point. We're talking about this in the context of the actual feasibility of
right. So there's a threshold,
harsh conditions.
So there's in your mind there should be a threshold of stability, right? Where if the DNA is more stable than X, it is stable enough to survive these conditions. But if it's less stable than X, it's not stable enough to survive these conditions, right?
Okay, we're looking at a plethora of factors. So I'm assuming you're aware of all of the different like potential configurations of the nucleotides and the structure, and then we have to have them in specific formats for the from a chirality perspective, and all these different factors. So we're talking about not only does it have to be stable enough to survive, and has to be in these specific sequences, and it has to be in this specific arrangement. When there's a plethora of, there's like 16 different configurations that it can be molecularly structured in, and there's like all these different for each one. There's like all these different variables that have to be accounted for, and in order for you to reach any level of plausibility.
But that's not the degradation once it's formed. I'm talking about degradation once it's formed.
I understand that, but the point is that you still have to account for degradation in relation to the plausibility of replication, right? Because you don't have the factors. Do you have the factors for the replication?
Look, I absolutely agree. You have to be able to account for degradation. But
so in the context of what we observe in current biological systems, if you don't have a plethora of additional factors in order to maintain fidelity and to enable replication, do you have massive issues?
Yeah, you're talking about systems with either chromosome level sized molecules or in the presence of nucleases. So, and in those
I'm talking about we're talking about this not just in terms of baseline degradation. We're talking about in the overall concept of having remote plausibility for how we exist.
You're talking about life as we know it, right?
I'm talking about the most simplistic concept. Right now, I'm talking about freaking transcription and replication.
Yeah. Okay. If we're talking about prebiotic systems, there are no nucleases, in which case it's extremely stable and you don't need those things. That's the answer.
Oh, hang on. Are you saying that you don't need polymerase?
The polymerase does not increase the stability of the molecule.
I'm talking right now. Did you miss the point? I'm talking about we're talking about replication at this point now. I never said that.
We were talking about stability.
I never said that polymerase had anything to do with stability of the strand. I'm talking about like replication fidelity and replication in general. And you are following me, right?
So actually, you don't need polymerase because you can have template-directed synthesis.
Templates.
You're talking about okay. And in that, you're talking about the artificially synthesized experiments that have been clearly stated to not be remotely plausible, right?
No, the ones I'm talking about are plausible.
In prebiotic? Which one are you referring to?
Yes.
Because I've read several of these that they have all sorts of issues with them actually being plausible.
It's mostly Shostak's work.
Okay, so Shostak retracted one of his papers on that. You do realize that, right?
Is that the 2017?
Yeah, it's either 2017 or 2018 one, yeah. I've got it in my folder with the retracted stamp on it.
I mean, the more recent stuff, though.
So the 2018 isn't most recent?
No, he's actively publishing.
Well, I understand that, but you're saying that I was just reading up on this. They've in their paper, the papers I've read recently, they're recently published. They've admitted that they weren't actually what they've accomplished was not prebiotically plausible.
Yeah, it never is.
Yeah, I'm sure that there are some pathways that people have looked into that they've later decided aren't prebiotically possible, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you're back. Okay, I understand that you're still trying to just keep drilling down on the stability of a DNA strand, correct?
Well, no, I thought we had changed topics. I thought we were talking about.
We are changing topics. So I'm asking why. So now are you saying that the things that aren't prebiotically plausible have any relevance to the overall conversation that we've been having?
The ones that aren't prebiotically plausible are not relevant to what we're talking about.
Okay, so then why are you bringing up things that are denoted to be non-prebiotically plausible?
I'm not. I'm talking about the things that are prebiotically plausible.
Well, you were just talking about in terms of not ultimately needing things like polymerase. Those have been denoted to not be prebiotically plausible.
No, you're talking about variants of the same idea. There are versions of the idea that were retracted. Other versions were not.
What have they solved?
Which one?
Yeah, what are they solving? What is prebiotically plausible?
Are you talking about like ribozymes, or are you talking about like what are we talking about?
I'm talking about non-enzymatic.
And are you talking DNA or RNA?
Here I'm talking about RNA. Okay. I'm talking about. Actually, no. I think that the current paper is either DNA or RNA. But in any event, I'm talking about non-enzymatic, template-directed polymerization. So there is no polymerase enzyme.
Double-stranded or single-stranded?
Well, you don't copy double-stranded. You copy a single strand.
I know, but if you have double-stranded, you have to account for annealing, and you need the I'm brain freeze on the ones too. SSBs, whatever it is, to account for the annealing, right?
Well, I mean, annealing's not a problem. It's getting them apart that's a problem.
Well, okay. So I agree. You have to have the separation, but once you have the separation, you have to account for the annealing, or what you're talking about.
Yeah, annealing is much easier.
Really?
Yes.
So they haven't accounted for it. And how is annealing currently accounted for in biological systems?
It's base pairing.
The annealing? No, in transcription and replication, are you stating that there are not specific proteins that account for the annealing problem?
That you don't need proteins to anneal.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look it up because I literally
yeah.
Single strand binding proteins. Let me see what that term is, because
you may be talking about something different, but when people say annealing, annealing refers to one nucleotide annealing to another nucleotide.
Okay, in context of when the helicase is coming through and unzipping, right, and all the transcription factors are doing their thing, and it's separating, and then we're coming through to copy. It's SSB single strand binding something or others that come in and bind and hold things apart and prevent the Watson-Crick pairing to snap the thing back together again. There's specific proteins for this.
Yeah, but that's not the annealing. That's preventing the annealing.
Right. That's my dude. Have you listened to a word I said? I didn't say
you kept saying annealing. How do you account for annealing? I'm saying you don't need to account for annealing.
If you don't have those proteins that we're talking about, how do you prevent annealing. If you have the separation.
Okay, yeah,
how
no,
do
it's
you
a fair
prevent
question.
it?
I'll answer it. It's a
Good
fair
Lord,
question.
man. Like, dude, are you this like
No,
myopically
because
dumb?
you're using
Seriously,
words.
you know, okay, if you know what I'm
Look,
talking
here's the thing.
about, and you know,
I'm a professional.
I've stated preventing annealing. How are you preventing annealing in this context? And
You
I brought it up in the relation to
wind
a
it
double
back.
strand versus a single strand.
Wind it back. You'll see
like,
that you didn't say preventing annealing. You said, how do you account for annealing?
Okay, multiple times I stated come through, and I'm trying to remember the name of these things are. They come in and prevent annealing.
You did not say that. I guarantee you, if you wind it back, you'll see that you said, how do you account for annealing?
I would assume that somebody who's a professional would have understood exactly what I was talking about if they have a modicum of comprehension of what
No,
actually
because
occurred.
I asked you specifically, do you mean separation? And you said, no, I mean annealing.
Right. Okay. No, in the context of separation, that was specifically in what I was responding to is whether or not what I was referring to was causing the separation. And I said, no, I'm talking about what is preventing the annealing. If you have the separation.
You didn't say preventing. I guarantee you, watch it again. Watch it again.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Expert, explain it to us. You should teach Jack Showstack because he's having a lot of
answer
problems.
to the question is, small molecules move faster than big ones. All right? Point 1. Point 2, heat will cause them to separate, will cause strand separation. Right? Point 3, as we already discussed, you don't need anything for annealing to occur. Put those 3 ideas together. If you have a heat cycle, heat will cause things to separate. And then when it cools back down, the smaller molecules, moving faster and being more numerous, will anneal first before the large molecule is able to anneal. That is how you account for it. This is, by the way, how PCR works. So
depends on the size of the protein.
We're not
the
talking about protein.
The molecule. Well, it's the molecule protein, whatever it is. So biology depends on the size of things.
Yes, I agree that size of things has various impacts on biology.
So it's the size of things that puts biology together. Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly I don't know what
Like
you're
a
trying to say right
snowflake.
now.
Like a snowflake, yeah, it just puts it together like a snowflake. It's just the way the molecules are puts biology together, right?
I don't think that I agree with. I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
Well, I mean, we're trying to get a mechanism for the creation or assembly of biology, and you're saying it has something to do with the size of things?
No, I'm saying that when you have a single strand, right, that you can get template directed polymerization without an enzyme. Okay? That is an understood concept, right? It's an understood mechanism. Now there's a question. Once you have that polymerization, right, now you have a double strand. The double strand, through base pairing, and actually mostly stacking effects, but that's not relevant, really want to stay stuck together.
Yeah,
you need to separate them before you can make another copy.
Right.
So how do you separate them?
Is it that easy to get a single strand and then a double strand? Is it that easy to get a single strand?
That easy? I don't know how we're quantifying that easy. There are known mechanisms that can account for it.
Okay, you get a single strand, you get a double strand. How do you separate them then?
Heat will do that quite handily.
Yeah, but that's not how biology does it with heat. It doesn't use heat to separate it.
That's true. That would be very, very slow if you had to wait for heat cycles. And it would also probably limit where the life could live. but I don't think that that is a problem for the origin of life, which is, I think, what we're talking about.
Wow.
So
Well,
you're,
we- I
so
mean,
you're
we
saying
already
that
have a s-
if you have enough heat to cause the separation, then but then you don't need, is it your position that you don't actually need anything to prevent the reannealing if you can't get the separation?
You don't want to prevent
and then somehow
reannealing.
you're able to keep the separation in order for and enable the I'm assuming you're referring to like the in this context the Watson-Crick pairing to
You don't
go into action.
You don't
and then
want to prevent reannealing, right? You don't want to, because once you have, right? Once you have the start of the polymerization process, right? That's enough. Okay, it will prevent annealing at the appropriate end of the strand, and the growing of the process of polymerization will take care of separating out downstream bases, right? What you want to have happen is annealing of the initial the initial primer, effectively, which will, in this case, is probably just like 3 or 4 bases that just latch on. That anneals, then you get the start of template-directed polymerization. You do not need to prevent reannealing because the small molecule will anneal before the large molecule will, right? Because there's only one, right? Whichever molecule you're copying, right? There's only one other large molecule. That's the one that just separated because of the heat, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are many other small molecules that will anneal first because there are more of them and they move faster.
I understand that. Okay, so do they or do they not run into massive issues with this whole premise in terms of the length of the template replication in relation to the
about
original?
2,000 to 3,000 base pair, I think. I wouldn't want to go past that, but I think that's enough.
No. I'm talking about in relation to. Do you actually think that they're in OOL research? They've got multiple thousand or kilobase.
They have other. You have other problems that you got to deal with first.
Right. So why are you talking about something that is not even a remotely relevant factor in terms of OOL when we're talking about OOL?
You said the process was already in place.
Okay, so everything you were just talking about in relation to, and this is the whole problem. The reason I'm going to this,
I assume he wants me to wait.
Something happened. You got to restart. But you said there was a process.
It feels unfair for me to keep going when he's not here.
Yeah, you said there was a process in place already. I was just wondering how that process got there.
So I think I know what he's trying to say, and oh, he's back, so he can say it for himself.
So I mean, the point I was making is and this is why I get very frustrated with you, CRISPR, and a lot of other, like Doc Savage and many other folks that I've had these kind of conversations with. When we're discussing these things and everybody else is operating from a OOL standpoint, and then we hear these high-level explanations of different things, and then what you're actually referring to is something that has zero relevance to OOL research. It is taken from what we were observing in extant examples. And then it's like creating this shade on the whole points that are being made overall.
What I call
like I had this whole
jumping.
with the whole kilobase thing is part of the reason I'm so irritated about this. So I had an interaction with Doc Savage on this kind of similar topic, and he went on this whole tangent about how he personally was published on the synthesizing multi kilobase sequences, yada yada yada. And then I'm like, so you're saying you're telling me you did this with no enzymes, you weren't using a synthesizer, you weren't any of that nature, you literally figured out a way to do this with just pairing individual nucleotides like one by one without any other external components. And then after 20 minutes, he finally admitted that no, he didn't. And he apologized after saying that I didn't know what I was talking about in this whole topic. And then finally admitting, oh, wait, well, I guess what I was claiming about all these kilobases and everything else, well, that's not actually what I did. No, it's actually not relevant to origin flash research.
It's evolution jumping beans.
Yeah, that's what we're hearing right now. Templates.
Jumping beans, yeah. Jump from one step to another,
Yeah, so let me clarify something then. You were asking, I think, about problems with the replication in terms of annealing and product length, and whether or not you can get the continued growth of the new strand, right? Without controlling re-annealing.
Well, not just in the controlling the re-annealing. I'm talking about just you were talking about template replication, and they have as of last year they've done experiments on this, but they're doing like trying to be remotely plausible and doing like 50, 60 base pair long strands and getting them to do this because I think that's what the minimum they needed to be able to get to actually work. And the problem they ran into was they kept getting shorter. Like, we're starting at this point and we can get this to happen, and then they end up with a degradation rather than an increase. And I watched a whole lecture on this deal, and from I forget the guy's name, the researcher on the project, and he was talking about it. It's like, yeah, it's a real problem because we're actually losing like sequence length, and we're not gaining it. So even if you're not at this point, you're not even talking about a specific sequence at all. You're just talking about like getting more base pairs, and they're like, we're not getting more, we're getting less.
Yeah, I really need you to find me that paper.
Okay, well, I don't do research for you. You can go Google it.
I tried to Google it, I couldn't find it. So, and you're the one who brought it up, and you're trying to reference it. So I don't.
I'll see if I can find it. It was last year. There was a lecture on it. It's from the Atlanta OL lab.
Yeah,
but
that's what I was looking at.
They were discussing this exact concept of doing tests with pre-synthesized templates that have the capacity to replicate, and like this was the exact issue they were running into. And it's like, and then they're talking about like on the resources, like the one that was, I'm trying to remember exactly how I phrased it. It was like basically what we were figuring out was like the ones that had the replication errors, like basically got shorter. They were now more efficient in replication. Therefore, they were grabbing the resources that were available, and then so they just kept basically stealing them from the longer strands, right, and being able to replicate faster. And that was the issue they were running in. One of the many issues they were running into, and ultimately were leading to a degradation rather than an increase.
Yeah, I mean, like I understand what you're saying. They were saying the problem is, but those search terms are not giving me a paper when I try to search for them. So like, you know better than I do where you found it. So just
problem on. Okay, so you understand the concept from a chemistry perspective. So are you, in terms of whether or not you can find the paper or not, are you saying that from your knowledge base, the point that I'm making is likely to be valid or invalid?
I honestly, I cannot analyze that, right? Like just
okay. So Dr. James Carter,
chemistry.
PhD biochemist, he's in the chat right there. He says shorter nucleotide acid fragments replicate faster, so chemical selection leads to net loss of sequence length.
Yeah, I've heard that before too.
Okay, yeah. So
Simplification.
I think I know what he's saying there. The thing about that though is that you also have when you have long strands, right? You have annealing.
We don't have long strands. In OOL, do we have long strands?
So you said that you have a strand of a certain length that gets shorter, right?
Okay, so do you think that 50, 60 length strand is long?
Let's start there, right? 50 to 60 is longer than 20, right? So for right now, we'll call 50 to 60 long strands, and you're saying that you get shorter from there.
Dude, in the context, and particularly in comparison to the earlier point you were trying to make on this whole topic, are they remotely comparable to a multi-kilobase length strand?
Okay, again,
just let's clarify.
I don't know if you realize that you're changing the topic.
I'm not changing the topic. I'm asking you a direct question.
I guarantee you are. Because you didn't know what I was saying.
Answer the freaking question. Are they comparable to what you were referring to earlier in terms of multi-kilobase long strands?
Because I wasn't talking about the same thing then.
I'm just asking you a direct question. Is it remotely comparable in terms of the stability and all the other points you were trying to make earlier about multi-kilobase length strands versus short?
Yeah, they're obviously shorter. But the point that I was making with that was that a particular problem that you seem to be referencing wasn't an issue until you got to several kilobase in length. That doesn't mean there aren't any other issues prior to that length. It means that that issue doesn't matter until you get to several kilobase. All right?
Which issue?
Now let's talk about this other issue.
Which issue specifically?
So you had been talking about the problem of re-annealing, right? That you have two strands, right? Right. You have the template strand and the original reverse complement of that, and those separate, and then they want to re-anneal. Okay, and the point that I was making is before they can re-anneal with one another, you will get shorter sequences that will bind, that will anneal, and start the polymerization process. And the attempted re-annealing of the complementary long strand is not an issue until you get to very, very long sequences. Okay? Now, that doesn't mean there are no other problems, but that was the thing I was addressing at the time.
Okay, congratulations. So just admit directly that.
So the fact that you can't keep track of what you're talking about is not my problem.
No. It's not about what I've been keeping track of. Have we been discussing origin of life?
Had we been discussing annealing when I mentioned that?
Okay, are you suggesting that there is no annealing problem with origin of life well prior to what you're talking about right now?
Yeah, annealing is not a problem until you get to very long lengths.
Interesting. Because I've read some stuff that says has alternate opinions to that. Okay. So you're stating that the only time you have to be concerned about annealing is in multi-kilobase strands. Is that correct?
In the context we're talking about, yeah.
Well, what context? We're talking about replication?
We're talking about prebiotic replication.
Okay, so you are stating that you do not have to account for annealing in any way, shape, form, or fashion until you have multi-kilobase strands.
That's my understanding of the current science.
Okay. Well, we can leave that at for now. We can address that another time. Anyway. So if anybody else wants to have conversation, I've got to be up in like 4 hours. So if anybody wants to talk, we can keep going for a few minutes, and then I'm gonna call it a night.
All right.
It's too bad I didn't get to talk to SFT about the orphans. That's why I came in. But
the orphans.
You should watch the whole series with James Tour. That's what you should do. Make a whole series of rebuttal.
Does he talk about anything that isn't? Well, these are pure chemicals. Because
that's a big problem. Purifying stuff is a big problem.
Sure. No, I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not right. But it seems like all of the ones that I watched. Well, but I'm just saying it seems like all of the ones that I watched, it came down to the same complaint of, well, these are pure chemicals.
Yeah, that is a serious problem.
No, I'm not saying it again. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just asking.
I mean,
any of the other videos something else?
He goes into detail on all kinds of stuff and all the designed equipment they're using and all the hype.
Right. But if it's 13 videos of him saying, here's another example of him starting with pure chemicals.
Okay, so he broke down the chemical processes in more than a few of why that doing it outside of the environment that we're referring to is not remotely plausible when you're doing protections, washing, I mean, all these different things.
All the steps.
In order to accomplish the chemical reactions.
I get that, and it's a valid argument.
Okay, so are you suggesting that relay was it relay synthesis is actually remotely plausible in relation to origin of life research?
I'm not arguing against what he's saying. My point is simply that if he's got 13 videos worth of him saying, here's another example of why them starting with pure chemicals is not plausible, I don't need to watch all of them.
That's the only argument you heard?
Okay, so if that's the only thing you took from the episodes that you did watch, then obviously you're not paying
attention
at all.
I mean, obviously.
Feel free to give me
or is it that what he's arguing is going over your head, which I don't think that should be the case.
Feel free to give a counterexample, because if there's so many, you should have one right off.
Yeah, we gotta watch the video.
Yeah, you should watch it all. But you
should have one right off. You guys watched it. What's the thing that he brought up that isn't? Here's another reason why starting with pure chemicals is a bad idea and not plausible.
About the information.
So we're talking about the EE and like what 2%, and then of that was like 0.25% was actually what they were claiming, and then it was produced or like, oh, we produced X, and then you actually go and look at it, and it was like 0.22 of 2%. Was actually remotely like what they were actually looking for. The rest of it was just tar. I mean, and then that's used as we solved X. Let's just move on.
And and that is an example. That is an example of why starting the next step with pure chemicals is not plausible.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about arguing that there is a prebiotically plausible reaction that can be we're not even talking about the next step. We're talking about creation of
quantities,
what is necessary to even if you had all the pure chemicals to be able to go to the next step. So if the research and the experiments that are claiming, we've solved step 1, and when you actually look at it from a chemical reaction standpoint or the yield standpoint, is not even remotely plausible to even get to step 2. What does that have to do with using pure chemicals? We're talking about
because you can't get to step 2. You can't get to step 2 without using pure chemicals. That's how it's relevant.
No. We're saying we're not even talking about step 2. We're saying that what you're seeing from an evidentiary perspective, from an observational science perspective, is that the types of we're not seeing the reactions that would be necessary to get enough to make any other the next step to even be remotely plausible.
You just said we're not talking about step 2, and then you immediately talked about step 2.
Okay, I'm talking about solving step 1. If you haven't solved step 1, then step 2 has no relevance, does it? Yes or no?
I agree.
Okay, so
but they just because step 1,
no, they never solved step 1.
They produced X, but they didn't produce X in a sufficient yield or at a sufficient yield percent to get to step 2.
They didn't finish step 1 though. That's what he's saying.
So if you're saying that step one, you're either saying that step one is producing X, or you're saying that step one is producing X at a sufficient yield and percent
Not
yield
enough.
to get to step
Not
two.
enough.
Okay,
Right?
but Christopher,
Which one are you saying?
even if we produced all left-handed amino acids, we still can't get functional proteins. He has a whole video on proteins,
Okay,
by the way.
sure. But which of those two options are you saying is the case? Which one of those is step one?
In talking about proteins, amino acids, generating the correct amino acids, you want to start there?
The two things I just laid out, the two options I just laid out, which one is step one?
Okay,
is
what was
step
this?
one? I'll say it again. Is step one
Hey,
producing X?
Christopher, we're at to wrap up. I'm freaking exhausted. Okay, so in the context that's being referred to, we're talking about things such as the formation of the building blocks of life. So, what Dr. Tour is referring to in the majority of these videos is the necessity, what has to be accounted for in order to get the building blocks, i.e., lipids, carbohydrates, nucleotides, etc. Right? So all this other crap that you and I have been talking about, leading up to this portion of the conversation, Dr. Tour's series is referring to the stuff before all of that, and what is necessary and has to be accounted for to even get to the stage that we're arguing over.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so what is your point?
My point is,
you're talking about when we're talking. Now you're talking like, oh, what's step one, step two? Okay, we're talking about getting component one of step one.
No,
do we need component one and component two and component three in order to build part one of what is necessary? Yes.
So my point is that
so
Tor
you're being a dance around the clown show.
Let me just answer the question.
Guys, I'm exhausted. I have been up since 5 a.m. I gotta get up. I got too much crap going on with the stupid move. I don't
know if you're gonna ask me a question, you can let me answer it. I mean,
you can answer
fine.
it. Listen, Christopher, answer directly. None of your dance around BS, and then everybody can have last words, and we're wrapping this up.
Sure.
I'm exhausted.
My entire point was simply that Tor had one extremely valid argument that I completely agree with, right? And he applied that one valid argument that I completely agree with to many, many different things, which is fine. But I don't need to look at every single video to see how his one argument that I already agree with applies to every single different thing.
Did you watch the
It's
summation?
fine. It's a fine argument.
So let's extrapolate out on that premise you just put forth there. So you agree completely with his position that the pure chemicals, et cetera, are not remotely plausible. Is that correct?
You can't use pure chemicals and starting.
I agree with him that if you're using a pure chemical, right, to do a particular mechanism, right, that doesn't prove that particular mechanism is necessarily plausible in a prebiotic earth.
Okay, so if you apply that logic, okay, cool. So if you apply that logic, per your own words, it applies across the board, right? Because that's why you don't need to watch the videos. If that logic applies to literally every single aspect of origin of life research, then Dr. Tour's point that this has zero relevance in like reality, and all the hype that somehow we're solving all these issues, would be valid, correct?
I think that there are, I've heard atheists, and it hurts me, physical pain, right? That say, oh, we've solved abiogenesis. It's crazy. It's a crazy thing to say. I have no idea what they're even talking about, right? No, of course not. Of course we haven't. So what he's saying, if his point is, you do these experiments, right? And the experiments show that you can go from A to B in prebiotic environments.
No, you can't go to A and B. I got to stop you there because we can't even go. We can't even go to B.
You were
going
to agree with the but. You were going to agree with what came after the but.
Because we can't go to B. But go ahead.
I don't know if you were taught this, but whenever you have a sentence that has but in the middle, it's about to invalidate what came before, right? I don't know if you ever heard that, but it's usually true. Okay,
It's an attempt.
so you can go from A to B, but if you can't get A, then it doesn't matter. Okay, so this is fine, right? But the thing is, if I don't have a way to go from A to B, then I'm stuck. So if I have a way to go from A to B, now I need to explain how I get A. So that's another question. So have they done anything? Sure, they've done stuff. They found a bunch of mechanisms that can work, provided certain things, and now they need to show how you can provide for those certain things. And that's a bunch of tough questions, right? And Tor's point that solving the A to B without getting to A first is a big problem. Of course it's a big problem. Right? Abiogenesis is the hardest problem in chemistry. Right? Anybody who says it's been solved is crazy. Right?
Yeah, they're putting into a lot of intelligence into this, and they still can't do it.
So like the only thing I'm saying is that like my impression of Tor's video is that he had a point that was good. You can go from A to B, but you can't get enough of A, right, to start with. It's fine point. And now he's going to say it about, 20 things and 20 things per video and 13 videos. I don't need to watch all 13 videos. I get your point. You're right, but I don't agree with him.
So you get the point. I don't agree with him. Then in conversations like this one, you start referring to multi-kilobase strands.
So let me
when
tell
we're
you
talking
the point
about
where
OOL.
I disagree with him.
Got it.
Just let me tell you the point I disagree with him on. I disagree when he says that they're useless, that they're meaningless. They're not meaningless. They're just not the entire thing, right? They mean something. They mean that you can go from A to B, and now we have to explain A.
But it's
That's not nothing. It's not the whole story, but it's also not nothing.
And it's also not
okay,
working.
guys. I'm gonna since Sal's arrived. If you guys want to continue talking, I'll let this keep going. I'm gonna go pass out. Sal, welcome to the stream. I'm guessing that you can no longer allow this to go unanswered. So, welcome to the stream, Sal. How are you doing, my friend?
Thank you. And again, I meant to send you an email. I'll just say this publicly. I really wanted to thank you for joining me in my our debate with Amy and Raging Atheist. And you're my first pick. So just wanted to say thank you for helping me out, and I appreciate that.
Oh, no problem. We
hope we'll do it again sometime. With
I think tentatively, you and Rob Stadler are going to be taking on some Evo Atheist.
They may. It'd be funny if they back down at this point. I mean, if they find out Rob Stadler's qualifications. I think they're going to be. I mean, I think between me and Rob, we're a good team, and then you and me would be a good team. So this should be.
I think it'd be interesting to see you and Rob against that guy. It says like, I don't know if you've. I've read quite a bit of Fodor's stuff on his website, watched some of his lectures, and he's actually got. It's pretty interesting. He's actually got several of his like PowerPoints on his website for his like arguments. And I was looking through some of them, and I'm like, "This is not very high level." Like you're gonna get. I'm sitting there reading through. I'm like, man, Sal and Stadler are gonna annihilate this idiot. And the irony to me is like the level of ego with those two clown shows is funny. By the way, you might find some of his. So Fodor's got a podcast, and I listened to 4 or 5 of his episodes the other day. Just put him on high speed because he talks ridiculously slow. You got to put it on high speed. Okay, I'll put it this way. I had it on 2x. Okay, and I'm sitting there like, there's pauses between words at 2x. Okay,
and I mean, I have sympathy for that because I have a slight speech impediment. So I really have to struggle.
It's not speech impediment. Okay, because he can talk fast too. It's like, and he goes off on these like tangents about like this one episode he did on. I listened to it because I was interested to see his. He was talking about like semiconductors and transistors, and so Fodor's education. He's got his master's in physics, and he's talking about like transistors and semiconductors, and then for like a solid 20 minutes is going off on the quantum mechanics side of how they operate and stuff, but he's supposed to be discussing them in relation to how they operate inside of computers. And I'm like, it was so funny when he finally got back around to the actual practical application. You could tell he was like his approach to it was totally different because it was no longer his like area of knowledge, and or focus. And but it's interesting. He actually, I guess he did his I think his master's thesis was on visual data storage in mice, I believe.
Yeah, he said he's interested in neuroscience.
Yeah,
he has respectable qualifications.
Yeah, it's interesting. I find his approach interesting to like accounting for all this stuff. It's like, so you're literally attempting to figure out how the data storage is happening and the information processing of visual input. You're trying to figure out how this works.
Yeah.
You're having to, what are you doing? You're literally reverse engineering an information processing system, high level camera tech. Sidebar, Brett, you might have heard this in one of my tangents before, but like the current estimate of the megapixel capacity of the human eye is 576 megapixels. The current best video camera created by humans is 54.
It's pretty impressive.
I mean, we're talking just whole other levels of capacity. I was thinking about this earlier. I was driving home, and I was thinking about this premise, right? And I'm like, I never have buffering issues, right? Like, I am intaking, and I was listening to an audiobook at 2x speed while driving in traffic and accounting for all of these additional variables, right? And that's on top of, and my body's being operated. All the other systems are operating inside of my body. And I have just with the thought that struck me, I was like, and I'm having no buffering problem, both from a audio input and a visual input standpoint. And
that's the problem.
And obviously the touch and feel and everything of like pushing the gas pedal and all those different things. And I'm like, we're actually arguing that this is plausible to have occurred without the necessity of pre-existing engineering.
That's why the self-driving cars keep wrecking, because the information freezes up or gets in a bottleneck or something and doesn't register.
I didn't know that. I worked for a firm that split off into two corporations. One of them did a lot of stuff on automated cars. I'm just like, it's going to fail. You only need one system failure and it's gone. But before I go on a rabbit trail here, I just wanted to say that, John, if Rob can't do it, I'm glad to have you as a partner. I only thought of Rob because, especially for him, because he needs to get a little more advertising for his book.
Oh yeah, no, trust me, I'm totally fine with I'm totally fine with Rob doing it. I think it'd be great. I would love to see that. That's why I said.
You know who we really want to debate? Me, Rob Stadler, and Dave Farina, and some other guy. We want.
Oh man, well I know how much Rob wants a piece of Wannabe Dave. I mean, because Wannabe. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen who don't know this, so Wannabe Professor Dave, when Dr. Rob Stadler, not double P, like PhD.
He has a PhD from MIT and Harvard. MIT and Harvard. They have a joint program.
The man has over 100 patents. He's got
140 patents.
140 patents. He's got literally millions of people around the world are alive because of his medical device inventions and such. Like no joke. And then he's also who wrote the most recent review of the status of origin of life research, published in May of 2020. Wannabe Dave banned him from comments after telling him he didn't know what he was talking about. I mean, it's like, the irony of that. So the fact, yes, I can only imagine watching Stadler versus and you versus Wannabe Dave and like Aaron Raw. That I would pay to see that. That would be epically hilarious.
Well, we wanted, we demanded a certain format because we don't, what was happening in some of my debates, right? When I'm making a point, the guy interrupts me, which is kind of sketchy. And I said, we're not going to have any of that, we want it to be more structured, because someone like Donald Kronos, you're in the middle of explaining something, it just happens to be over his head. He'll just interrupt you anyway. And
Well,
just keep
and
talking.
Kronos,
Like
I mean, it was
this.
obvious in your interaction with Tangelo and Dr. Carter. Kronos didn't understand a word that was coming out of y'all's mouths. And they, and all that. But yeah, I think Stadler and you would be hilarious. I would love to see that, because it's what I find so interesting about a lot of the rather strong assertions in like my interactions with folks is an example. And it's like, oh, well, what's your PhD? What's your education in? And it's like, because zero relevance to whether or not the point that I'm making is valid or invalid. But magically, when they're up against a PhD or multiple master's degrees, et cetera, who's done the research in it, magically, so many of the assertions about like, the doubt suddenly just evaporates, and they can't just make those same level of blanket dismissals of things when they're actually being faced by somebody who's like, so let me just annihilate you intellectually. How about that? It's like,
and I'm sorry to pick on a certain. I mean, he's a young dude, and he's come on our channel. You'll probably figure out who I'm talking about. But he was talking about James Tour's qualifications and questioning them.
That's all they do.
And I wanted to say, so you hang out with a high school dropout who's burned his brains out on drugs and alcohol. Now, can you tell me who's more qualified, me or him?
Yeah.
To be commenting on evolution and science and biology and physics. Now, I mean, because I was about to say, I'm going to put you in a hard spot here, because if you say I'm more qualified, you should listen to me. Then I could say, then why are you hanging out over there so much?
Yeah.
So, I'm just pointing out, I was about to point out to him, if you want to play that game,
yeah,
I could throw it right back in your face, and, I could question why you're hanging out with a high school dropout, burned his brains out on drugs and alcohol, doesn't have as many qualifications as me. So,
because you believe in God, that's why.
Do you want to play that game? Because then I could ask you why you're listening to this guy, and why you spend hours talking to him.
It's like Matt Dillahunty and his crowd.
Yeah. What I find interesting about all this stuff too is like, either we can argue, ultimately get down to the substance of the arguments, or we can have distractions and mechanisms to avoid actually reaching valid conclusions based on the evidence presented. And so that's why I say, like, either the argument is valid or invalid. If it's invalid, then prove why my argument is invalid. And I mean, that's the way I approach things. And it's like, at the end of the day, if you're going to just try and toss up, diversionary mechanisms, all that shows to me is that either you don't know what you're talking about, or you recognize that you're about to get pinned and are trying to avoid the fact that you're getting annihilated. And the fundamental foundation of your worldview, let's not talk about just from a science perspective, from the worldview, is under threat of collapse. And that's where I see it in so many of the debates I've had. It's like starting getting them pinned, and then it's like, blah, but you're talking about the Christian God, blah. It's like, whoa, hey, we were talking about something totally different over here, and now you're going to try and run and be like, well, this doesn't prove God then. It's like, well, we weren't talking about God yet, so what's your point?
Well, I like what you said. It's the argument that counts. And one of the things I'll actually credit Dr. Dan. Someone asked him about credentials. He said, it's the arguments that count. And I'm just like, good on you. And
good old Randolph Richardson. Diversion is the word that's normally used to describe distraction topics in debates.
That's my friend.
This is coming from the ultimate diversionary tactic user, all the way down to claiming that his own interpretation of a word is more valid than all of the sources that are presented.
So, well, anyway, we'll see. I wanted to help promote Rob's book. I think it's undervalued. It has, people have said it's been great to watch James Tour stuff. And then also when Rob made his presentation, they're very, very complimentary.
Yes, agreed.
Because the field of origin of life is so enormous like his stairway has like 14 steps, and James Tour was focusing on just a few of those steps. It's nice to see some of the other ones that Dr. Tan identified. And over the next week, if this debate goes forward, I'll have to be reviewing a lot of stuff because there's a lot of terminology. It's an enormous field.
Well, and that's to me why I, to your point of the enormity of the field and just like each component of the field, and this is just the ones that are known. Each component is a massive field in and of itself.
Yeah,
that's getting worse.
When I just came on, and I meant no disrespect to CRISPR here, he was just saying a few things, and I shook my head. I wasn't, when he said we advanced knowledge, I will say that. What we have advanced, though, is I just feel it's been misrepresented. That what I mean by misrepresented, if we have a 90-page recipe to make a chemical, to represent that is solving something happening in a relatively random set of events in a prebiotic soup, or to the extent that that recipe is very different than anything we would ever imagine plausible. I don't think it's right to represent this as a step forward, because it actually shows how different the conditions would have to be than a prebiotic environment. And that's why I shook my head. I said, yes, we've learned something. This is telling us it's going to be very different than what happened in the past for this reaction to happen. But if it's represented in the press as otherwise, I have a serious problem with that.
So Sal, lab environments you would say are way different than anything natural environments or early Earth, right?
Because
they can be made. They can attempt to make it look like the early Earth.
Right.
But anytime we're dealing with where we deliberately prevent destructive cross reactions,
right,
and contaminants that can just destroy the and especially if you're having to do lots and lots and lots of high tech filtration.
Yep.
That wouldn't be available. It's like, okay, just report it, but then say this is not available on the early Earth.
Yeah.
Why can't you? Okay, we had, what the abstract should read then. We were able to synthesize these chemicals, but 99% of all the steps involved in the synthesis, we don't expect to be available on the early Earth. That would be honest. I would have less problem with that experiment being published in that way. And that's not the way it's represented in the abstracts or the paper or in the press. So yes, I would agree with CRISPR
even in the
against
paper,
our knowledge, but it's in the other direction if we look at the experiments from a different perspective.
Well, it's not even just the abstracts; it's the paper titles. Oftentimes,
we made RNA.
It's like, okay, you can go into it expecting to find like, oh well, let's go see how they solved this, and then reading into it, it's like, well, we didn't actually account for X, Y, and Z. It's like, dude, it's literally in the title of your paper. And I feel like some of the stuff that I read, I feel like I'm reading a Huffington Post or a Daily Beast article, and get in the middle of a political season, and you read the headline like, so and such politician did X, and then you read the actual article, and they're like, well, and at the very end paragraph, it's like, well, the politician actually didn't do what we said in the headline, and actually they said the total opposite of what we said in the headline. And here is our disclaimer as to why, so we don't get sued for liability and like, hold on, like I tell you what, in last year it was fascinating to me to observe that stuff, but I feel like I'm seeing the exact same thing in a lot of academia, but specifically in OOL research. I'm just like, the amount of in discussion and conclusion sections, the disclaimers for the headline or the title and the abstract is amazing to me.
And, I probably wouldn't have been as bold to say what I just said in the last few minutes if it weren't for James Tour coming forward, and then also hearing people like Dr. James Carter, who's graciously joined us in the chat, and people like Dr. Ryan Hayes. To a lesser extent, Change Tan and Rob Stadler. They didn't talk about this as much, but Dr. Tour emphasized that these are not being represented accurately. And he was getting pretty kind of animated in some of his videos. And one time he said, this is a lie. I'm just like, oh my goodness. He wouldn't say that unless he were pretty upset about how something's being represented. So I really have to be very
some of the
grateful.
stuff that he was pointing out to you and go with multiple videos actually, but he was making the point about like spontaneous generation. It's like that means they have no idea how to account for this. Like that's a fancy way to be like, I don't know. You know, or he's like, yeah. I was joking. Well, I was cracking up when I was watching. I was like, I felt like he should have been like, use the force. I mean, like, this just happened, everybody. This just happened. Don't worry about accounting for this. Like, the Jedi Master coming through here and be like, oh, we got this. It's accounted for, folks. And it's actually, we have no idea how to account for this. But we're just going to move on to the next step, even though we don't know how to accomplish this piece. And it's not just, as Christopher was trying to allude to earlier, like, the chemicals and stuff. It's like, no, they didn't even account for how they would have gotten there on XYZ step. It's like, so you not only are you now using pure chemicals, you didn't account for how you would have had the pure chemical in the first place. And
international alignment. It only gets worse.
Probably for the debate, I probably will extract some of George's favorite examples of misrepresentation, because the fact that I think it was very provident he got called in to testify before the United States Congress after his Abiogenesis series, because this is telling the world this guy's, he's a respected chemist. And some of the examples he gave of, he wouldn't necessarily call it fraud. I would lean in that direction. I'm sorry to say. I'm going to probably take some of those examples and use it in the debate. I said, this is called out by a chemist that testified before the U.S. Congress on another matter, but he's very respected. And
here's the deal. With James Storr, for anybody who wants to question his credibility as a chemist, in the past 8 years, 4 companies, or is it 6 now? It's at least 4 of the companies that have been started as a direct result of research done in his lab have had IPOs. Not just been formed, not just had, we created an LLC. They've had IPOs.
Yeah, but he doesn't know anything.
What does this mean for all of the academic idiots out there who don't understand real world application of stuff?
But
if you come up with something that can be the foundation of a business, and then you can have an IPO, and you have 4 of them in an 8-year period. Most people, it's called a freaking unicorn. Okay, to have a IPO is like, whoa, I mean, unicorn technically is like $1 billion company, but the purpose of having any IPO in an investment, from an investment perspective, startup, business in general, like the concept of having a single IPO in your entire life is just like, oh man, that'd be so amazing if I ever got one little IPO. Like 4 in 8 years? Like, if you don't think that in and of itself is apparently they're inventing some crazy cool crap and they understand chemistry. It's all you're going to take away from that one. And if you claim otherwise, then I'm sorry, you're an idiot. And when you're talking about one of their discoveries being like, oh, we can reconnect nerves and recreate walking, like severed spinal cords, we can reconnect them. And I mean, like, that's nuts.
Yeah.
When you're talking about light controlled nano robots to specifically target cancer cells, I mean, I would think that would probably intrigue CRISPR a little bit. But I mean, that kind of stuff, nuts. And anyway,
and this.
Okay, guys, I have to call it a night. You guys can, since you guys are all kosher folks, you can continue talking. I gotta go to sleep. Hope everybody has a fun time. Enjoy everybody. CRISPR, enjoy our back and forth. Then we get heated.
Thanks,
Tony, as
John.
always, Jungle. And for the audience, for all the amazing folks who were doing super chats and such, I greatly appreciate you. Anybody who wants to hop in, do it right now. Link is pinned. I'll let you in real quick. But otherwise, I'm passing out. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
All right, John. Yeah, it's a good
greetings,
point,
CRISPR. I didn't come here to fight. I actually came to just say hi.
Discussion. Hi, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm still trying to find that paper Maddox has been talking about. I'd really like to find it. I've been trying to go, just slowly working my way backwards through Nick Hudd's. I'm assuming that he's right about the guy who published it. I've been working my way backwards through HUD's publications trying to find this thing that he's referencing. I'm not finding it. So hopefully he'll get it to me at some point. I don't know.
Greetings, Jungle, and greetings, Tony. I didn't mean to be rude.
Hi, Sal. Well, isn't it true that the genome tends to simplify? For example, if a fish goes into a dark cave without light, it just kind of like shuts off what it doesn't need. Isn't that the fact?
It may. We don't know all the mechanisms, whether it's a mutation or just a temporary epigenomic change. But we have more examples. We have actually a lot better examples of reductive evolution in parasites, like the tapeworm. It'll lose organs. We have examples of organ loss, and I don't know if it's even reversible.
So let me point out though that one thing that needs to be said there is that population size is extremely important to that question, right? Because if you have like tapeworms, as you mentioned, huge effective population sizes, right? Like enormous effective population. And so there, every little bit of difference in fitness is going to get selected for. Not so for vertebrates. So you talk about the fish, right? Yeah, maybe it will, maybe it won't. Who knows? Because how much of a fitness effect is it going to be? Is it going to be enough to be selected for? I don't know.
I mean, there's other examples too. There's an example of a frog in a fast-moving stream where it loses its lung capacity, where it doesn't even hardly breathe anymore, or doesn't need its lungs anymore because the water passing by its body gives it enough oxygen for it to survive without breathing.
Yeah, but I don't know what. So that's a reduction in like relative proportions, but it's not necessarily loss of regulation of anything.
Lung function, lung capacity.
Yeah, no. So right, but you're talking about genetic complexity, right?
That's genetic. Yeah, that's genetic.
No, it's not though. So if you have the same number of regulatory pathways, but you're using them in a slightly different way to produce smaller lungs, then you use them back the other way again, and you get larger lungs again. There's no change in complexity of the genome, so it's just not. It's not a relevant comparison.
We may call that developmental plasticity. In some people will call it that. I didn't factor in. That's a good point you said about the population size. So I mean, just for me personally, I think it's very hard to select for more complexity. And favor it, that could be a testable prediction over the next few hundred years if civilization's still around.
Well, I mean, just to start somewhere really simple. Before you can get a more complicated genome, right? So let's understand complexity to refer to interactions, right? Because it would be silly to say that complexity
connections and interactions, yeah.
Okay, so but before you can have more interactions, you probably need to have a bigger genome, right? So that you can have more genes that can interact. Because if you have two genes, right, there's only one way they can interact, right? If you have three genes, there's more ways they can interact. But there's a limit.
It's not necessarily. The complexity growth doesn't necessarily grow, and it depends on how one would define it.
I 100% agree. It's not necessary.
I've seen, if I could just specifically say, even for a single protein, the complexity of a homologue that I study across species a little bit. I study the human homologue of topoisomerase 2 alpha, but when we see it in other species, it's roughly about the same size, but the way it's implemented in humans is way more complex because it has substantially more post-translational modifications. I'm just giving an example there. So there's a rather large jump in complexity, even though it's relatively about the same size.
So I said that the one way to get more complexity, right, is to have more genes that could interact right? And so that some of them might, right? So you have to have more genes first before they can then interact. Obviously, you could have, if you've got 20,000 genes, that's an enormous number of possible interactions, and probably most of those are not actually happening. And so you could just have one of the ones that isn't happening yet start happening, and that's an increase in complexity, no increase in genome size. Sure,
Yeah,
absolutely. But also,
go on. I'm sorry. Go on.
But also, duplicate the genome, right? Now you go from 20,000 genes to 40,000 genes, and suddenly the number of possible interactions has gone up by an exponent, huge exponential increase in the number of possible interactions. Makes it much easier for complexity to go up. That's all I'm saying.
I think that's an interesting viewpoint because of the redundancy, and I would say it would. There's always, I think it's fair to say, just because you've thrown out more DNA, there's always more possibilities there, or you could throw in more point mutations. But I'd have to think about how this plays out for really carefully integrated systems. What I mean by complexity is if you look like it's a cascade of events that has quite a number of interaction steps, that's a sort of complexity that won't necessarily grow just because you have more genes. So
so it won't grow in the middle, right?
Yeah.
But
this is a good discussion because there's certain kinds of complexity. It's like the number of interactions, but if we're talking about like the cascade of a number of events that need to happen for a certain process to complete, that's the sort of complexity that doesn't grow with the genome necessarily.
Maybe not. But what I'm saying is if you've got,
doubling the genome, you're not going to necessarily start making all these system processes.
So let me explain. Let me explain how you could, though. Right? You have a system that's got 8 steps in it. It's a 8-step cascade. Okay. That's already there. That's the ancestor. So now you doubled the genome. It's a full genome duplication. And on one of the copies, you get a mutation that affects one of those steps, right? And links it to a separate existing cascade. So now you have who knows how long. It's a longer cascade, right? So you've got 2 cascades from the original, and after the whole genome duplication, now you've got an interaction between them that didn't exist before.
Yeah.
Is that an increased complexity? I'd say it is.
It would. The thing that I would say is we could look at certain systems and to see if that's feasible. So I'll take that. That's a very good That's a very good thing to just brainstorm and think about. And unfortunately, it's so brutally hard to even understand one cascade. It's very hard to generalize. We would have to be fairly almost omniscient to see the feasibility of this. So we kind of, we could just.
I'll tell you the really easy way, right? Figure out where the cascade terminates, right? And then just figure out anything you can do at the end. Because if you do anything at the end, that's now a longer cascade.
Well, I'll give you one example that we have kind of the same endpoints. It's in combinatorial gene regulation, and then we have the ones that are simpler, like in bacteria, and then we could see the ones in single-celled eukaryotes, and then we go up to something like a human. It's very complex. So we have kind of the same endpoint in terms of like, okay, you transcribe or you don't transcribe, but we do see more steps in the cascade. That'd probably be a good example to see if gene duplication is a good explanation for the origin of those extra cascading steps. I do know Robert Tijan He's a president of a lot of things, like at Howard Hughes, and he said, okay, the bacterial polymerase may have like 6 subunits. The advanced eukaryotic ones may have 70. And, now that you mentioned it, I might want to go revisit that because I really need to learn a little bit more about polymerases. I did take biochemistry, but, in one ear, out the other. So it'd be good for me to relearn that. So what you suggest kind of motivates me to take, just take a look.
You mean the polymerase complex, right?
Yeah, the polymerase complex. And
so most of those aren't actually necessary. It's like they're 70 or 80 proteins that are known to participate in the complex, but they don't always participate in the complex. I think the core is like 12 that are always there, but I could have that number wrong. It's much smaller than 70.
I think combinatorial gene regulation is going to be a tough topic because I got the impression that this thing may behave very differently depending on the cell type. And T-gen, if we look at the textbook number of cell types, you'll see anywhere from numbers from like 200 to 300. But T-gen was saying, a few thousand. And, that's kind of an arbitrary thing how people may do the classification anyway. But if those polymerases are cell type specific in terms of their architecture, that's also another level of complexity. It's like, how does it, know to be this kind of polymerase versus the other kind in another cell type? And we really don't know what it's doing. I'm presuming that it's there for a reason, because that's metabolic energy being expended to build this and to let it do its thing. I have a suspicion these polymerases are probably interacting with the chromatin and sensing the chromatin state in terms of the chromatin modifications. So I think it's a very sophisticated machine, and then it has to communicate and interact somehow so that we, because in bacteria, you're not worried so much about cell differentiation. In a multicellular creature, that's a lot of the work right there, figuring out, I'm going to be a liver cell, a hepatocyte versus a blood cell, an erythrocyte.
But as you go back through the sort of the tree of life, you have fewer cells to worry about. So, like the first the first multicellular organisms didn't have cellular differentiation in the first place, right? So they were just had a bunch of identical cells.
Well, just going back to your speculation, I was pointing out go on.
Well, the first differentiation was gametocytes, which all of them were capable of, and it was basically quorum sensing type stuff that was just like, okay, you go ahead and make the gametes this time, and then, the next time they get to the cycle, maybe it's a different cell entirely, but it's just sort of, because they only need one at a time, right?
What was the name of the cell type? I've never heard that.
Sorry, what?
What was the name of the cell type again? I'm sorry to interrupt.
The one producing gametes.
You had a specific cell type. You called it quorum sensing, immunocyte, or
no? I said that you have the only differentiation you need is for the gametocytes.
Gametocyte,
right?
Okay, thank you.
Right, and the differentiation itself is basically like, you want the one that's sort of on the end of the. You got a clump of cells and you only want one, and so you just basically make a sort of a gradient, and the gradient happens to be stronger on one side than the other, and then that gets a feedback loop, and so suddenly just like, okay, this cell on this side of the ball, it wins, so it's now the gametocyte for this cycle. It's a pretty simple thing, and also you realize that if it doesn't work at first, if it only kind of partially works, it's still fine because you only have a couple gametocytes, right? Because that's what you want, is you don't want all of them as gametocytes, as a multicellular organism. And so if for these simple multicellular organisms, you're getting 1 in 10, cells instead of 1 in 100, that's not as good as 1 in 100, but it's better than 1 in 2. So, it's still better. So I think that you can get these systems that are sort of continuously adaptive.
Well, I think you put some things on the table that I'd like to look at, because I'm a critic of evolutionary theory, and I try not to be too quick to dismiss ideas. I do like to follow them through. So you did put something on the table. It's like, okay, what is feasible via gene duplication for some of these changes in the polymerase? I have on and off on my channel pointed out that if we have a new architecture of a new protein that is, it kind of just poofed out of nowhere. It doesn't, it doesn't really have strong homology to any particular pre-existing protein, then I don't think gene duplication would be a good explanation for any of those components of the polymerase. But again, I haven't done an inventory. I have worked a little bit, very much in passing, unfortunately, with Dr. Change Tan. She is a molecular cell biologist. She studies this stuff a lot.
Sorry, you made a transition there that kind of threw me, because you said that if you have a brand new protein, that gene duplication is not a good explanation. I agree, right?
Yeah.
And then you said about it being part of the RNA polymerase complex, and that's the bit that threw me. I don't know how you got from A to B there.
No, I have to look to see if there are instances of that. That would be interesting. She's done a lot of cataloging of these. And some of the polymerases that really did strike me were the ones that they had the same fold but not the same sequence. They have no sequence homology. She actually did a study on bacteria. So we're not even talking about even complexity on yet to this level with the eukaryotes. But that's a start. I mean, it did kind of just leap out at me. I said, okay.
That would certainly be interesting, that if you have so obviously there's a limited number of possible folds, right? And so if you have a protein that takes the exact same folds in the exact same order and yet has no sequence homology for the actual amino acids, well, that'd be real weird. It's possible. It's definitely possible, but it's weird.
She has a catalog. It wasn't originally hers. It was a study that was done, and I was briefly assigned to talk about it with her, just to look. I only got to spend a few hours, and just like, I really want to do more of this work. I got pulled off on another assignment. So you've kind of stimulated my interest in, I'm going to try to have a list of things to do. It's like I need to.
So that I agree that would definitely be weird. I can sort of imagine how you could have it happen. If such a thing exists, I don't know enough about it to say if it does or not. But the easiest way would be that because there's a limited number of possible folds, right? It's not like every single combination of amino acids produces a different fold, right? There's only 2,000 to 4,000, I think, folds that are possible. If I'm remembering this right.
There is a limited number, yes.
Yeah.
Of major folds.
So basically, because there's such a strong selection on that particular enzyme, what you could have happen is basically you change. Okay, you're going to change this amino acid, still the same fold, right? And now I'm going to change that amino acid over there, still the same fold. And you do these, sequentially. And if you're talking about things that are diverged for 4 billion years, then I think you could have that happen, where there's no identifiable sequence homology, even though it's the same. But I would not expect to see a lot of those, right? If you found here's 80 of these, and they had to occur within the past 5 million years, yeah, That's a tough one, right? But
You know, I I try to be careful about what I say because there's so little that we actually know, and I'm gonna just briefly search the work that she did, and here it is. I'm gonna try to dump it in the chat just for what it's worth. No conservation. Not a single protein is conserved across all genomes. That was not the headline, but that was the phrase in the paper that caught my eye. Not a single. And so I was asking her. I mean, we had a conversation. I don't think this is anything private. I said, so helicases, are they conserved across genome? She said, no. And I said, polymerases. She said, well, the polymerase is a complex. And I got the impression that the subunits are not conserved. So the thing that I think struck me is that if you have some that are, sometimes we have like these we have at least a record of maybe how the divergence might have happened if we hypothesize universal common ancestry, because you could see like, this one's a little closer to this one and this one's a little closer to this one. But when they're kind of isolated, it doesn't seem like there's any sort of microevolutionary transition. It's like, how could that happen? And that's an interesting problem in protein folding, whether you could go from one of these extremes that have no sequence homology, whether you can transition it piecewise. And I'd say that's an open question. I don't know that it can happen.
Okay, so the paper you just sent me, definitely interesting. The thing I'll say about it though is that I'm not seeing where we're talking about identical folds with absence of homology. Right. So we're saying that saying that we've got identical function. Right. We have identical function without homology, but that's a completely different thing, because you can get the same function with completely different folds.
Oh, yes. Thank you for pointing that out.
And so that's not, I don't see that as a problem at all, right? Because that's just these are completely different proteins.
Now, I did know of one that William Bielek, biophysicist at Princeton, National Academy member, he did mention there's a serine protease that has no sequence homology, the same fold. I mean, the shape is close.
This is in bacteria.
I don't know where he mentioned it. It's just one of these things. He was giving a lecture. It was the Hans Bethe Memorial Lecture, and then he mentioned the serine protease, and didn't give a reference, as if it probably is common knowledge in his community, but for you and me, it's like, that's new to me. That's news to me. So, if one, just for the viewers' benefit, if they Googled the Hans Bethe Memorial Lecturers, he had one that I showed on my channel. Then he had some others that talked about this, and I'm really sorry not to be able to give a reference. It's just one of those things. It's like, that is kind of cool, but then I'd assumed it was such common knowledge that I should be able to find it easily. So sorry, I don't have any more information on that. And
oh no, that's fine.
You did correct me when you pointed out that that's probably not the case here, and we would actually probably have to go like painfully item by item through that paper.
So the serine proteases are pretty small, and I think that if I'm understanding this right, like we're talking about, you're finding these in bacteria, and so the idea that you could have a fairly small protein find its way to the same fold structure, sure, yeah, but again, this is you're talking about very different questions, though, right? So there's a particular category of question that you see that I thought you were raising, where it's like, all right, you've got like these various these various components of the polymerase complex, right? That have identical fold structure but no sequence homology. I thought that's what you were saying, and would be
that's
crazy.
what I would like.
That would
That's
be
what
crazy.
I'd like to look. Yeah, I would like to look for that. And
right.
So
but
you've modified. You've helped me see something I didn't say correctly, and I do stand corrected here. It could be that the polymerase is implemented differently, and it has a different fold. So I do stand corrected there. But I did ask about the polymerases, what she found in this database. And again, it's not her database. She was interacting and trying to just review the paper and then derive some things, because her study was on orphan genes, and so I think she was trying to determine if we can kind of classify these as basically orphan genes in some of these lines. So we might see the polymerase subunit in, say, 95% of the bacteria, but then 5% have a different subunit there, and it's unique. And so this was an orphan gene study, and that is, I stand corrected. It is not necessarily the same fold, but it would definitely not have sequence homology. That's why it's popping up in this database, and they're saying there's not one protein that's conserved across all of the 1,000 bacterial species that were in the survey, which actually does surprise me. So her thesis is that even with a small sample size, if we extend it to larger, that means there's lots of orphan genes.
Well, actually, so I'll point out that if you have a single, you only need a few independent bifurcations, right, to completely mess you up, right? Because if you think about it, you're trying to get to 1,000, right? So 2 to the 10th power is 1,024. So you need 10 bifurcation events to explain this.
No, I don't think that's, well, to be fair, I need to reread the paper, but my impression was,
I think it's more than that. It's. I'm not saying that does do it. That is what they found. I'm saying that, like, mathematically, that you can accomplish it with that many.
Well, I think the result of this interaction is that this would be worth revisiting.
Oh yeah.
This, I mean, it's just interesting in and of itself, outside of the creation evolution controversy, and I really need to learn more about molecular biology. I mean, there are parts of it, because I studied the topoisomerase, but what's ended up happening is I ended up specializing so much on one protein that I forgot some of my basic biochemistry in this transcription and replication process, and I'm embarrassed. So that's something I need to revisit.
Oh yeah, that happens.
So this is a good discussion, and
somehow still 30 people watching this.
Yeah. I can't believe it, because we really are getting down in the weeds of some molecular biology here. But like a lot of things, some of the things that I'll research will come out of discussions like this, and then I'll pursue it for 1 or 2 or 3 years, looking at it. I mean, there are questions in Origin of Life that.
Just while I'm thinking of it, I'm not sure if you saw it the other day, but you've got a slight mistake on one of the slides you like to show about the independent protein stuff. It's the one about the zinc finger between human and pig. and you say that it's 50 to 60% sequence similarity. That's what the slide says. And
yeah, I put it through. I think I found it in a blast.
You want to say 50 to 60% sequence identity, because the similarity is 75 to 80.
I knew that they're okay. When we say sequence, okay, so when we do a blast search, they say coverage, and then they say identity. I actually don't remember, so I should use the word identity.
Yeah. So if you just change the word to identity, I think you're right.
But by the way, thank you for scrutinizing.
Very important difference.
And I'm embarrassed because I didn't know that they were that persnickety about the word identity versus similarity.
Oh no, protein. Oh, it's such an important.
So what's the difference between identity? I mean, I kind of know it that when I do a search, it's going to use the word identity, but I've never been taught the formal difference.
6 is similar to 7, but it's not identical to 7, right?
Okay.
So like leucine is similar to isoleucine, but it's not identical to isoleucine.
Okay.
That's what they mean. So there's structural and biochemical degrees of similarity between different amino acids, and there's a fairly complicated bit of theory behind it. But basically, they've got a cutoff that says, okay, here's a matrix of similarity between 20 by 20 matrix of similarities between different amino acids, and you can set a threshold of saying, like, I want no more than this, and I'll call them similar, right? Or at least this, and I'll call them similar.
Oh, okay, I got you. So identity would be like, say, the number of residues that we have when we have an alignment
that are exactly the same.
Okay. All right, I get that. Okay. Actually, as we speak, I'm going to throw that in. I thank you very much.
Yeah, it's just something I saw. I see this a lot, even with like people who are like actively publishing professionals, and it's just like, no, don't say that.
I am publishing, and my co-authors had seen this presentation. They never said anything.
It's extremely common, and it bugs me because it's just like,
I could tell you
identity.
Yeah, well, I could tell you part of it is that if they're focusing on a single species, it's not that big a deal. And of course, a lot of medical research on topoisomerase 2 and really a lot of proteins is on the human species. They might talk about another one if they're doing model organisms. But I mean, my understanding
because I get that people they intuitively, you see the word similarity, right? And you want it to mean, like, in the context, you want to say, okay, well, this just means differences, right? Of course, sure, it means differences. Yeah. But technically, differences means identity. That's the word that you want to use, and it really matters. And it bugs me when people do it wrong.
I will do that.
I thank you.
Well, I think I'm indebted to you for pointing that out. And for what it's worth, some of this has gone through at least peer review. I never got dinged for it either.
Yeah, I know. But this is, honestly, I'll tell you how picky I am. I can always pick out what people's background was when I was reading, when I was still doing the cancer stuff.
Yeah.
Because I'd read papers and I would see people, they would either say triglycerides or they would correctly say triacylglycerides. And I could always recognize, oh, look, there's the biochemist. They said it right. And it's just because nobody's going to correct you if you say triglyceride. But technically it's wrong.
And I do appreciate it. And please, I take no offense for technical comments on slides.
No, I know. That's why I told you.
Yeah. But I mean, if you also post it because I just happen to be lucky enough that you're here, and we could interact. But if you see something like that, feel free to post technical comments. I get a lot of troll trash. I just get rid of them if they're not giving me any, technical feedback. But you're welcome to point things out like that. You're helping you're helping edit the material I'm sharing with college students, because obviously that's who I'm reaching out to. They're college science students. Yeah. I don't want to steer them wrong. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I will make lots of mistakes because I'm the only one doing this, and it's not college level professors.
And you're absolutely right that it is a pretty nitpicky point, right? Like it's, but it's just one of the things that I'm going to go after people on because it's
fun.
Because I would want them to go after me because I know exactly. I do a lot of things that are nitpicky that people who are nitpicky would see me do it and go like, well, that's wrong. And I'd hear him say it's wrong, and I'm going to go like, oh, I didn't even know that. Do people care about that? And the answer would probably be, well, most people don't.
Well, it's still good to get it accurate, and to the extent that it helps our understanding, by all means. And so this is very helpful, and it also reminds me there are things that I thought were like some things on my website that on my channel that I felt were really petty and they weren't even correct. I banned that person real fast for stuff like this. I totally respect. And the other thing is I know who you are and I respect your expertise.
Well, this the thing is,
I can tell some of these idiots from miles away. I'm just sorry to say
I don't even want to, I really hate to say that the slide is wrong even, right? It's like, it's a minor detail that you probably want to fix, but like,
well, I'll tell you
wrong.
Okay, I'll tell you why I'm also indebted. Some of these ideas where I use the word similarity, I'm working on a paper right now. I'm going to correct all that. So I'm indebted on several levels, not just the YouTube channel, but I'm also submitting to for secular journals on this.
Yeah. Protein. By the way, anytime you're talking about, go ahead. Sorry.
I just wanted to make an announcement to the viewers. I am. This could be a banner year for publications in the secular world, with me at least as co-author. I'm not going to be lead. I don't know yet if I could be lead author on the publications. It's easier to be a co-author, and there are like 10 co-authors, and you have some lead author or a laboratory head that just has a great reputation. You just ride the train. So I'm not going to take.
I'm co-author on a dozen papers. Who cares?
Yeah, so I can't. I'm not going to take credit and say, hey, look at me, I'm very accomplished. I don't want to say that, but I at least want to say it's rewarding to feel, to see my name on a peer-reviewed secular paper. And so maybe in a year's time after some of the dust settles, I will announce the titles and where you could read the papers. So just wanted to say that. And one of those that I do hope gets, okay, so I've gotten some acceptance letters already, but one that hasn't yet, but we're going to try to submit, that word similarity is going to be withdrawn. I'm going to put the word identity. So thank you.
Yeah, if it's so long as it's when you're talking about the protein alignment and it's and you're talking about the residues are identical because it's the same residue in both places. Yeah. If it's a different residue but it's the same biochemical category, that's similar. That's all it is. I will say, though, you are perfectly justified to be proud as a co-author when you submit something for publication and the comments come back and they have absolutely nothing but positive things to say about your section. I didn't mess up anything I did. Cool. That's it. You can't really brag about it, but you can feel deep down inside. It's like the part I did was right. Either that or it was so unimportant no one cared about it. Hard to say.
Well, I want to serve my co-authors well. And I will point out, hypothetically, in an ideal world, you're on the hook for everything else your co-authors say, because you sign your name to it. But practically speaking, like there's this paper by the ENCODE Consortium. It had 160 co-authors. I'm just like, guys, I know, practically speaking, you're trusting your colleagues that they said it right, because there's no way you're going to review every little thing of their work. I mean, I think it was like 160 co-authors, and that was only a fractional list on top of that.
You should see the physics papers. No, the thing is that you're on the hook for the text, right? You can reasonably trust your co-authors for the data analysis that you didn't do, right? Because they did the data analysis and they put it into the text, and now you read the text and you're trusting that the data analysis is right and that it's right in the context of the text, and I read the text and I put my name to it. That's fine. Now, maybe they messed up the data analysis. That's not your fault, right? That's on them.
Yeah, and anyway, I'm just kind of sharing some of the struggles with multi-authorship, but the privilege is you do get to work with a team, and that's fun. You feel automatically supported, and you don't feel alone, because if your paper gets accepted or rejected, you rise and fall as a team, and that counts for something.
Also, co-authors are the only real way to get into a new field, right? Because, like, even if I could do something in a completely new field on my own, I wouldn't feel comfortable publishing on my own, because I don't know anything. I was like, I know things about this because I've carefully thought about it, and I've done the research, and I've done the work. But, like, honestly, no, I know this guy, and I worked with him, and we're publishing together. And this is his field, and that's how I did the work right, even before peer review.
Exactly.
That's just how you break into a new field, and it's just normal. You want co-authors.
Yeah, and just reading from some of the blogs and comments, co-authorship is tending to be more prevalent now. The number of co-authors, because the projects are getting so big, and like you said, for physics. Some of these physics experiments are just gigantic. I mean, these are billion-dollar experiments. You're going to have a lot of co-authors. It's really it's actually glorious, I think, because it's also showing the sophistication of the science that we're doing now relative to, say, 100 years ago, where you have one or two experimenters making the breakthrough. Now you need teams. It's about teamwork these days. So, and it's kind of nice, because then you can get people like myself who come from an aerospace and defense industry background feeling welcome in a molecular biology team, and that means a lot to me, because I did not come from their background, but they're like, hey, you have a skill set that's complementary to what our team is trying to do, and that's how I ended up doing some biology stuff. I was recruited specifically because of the computational work that I did in the aerospace industry. And I had some information theory background in physics. And they said that's kind of, that'd be complementary to what they're trying to achieve. So, yeah. Well, thanks for talking to me about some of the adventures of trying to publish. And it has been a headache, because I am a creationist, and I do suspect that some of my work has been rejected just because they Googled my name and they said, "Nah, we don't want anything to do with him." And so
that'd be unfortunate.
We strongly suspected something we submitted, not even for peer review, but just the bioarchive. They threw it out, and I'm just like, we didn't mention creation or intelligent design. This is just on a purely technical topic, and they just didn't. I'm just like, what's this? Because then we saw some of the other garbage that was on bioarchive, and just like, yeah, we think they blacklisted us. So
you would think that they would work with you. They could work with you, right? If there was something wrong, they could say, well, you need to make this correction or that correction, or
And yeah, and I'll tell you this just for because this has been an ongoing saga and it's been public. Thankfully, it's been public, and the editor-in-chief of Cell Reports, the larger parent of that journal, Cell, is respected. I think Cell Reports is their open access one. Steve Matheson, he doesn't like ID and what I represent, but he at least had the integrity to say our conclusions were correct. He said, he agreed with some of the other criticisms, said your paper has some problems. Like, I'll take that because every problem that they identified that they didn't like is easily fixable. But the conclusion, having the right conclusion, was important. He publicly came out and said, our conclusion was right, but he said, I'm not going to help you publish it. But that still meant a lot to me. And he went out in public and said that. And so that's why I felt that me getting thrown out of bioRxiv was pretty sketchy.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I don't know. They obviously, like, it's one thing if you're talking about ID in the text, right? Because it'd be like if you talked about anything else that isn't current science in the text. They're going to throw it out because it's not current science. It's not going to be, they're not throwing it out because, well, they might be throwing it out because they don't like it, but also it's because it's not current science, right? Like, what is this? This isn't established science. Get this out of here. But if you're not talking about that, like Googling somebody and finding out what they've talked about before, especially outside of, established journals, that's insane. Like, if somebody's publishing in like an aeronautics journal and they're an anti-vaxxer, well, I don't like that you're an anti-vaxxer, but I also don't care on your aeronautics stuff, right? Like, this is not relevant. You publish, if you're talking about anti-vax in your aeronautics journal, in your aeronautics article, obviously that's not going to get published. But, like, yeah. So yeah,
I appreciate you saying that, and we just don't know because if you get a rejection letter, they're not going to actually say that. If they actually did something kind of sketchy like that the real reason was they Googled you and they just didn't like you.
You can always ask why. They may not respond, but you can ask.
Yeah, they may not actually give you a straight answer. And there are times I felt the editor was put in a hard position, and he just said, well, this is out of the scope. Please try one of the other journals in our family. And I actually respected him for that. So
that's what they usually say anyways.
Yeah. So
this is out of our scope.
I just don't know what to, it's a little frustrating because being a creationist, we do want to set some things straight that we, just like this recent one that Steve Matheson affirmed our conclusions. It had to deal with the nylon eating bacteria, and proceedings of the National Academy, a paper in 1984, and then an earlier paper in 1983 published in Nature. Both of them had been proven wrong, and it's still being cited in 2019 as correct. And we're trying to set the record straight, and it's just a little frustrating. So it's like, okay, that seemed to be just kind of taboo to point out errors of respected people and to set the record straight. We've gotten also, they never said that straight out, but I'm just like, okay, if you're going to reject me, I won't take it personally, but why hasn't someone fixed this? Because this is hanging around for 35 years and it's still being cited as correct. And sorry, I'm just kind of complaining.
So I don't know the specific thing that you're referencing, right? Yeah. I know about the nylon eating bacteria, but I don't know the specific 83 paper that you're talking about. So it seems like if you're saying that it's been proven to be wrong, then there's been a publication showing that it's wrong, right?
Yes, we found it out. We dug two pieces up, that were very small, but what we did is we independently confirmed that claim via a number of routes. And so
yeah, no, so the point is just that, like, if it's already shown to be wrong, you don't need to have a full paper on it. You just say, like, hey guys, look over there.
Yeah.
Just point to it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's been frustrating because we still see peer-reviewed papers like in PLOS One citing this 1984 paper that has been falsified. I'm just like, okay, that's been my frustration. So what ends up happening, I end up publishing on in stuff that is so obscure that maybe some people really don't care. Like, and you know how it is, you could have such a specialized field. You're not going to cause anyone loss of reputation or whatever if you publish in this field, because you're not criticizing anyone. What I think got us a little bit in hot waters, it reflected badly on some people, and I think there were enough people that said, we just don't want to touch this because it does throw a set of respected scientists in a bad light. And I get that. I get that because even in the creationist community, I've been chided by some and say, Sal, don't say that, you're going to get someone really upset. I'm just like, oh, I get it, maybe let someone else do the dirty work, but not me. And so I'm not singling out the entire industry as being unique, because I see that even in the creationist community. Because one time I was saying someone's ideas is being questioned, and at a meeting someone said, Sal, do not mention that. And okay, I got it, so it's just, human nature.
The 84 paper you're referencing is the Ono paper, right?
Yes, Birth of a Unique Enzyme.
Because if I gotta say, like, anytime anybody goes against Susumu Ono, it's like, yeah, that's gonna end poorly for you.
Yeah, it ended poorly for us. Hang on. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to disturb you. I may have woken her up when I laughed. Yeah, it ended poorly for us. We were criticizing a big fish there, and I can understand an editor doesn't want to be.
What was the year of the falsification paper?
I'll put a link to our latest version of it.
No, not yours, obviously, because that's the one
1992, and it's just in 92. A paragraph. It's in a paragraph in a paper that wasn't meant to falsify. You know how it is. The falsification could be in a paragraph in the paper that's generally unrelated to the.
Gibbs, Keys and Gibbs.
No, it was the falsification was by Yomo in 1992. So I'm going to put. In fact, do you know Erica Gutzik-Gibbon? Do you ever interact with her? I did a show on her channel where we did phylogenetic reconstructions, and I used a phylogenetic reconstruction to show how we falsified Ono's paper, and I cited specifically the section there. And if I could find Erica's paper, my slideshow, I'll actually show you the quote. Just give me a moment here as I dig it up. And let's see, there, it's Erica, and so I'm pulling it up now. Oh, I forgot. I don't have control over the screen shares here, but I'll dig up the paper because I can give you I can at least dump the reference into the side chat. And let me see if I could find it. I can dump the reference in the side chat to the specific paper.
No, I found it.
No stop codons in the antisense strands of the genes for nylon oligomer degradation. T. Yomo, Urabe, and Okada, 1992. Proceedings, National Academy of Sciences, 1992. It's T. Yomo. No stop codons in the antisense strands of genes.
No, I've got it open on my screen right now.
Right, and you'll see it. It says here somewhere, most of the amino acid substitutions from the ancestor of Nile B gene family to its descendants of today might have occurred before the beginning of nylon manufacture. at least 1.4 times 10 to the 8th years, which is, they mean prior to the present day. And so all we did when we began the paper, we didn't know that we were going to actually succeed. And we didn't even know about this other thing. That was like at the last minute, we found like, we were actually lucky to find it. And it's so buried there. And the reason this became a big deal is we have Ken Miller, who was in the Dover Kitzmiller trial against intelligent design. That was a big headline grabbing event way back in 2004, 2005 timeframe. And then Dennis Venema, late 2016, came out with a book that was his favorite example of protein evolution. And so if our paper had succeeded in getting publication, we would have also kind of taken down the reputation of some evolutionary promoters down a notch too, including Susumu Ono. So yeah, that was a hot potato without even having to mention ID. So I don't, it's been kind of, I get kind of like, well, we want to protect the people we revere, or an editor is afraid of the pushback. But it's still frustrating on our end because, we did the work and we're right, and we're not getting recognition for it. So I'm just whining here.
Yeah, you need to be nice about it, but you really need to have the record straight, though, too. I mean,
yeah.
There's a way to do
by the
that.
way, CRISPR, I do appreciate you looking into this.
Yeah, no, I'd have to. So yeah, like I said, I'm familiar with the nylonase enzyme, but I haven't read these papers. So I'll have to read this, and I think that this Keeson Gibbs paper from '92, also proceeding to the National Academy of Science, might be relevant if you haven't seen it. I haven't read it either, but I'm going to read the original Ono and the 292 papers that we've both talked about, and see what I come up with from there.
Yeah, I thank you for looking into this. And as I said, maybe it became a big deal because some heavy hitters in the popular discussion of evolution, not the professional peer-reviewed discussion, were citing this, and that kind of is what motivated the study of this. But that was also that was really a big move for me because this was 2017, and this is an aerospace engineering guy, aerospace and defense industry, moving in the area of biology and taking on a respected evolutionary icon, which was this frameshift mutation as an explanation for the origin of nylon. But if you saw, so I wanted to thank you for at least your interest in this from maybe a chemistry and bioinformatics and phylogeny standpoint. But and I want to thank you for looking at some of my later work, like on the protein, the zinc fingers, topoisomerases, and collagen. That the work on this paper on the nylon eating bacteria led me to study protein architectures and talk about the difficulty of forming de novo proteins. So really the question was, how difficult is it to form de novo proteins? That's the larger question. And we were able to falsify and not independently falsify, because other people had already falsified it, but it never got widely accepted. And so Ken Miller was going around on tours advertising this, and the falsification was there. Go on, John.
Even if you do have a de novo protein synthesis, to me that's still very slow, much too slow for evolution to take place. I don't see how that is evidence of evolution.
It depends on how many you need.
Yeah. Well, what I did try to illustrate in that slide that you said I should use the word identity instead of similarity was in the subsequent slides. It's one of those few sets of proteins you can actually visually see the problem of macro-evolving one architecture, like say a collagen, from a common ancestor to make a zinc finger protein. It won't happen in small steps, and that's
right. But this is kind of a weird thing because like I don't think that anybody is somebody suggesting that collagen and zinc fingers have a common protein ancestor?
No, and I'm trying to
because I don't think that
none of the professionals have, but I get that sense in the YouTube sphere. And then actually some people never even thought about it because I posted this question on Dr. Dan's Reddit thing in a biochemist way, and he said, that's actually an interesting question. So this is about 3 years ago. I said, and some people never thought about it.
To me, it's almost not an interesting question because it's so obviously like, I don't expect these to have a common protein ancestor.
Well,
I don't.
Yeah, but I'll tell you why I threw this out of the table. I don't think, and no, I mean, you're legitimate in asking, does anyone believe that? I think a lot of creationists think that that's the evolutionary argument. And I wanted to set them straight. I said, what they actually believe is more friendly to creationism than you think, because this implies an orchard model for independent.
Sure, for proteins, right?
Yes, not necessarily for organisms, but I said you could be, and I started talking to some of the professional creationists. They said, I never thought about that. So so the slides you actually saw, I've actually circulated among some like faculty members and deans that are part of Christian colleges that are very sympathetic to creationism. And they said they really liked it because it's very visual. You could actually see the orchard model. And I said, no one in the creationist community, they keep talking about baraminology of kinds of species. No one's talking about maybe the orchard model for proteins. And I said,
it's gonna be real dangerous for you though, and I'll tell you why. If you establish a mechanism by which you can determine baramins that works for proteins, right? You then have to apply that methodology to kinds for actual organisms, and I don't think it's going to work. I think it'll work for proteins. I think it won't work for organisms, and that'll catch you.
Well, let me say this. I'm really not into organismal baraminology. I am.
That's good.
Yeah. They're kind of two camps in the creationist world. I mean, people may not actually know the distinction. They're the anti-evolutionists. Myself, John Sanford, some of the big activist creationist organizations are anti-evolutionists. I mean, that's rather obvious. But then you have the baraminologists like Todd Wood. You know, they're not really, they're kind of friendly in their viewpoint with evolutionary theory, and they're the baraminologists. I'm not one of those. And so your point is, I do respect your point. I'm not even going to try to extend this to organismal baraminology, but there are a lot of us who are interested in the idea of like.
Shouldn't you be able to?
I don't know, and I don't care. And I know that may sound harsh.
Well, think about it though, because you're saying that. Well, I'm not gonna say what you're saying, but it would seem that creationism requires independent creation of organisms.
Yes.
They don't share a common ancestry.
Yes.
So if you're going to be able to, you should be able to detect that, right?
We should be able to detect things that are like, it depends on which model one is working from in terms of the age of the Earth. If we work from like the young Earth creation model, then it may not be so hard to say, okay, plant kinds and animal kinds probably are separate creations because there's just not enough time in 6,500 years to I don't think
But
anyone.
I don't think there's enough time in 6,500 years to explain cats. But
Right.
Yeah. So and
I have an
so
idea
the
on
go
cats.
on,
I have
Kendall.
an idea. Well, this is my idea is that the cats diversified in like the first few generations, and then once they diversified, they remained in their reproducing among their own kind. So, for example, the lions became lions, the tigers became tigers, and the leopards became leopards. Because after 100 years, the leopards were already in their own niche or whatever, and then when the Africa and South America got
no,
separated,
yeah, I get
then you
that.
have the jaguar and the leopard, which is the same kind on two different continents. But anyways, that's just my idea.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that like if you're trying to get like I got a cat right here, right? In reach of me, always in reach of me. Like you can't get one of those and a tiger from a common ancestor in 6,500 years. Sorry, no.
No, and there could have been different kinds of cats too, but generally
Sure,
speaking,
yes, like that. I'm with you on that. If you want to say that, Noah had 8 kinds of cat on. I'm not saying that you're saying 8. I'm just throwing out a number.
There's one kind of fossil cat thing that has its ankle turns around backwards while it's climbing trees. I think that is probably a different kind.
Whatever. I'm saying that you can't get from one kind of cat to all of the cats we have today in 6,500 years. If you want to say, well, yeah, God started with many kinds of cat. Okay.
Well, then you have the human, hand in the selection process. Once you get the human hand in the selection process, you're going to have different kinds. You're going to have the smaller cats and things like that. Taking place.
As I was trying to say, we only have so much time in where we invest our studies, and organismal baraminology just does not fascinate me. I think my point is that we can say created kinds exist. We may not be able to identify the exact boundaries, but we can say major boundaries like plants and animals. It's just like, yeah.
Sure.
If we're going from a young Earth model, it's going to be harder if we go from an old Earth model. And so my interest with the protein orchard model is like, it's mostly also educational. I just want creationists to see how different these
sure. I agree with you.
Families are. And then also I want them to think about what it means to make a de novo protein. We can make de novo proteins, but there's certain kinds that have quite a degree of complexity. Even, something as we might think is not very sophisticated as collagen, because it's not even, as far as I know, enzymatic. It's more of a physical, structural, things to help keep our body together. Yep. It's actually a pretty complex protein, even though it has a pretty simple fold. It's just this, what they call a collagen helix. But all the steps in its maturation and the post-translational modifications they're very, very sophisticated. And I just wanted, so the exercises that I'm going through is just, I'm trying to show the complexity, because I feel that complexity does argue for intelligent design. And so I think you have valid points about, I'm going to have problems translating my protein orchard model to the organismal. I'm not even going to try. So in that sense, the problem you point out is moot, because I have no interest in organismal baraminology.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm just thinking that you're going to end up making a scourge for your own back there, right? Like, it's just because somebody is going to take that and turn it around on you. That's going to happen.
It's rough, but the reason why I point this out is because I've been studying the human history, and the races. Some people don't like to call races, but the human divergence of different categories of people happened very early on, and once they started reproducing among themselves, they just stayed basically what they were, what they diverged into. And because in the first generation, you have the Cushites, you have the Egyptians, you have the Phoenicians. These are like three different people, and they're all three different brothers. They might have had different mothers, but they're three different brothers. And once they diverged, and even the Bible says the leopard can't change his spots, and the African can't change his color, or the Ethiopian can't change his color, the Cushite. And once you diverge into the category, you're going to reproduce and remain. It's going to be what you call homozygous, or what I mean, be the same, right? Pretty much. And that's why I thought, well, if that happens in people, which don't reproduce very much, then how much more the animals that reproduce quite a bit. Know what am I saying? Make sense?
I have no comment.
No, I know you don't want to get into. I don't want to get you into it, no, either. I'm just saying.
Well, this is, I'm not, I'm really not a genetics guy. I do it kind of enough to do my job, but I'm really not a genetics person.
Right. No, I don't expect you to do anything with it. Right.
Part of the reason that I don't delve into that, I like things where we can figure things out right in the laboratory. Like,
yeah. I don't have a
like
reputation.
The shape of a protein. Trying to look at genes today and trying to figure out who descended from whom way back when and how far back and where they were. That's kind of painful for me personally. I'm glad someone else is doing the work and not me. I think my job is a lot easier than the people doing genetics work.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting. As a matter of fact, I believe that I can put a Y chromosome to every grandson of Noah. And this is what I wanted to talk with CRISPR about, see what he thought about it.
I mean, yeah, just not right now because it's 2 a.m.
No, so. yeah, whatever, whatever. I mean, it doesn't have to be you either. It could be somebody else. I just wanted to talk it through with somebody and see what they thought about it and see, what's going
on. Because of the long history with standing, I've got a lot of the Y chromosome and mitochondria stuff sort of committed to memory at this point. So I might be a good choice because of that.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Because to me, it's very interesting. You have what, 7 sons of Japheth, you got 5 sons of Ham, and then you have 4 sons of 4 sons of Ham, 5 sons of Shem. And it fits very well into the data that we have. Each of the 3 sons of Noah fits very well into the data that we have of known human history. Just say that much. But Nimrod is probably the CY chromosome for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's just leave it at you've got really serious problems trying to get mitochondrial DNA to work with a young Earth.
No, mitochondrial is interesting too, but that'd be another aspect of
the Y chromosome is weird because because history was kind of brutal and not so great for women. And
no. The history and the wars were brutal on the Y chromosome, not the mitochondrial. The mitochondrial.
Oh, sorry, no, you've missed my point. I'm saying that the children that got the same Y chromosome because they shared a father, the women and the mothers in that probably didn't have much say in the matter. That's not not really a great side effect of the times, right?
Right, but that's a part of the tribal warfare.
Yeah.
thing. You
Yeah,
know?
I'm just saying that it's like it wasn't so great for the women then, right? That's
No,
how
it's
you
not.
end up.
It's not so great, but you know, I hate to say that
Not so great for the men either, but
sometimes they end up getting used to it and seeming to like tribal life better than civilized life. I've seen that too, you know, but that's just, you know, psychology
yeah.
or whatever.
Let's not generalize from
It's psychology, but
rare
whatever.
specifics. But yeah,
Yeah.
so there's just yeah. And you also have this concept of you're doing math. You can do the mathematics based on like what's technically possible, right? Like if you had ideal circumstances and all of this other stuff, like could you get it done in this?
But
Actually,
whether it's
the
good or
funniest
bad
thing,
or right or
funniest
wrong
thing,
is kind of irrelevant, isn't it? Is it whether it's good or bad, right or wrong? It's kind of irrelevant to what actually happened, right?
sort of. But let me put it this way. Remember when we were talking about James Tour, and I was saying that like, okay, well they've shown that this is possible. And you guys were all saying, well, possible, maybe, but it's not plausible because of all of the conditions at the time, right? Well, what you're saying with the genealogies, right? There are people who've done the math to show that a certain time frame is possible to get common ancestry for the Y chromosome. But it's not plausible given the conditions at the time, right? So that same argument you used against me for the abiogenesis stuff applies against you for the Y chromosome.
You kind of have to look at what I've been able to piece together, and then because when you talk about rooting the Y chromosome and the mitochondrial, when you're back at the time of Nimrod, they all had the same Y chromosome. And it was only later that their descendants had a diverging Y chromosome that you could identify as a different family tree.
Right. So the thing is that you can put that forward as a hypothesis, right? And then there are particular methods of hypothesis testing that can compare the data, that can basically determine the likelihood of the data given that hypothesis. And I will tell you right now, it will not go well for that hypothesis.
Well, I mean, but it's pretty accurate. You know, you're familiar with the genetic distance graphs and stuff like that, right? That they put together, the Simmons Genome Project. It's surprisingly accurate as far as how far they go back and when they connect is surprisingly accurate. Now, I don't know if they, you know, projected the history onto their genome project or not, but I don't think they did. But it's very accurate from what I can tell.
I mean, I don't remember offhand what the most recent common ancestor of the Y chromosome in humans is, but I'm pretty sure it's more than 6,500 years.
It was all the same Y chromosome at 6,500 years, and the same with mitochondria too.
I'm saying that's your hypothesis, but your hypothesis doesn't align with the data.
I don't know. It matches up with the historical records we have very well,
but it doesn't match the data.
Have you argued with
the data matches
over this?
the record? The data matches the record, the historical record.
So it's like this, right? If
I'd have to show it to you.
Think about it like this, right? Let's say you have let's say I've got a 6-sided die, right? And you have a hypothesis that the die is weighted, right? So that it'll land on 6.
Yeah.
Okay. And I roll the die and it lands on 6. That data is very likely given your hypothesis, right?
Yeah.
But there's only one. It's only 1 6. So I roll it again, and it's a 6. I roll it again, and it's a 6. I roll it again, and it's a 6. Your hypothesis is the data is very likely given your hypothesis.
Yeah.
My hypothesis that it's a fair die is very unlikely. The data is very unlikely given my hypothesis that it's a fair die. But let's say instead I roll a 6 the first time, and then a 1, and then a 3, and then a 5, and then a 2. Well, suddenly my hypothesis looks better than yours, right? So this is likelihood analysis, okay? And what I'm telling you is that you have a hypothesis, okay, that makes predictions about what the data should look like, given your hypothesis. And the data does not look like that.
Well,
and in fact,
I'm saying that the history matches. I mean, the data matches the history. That's what I'm saying. That's my observation, is that the data matches the history.
Except that the data does not match your hypothesis, though. Okay.
No, I really don't have a hypothesis. I'm just having an observation.
You have a hypothesis that there was a common ancestor in Nimrod at approximately a particular year. Right?
My idea is that the historical records are going to match the data, and I'm lining it up, and it matches up almost perfectly. You know,
I'm telling you that you have not done this analysis properly.
And well, I do have some predictions in the analysis because the
right, and
complete,
this
the
is the thing.
data.
We can work through this. I'm telling you, this is actually good.
Yeah.
I like this because you do have, whether you haven't fully worked through it.
The complete
you have a hypothesis.
data is not available. The complete data is not available. But once you get the complete data, it's going to fit my predictions.
I'm telling you right now that we have enough data. We have enough data to do this. We already have enough data to do this.
I would like to
the
see
thing
if
is
it's
that you
there.
haven't. So this will take. It will take a bit of time, right? Because there's a lot of theory to unpack, right?
Because
your hypothesis puts forward a sufficient expectation to do statistical analysis, right? To do a likelihood analysis, right? And get a powerful result. And the thing is that it will powerfully reject your hypothesis.
Well,
now, you don't believe me, and that's fine, but it will take time to work our way through the theory.
I can give you an example. I can give you an example of how the actual data lines up with the historical records, and vice versa. Is that according to the history, that there was a King Nimrod that never went to Africa. His descendants, instead of going to Africa, went all the way east, all the way through China, all the way into America. And the CY chromosome, along with the QY chromosome, which is Asian, they combined, and the result is the Olmec statues in Central America, which have Asian and African features that are very clearly visible in the Olmec statues in Central South America. And the CY chromosome and the QY chromosome is still there to this day. That's just one example.
All right.
And that's a lot of things to take place to be coincidental. I mean, that is just totally, nobody would expect.
You cannot base your expectations for genetics on your subjective opinion of the phenotypic features of a statue.
Okay, are you aware of the DY chromosome in Tibet and Japan?
I do not have a haplotype map of the Y chromosome committed to memory. No.
Well, I mean, if you're familiar with some of the work of Jensen, you should know that the Andamanese have a DY chromosome. They're of course African black as can be, and their DY chromosome is half of the population of Tibet and 1/3 of the population of Japan. And the people in the north of Japan that have the DY chromosome, which is brother to the CY chromosome, they have beards and curly hair. Dark.
You still say sister. You still say sister too. That's the way the terminology works. But
No, but not for a Y chromosome. It's a brother.
even for a Y chromosome, you still say sister too. That's just the way.
I
That's just the language.
I don't have a reputation to keep. It's Nimrod's brother.
I know, but when you're talking about two taxa, right? The two taxa are sister to one another. That's just the terminology.
Oh, okay.
Just so you know, right? Like
the physical, literal brother of Nimrod. That's what I'm talking about. In his Y chromosome. That's why I said brother.
So, okay, but you weren't talking about that. You were talking about the haplotypes, right?
The male paternal Y chromosome, which is from Nimrod's brother.
When you say
no, you
this
can pick,
haplotype, this Y chromosome haplotype is related to this other Y chromosome haplotype, and that relation is that they are most closely related to each other than to anything else.
Do you think that's relevant to the discussion, significant, or I don't see what the point is.
Because you're using the wrong word and it's going to confuse people, especially if one of those persons is a professional in the area of evolutionary biology and cladistics.
Well, what would he think? What would he think if I say brother instead of sister? What would they be thinking?
They'd be thinking, why on earth did you just say brother when you mean sister?
Because it's a literal brother, but that's okay. Thanks for not telling me what the difference is or significantly different.
It's cladistics. Like, you're just using the words wrong. I'm just telling you. Like, I don't know why. It's weird that you're arguing with me on this point.
It's weird that you're talking about that instead of the evidence that I'm talking about.
Okay, you notice how when I corrected Sal on something, he was like, "Oh yeah, I used the wrong word."
I'm not a scientist.
That's the right reaction.
I don't have a reputation to keep, and I can make it corrected. I can call it sister from now on. It'd be weird and strange.
Thank you. You should.
It'd be weird and strange to me, but I could possibly theoretically change to sister.
I just
even though that is to me is very weird, very strange, but.
It's just the way.
And you're being
like when
picky.
people talk about sister chromatids.
You're avoiding the evidence of what we're talking about. You're changing the subject and avoid it just for being picky on the terminology.
Well, I didn't really mean to. I meant it to be a quick thing, and then we
as
move
if
on,
it's more important. As if it's more important, and it's not more important. What's important is what the data says, what the evidence is. And what the evidence shows.
I just want to quickly respond to something I see in the chat.
So you don't want to talk about the DY chromosome and the CY chromosome and the result.
I told you I don't have the haplotype map committed to memory.
Okay.
So I can't make any specific comments on it.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I see in the chat somebody asking me why I haven't challenged Jensen. I have in public forums put out exactly why Jensen is wrong about everything he's published, okay? And I have put it out in exactly the same degree of rigor and standing and everything else that he has, which is to say none, because he hasn't published any of his stuff in actual peer review. He has posted blog posts. I've put out blog posts. Other people I know have put out blog posts, right? And that is the same standing as his stuff. And if he doesn't want to respond to it, well, that's his problem, not mine. So why haven't I challenged Jensen? I have. That's it.
Yeah, you might have
he doesn't like it. He doesn't consider it a challenge because I haven't put it out in a peer-reviewed format. Well, he hasn't either. So why should I put out a peer review for something he hasn't peer-reviewed?
A schedule, a lot of things. He works for a ministry, you know that, right?
Oh, okay.
And he has guidelines that he has to follow in the ministry.
Is that relevant to the quality of the science?
It's relative to what you might be, you might not be seeing the results that you are expecting.
No, I just somebody in the chat said, "Why haven't I challenged Jensen?" I have. He hasn't responded to it. Maybe he hasn't seen it. None of these are my problem.
Okay, so you did your part then. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it. That's my point.
All right.
Why should I respond to Jason in, like, firstly, AIG isn't going to publish anything I give them because I'm not going to agree to their statement of faith. Okay, well, Jason needs to write me first because otherwise it's not official. What? No, that's silly. And other people have written to AIG in response to Jason, and he's ignored them. So again, Jason's stuff has been refuted. So that's it.
I think
actual peer review is peer review that is actually open.
You mean the bottlenecks that he's talking about has been refuted, you're saying?
Oh man. Oh, so much of his stuff has been refuted. I don't even know where to start with that question. I mean,
Well,
it would take
bottlenecks of the famine, the bottlenecks of the famine.
it would take us until the sun came up. And I can say that confidently, even not knowing where you live, because it had happened wherever you live.
So you understand, you can read the genome, you understand the genome just like reading the news, the daily news, right?
I understand the kind of stuff he's talking about quite well, yes.
Because I don't think that people are really understanding everything about the genome and everything that's happening and has happened throughout history. I don't think people are understanding.
Okay, then Jason's got nothing to say, because if we don't understand the genome, then he's got no point in the first place.
Well,
either we understand. Hold on. Sorry, hold on. Either we understand the genome well enough to make a point, or we don't. If we don't, he has nothing to say. If we do, he's wrong because of the points I've made. So either way, he's wrong. That's it.
I mean, they are seeing something because I can see the family trees that they designate with different haplogroups and stuff, and how they connect and when they connect, and I can see that they're dead on in their genetic distance.
Well, I mean, they're not, because the tree that he points out to a tree and he's like, oh look, if you show this unrooted tree, it goes into 3 groups. Every tree goes into 3 groups when it's not rooted. That's the shape of an unrooted tree.
They're rooted to each other.
That's not what rooting means.
Yeah, it is. They're all rooted in
Noah. That's just not what a rooted tree means. Like,
yeah, they have to be rooted in Noah or Eve, and but
no.
The only difference is when it's rooted, how far back in time that it's rooted.
The difference is what the word rooted means. Okay, like, so again, this is I'm using a word in technical fashion, right?
What other definition is there for rooted?
So, like, do you want me to explain to you what a rooted tree is, or?
Well, that's kind of what I asked.
Okay, great. So a rooted tree means that you've picked a branch, right, and you're going to make that branch an outgroup, and that generates a rooting. Okay, so if you do that, you will produce a particular topology. If you do not do that, and you instead present an unrooted tree, the unrooted tree will always necessarily split into 3, because every node splits to 3. And so there will be a midpoint of your tree, and at that midpoint, you will have 3 divisions, because that's what every tree does. Every tree, no matter the data, will always go to 3 groups if it's unrooted.
But you want to root it to chimps or something, right? That's what you're trying to do, is root it to chimps?
You can root it wherever you want, right? But if it's not rooted, you can't talk about ancestry.
Well, how is it rooted to 3 groups, 3 nodes?
It's not. Jason's tree isn't rooted at all. That's my point. He's showing an unrooted tree.
Okay, so they're all rooted at one point. I see one point. Well, the mitochondrial has kind of got a little bit more space.
No, it's not rooted at all.
The Y chromosome is basically rooted at one point because there's only one Y chromosome to begin with.
So again, you're not understanding what rooted means.
Well, what I mean, what are you talking? Are you talking about what's relevant or what's not relevant?
I'm talking
I'm
about
saying,
just the meaning of the word. Okay, the word has a particular meaning. Okay, and that particular meaning is relevant when you are trying to use the tree to draw a conclusion. Okay, you cannot draw a conclusion about ancestry from an unrooted tree. You just can't. That's the way it works. So when I say he is showing an unrooted tree, what I mean is he is taking the data, right? And he is picking a node, right? And he's arranging the data around that node. And any node that you could possibly pick will always produce a 3-part division, because that is the necessary topology of trees, is that they divide into 3, because that's what trees do, right?
why
That's
why
just
is
the way
it
nodes
3?
work.
Why is it 3?
Because you have bipartitions. Trees form bipartitions.
3 petitions?
No, bipartition. So
Bipartition.
A is more closely related to B than it is to C. Okay,
Well, I
that
don't
is
see.
the way you always talk about these
I
things.
don't. So you're saying the tree is A, B, C, and then the C
Right. So
is from B and the B is from A.
let's imagine this. Imagine you have two taxa. Okay. There's only one way they can be connected to each other, right? A to B.
So
That's it. There's
common
no other option.
A to B. Okay, if you have 2, yeah, okay.
Now, if you have 3, you have substantially more combinations, because A could be sister to B, or A could be sister to C, or B could be sister to C. The thing is, though, even though there are differences in terms of what's closer to what, there's only one topology, and that is that the 2 that are more closely related will go in one direction, and the 1 that is more distantly related will go in the other direction if it's an unrooted tree. Add another taxa to the group, and no matter where you add it, you will produce, at that point, another bipartition that will, from that point, make another 3-way split from a node. And no matter how many more taxa you add, and no matter where you add those taxa, every addition that you make will form a 3-way partition around a new node, because that's just the way trees work. Okay, so trees always take the shape of a Y. That's just what the data do. Okay, and then all you do is you just pick a node, pick one node, and you'll arrange the data around that node, and you'll have 3 groups, and the groups will be of a particular size. And you pick a different node, and you'll have 3 groups, and the groups will be of different sizes, right? And you keep picking nodes, and they'll be different sizes. And if you have a division of sizes that you want to find, you can find that division in 3 groups in a tree of any sort. But make random data of 50,000 individuals, random data, right? And make a phylogeny for it, and you can pick a point, pick a node, and it'll get you whatever population divisions you might want to imagine. It doesn't mean anything because it's an unrooted tree.
So what would happen if it's rooted? You would have like 4 divisions.
So if it's rooted, what you would have is you would have the outgroup, right, on its own, and then that would go to a node that is the most common ancestor of the outgroup and everything else, and then that would go up to a node that is the common ancestor of everything that's not the outgroup, right? And then that would then split up in bipartitions all the way up to the other tips.
Well, let me say it this way: we have, the trees that you belong to is because of the similarity of the people in the tree that you match up to, right? Is that correct?
Honestly, I don't understand what you just said.
My Y chromosome has, I took the test for 111 different places, and there's 111 different numbers of copies of genetic information in the Y chromosome. So that sequence of numbers of the numbers of copies in my Y chromosome matches closer to the people that I'm closely related to. In other words, there's less numbers of differences between me and the family that I belong to. Right?
Yes, there are fewer differences between you and your closest relatives than between you and your closest relatives and other people.
Right. And going back 300 years, my cousins have 5 differences from me in 111 places. Out of 111 places, there's only 5 differences in the numbers between me and them. They could be different in different people, but there's only 5 differences between us.
So, when you say that, how many markers are you looking at?
111.
111. So, yeah. So certainly, I can imagine that within a fairly small number of generations.
Well, it's 300 years. In 300 years, we have 5 mutations differences between us. They're different.
Yeah. So
changes.
I don't know. I don't know the precise mutation rate on the Y chromosome, because it's 2:30 in the morning right now. But
you follow that I fit in that family tree, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we take all the information, all the data from all the people, and we see which tree that they match up to, right?
There's only one tree at that point, but yeah. What branch you mean?
No, yeah, which branch of the tree, right? Exactly. Well, there's one human tree, obviously, but which branch of which offshoot of the tree that we belong to?
So, like you're saying, like you first sample, like 1,000 people, right? And you make a tree from that, and then you sample another person, right? And you say, like, okay, which branch are they closest to on the tree we've already got?
Well, sometimes
keep doing that.
Somehow they know, regardless of whether it's secular information or creationist information, they know that there's 3 different groups that people belong to from the data. They know that the African or Y chromosome tree is A, B, C, D, and E.
That seems like that's more than 3.
And they know that, no, that's just one tree. And they know the Semitic tree is F, G, H, I, and J. And they know the Asiatic tree is K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, and T. Because of the similarities of the people and how they connect and when they connect back in time. They can tell, and they're very accurate as to when the separation occurred.
Yeah, so
and it all goes back to 1 point. It doesn't go back to 3 points. It goes back to 1 point. The Y chromosome.
Yeah, it goes back to 1 point in Africa. Yeah.
The mtDNA, well, you just put that in. The mtDNA, there's a separation between the 3 different nodes, but not the Y chromosome. The Y chromosome goes back to 1 single point, basically. And it should.
I mean, if you have a rooted tree, of the Y chromosome, it goes back to one point in Africa. If you have an unrooted tree of the Y chromosome,
this
it
is what
will
I'm
divide
saying.
into 3 groups.
This is what I'm saying. The African tree is A, B, C, D, and E. The Semitic tree is F, G, H, I, and J. The Japhethite tree is K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, and T. There are 3 different branches of the or offshoots of one tree.
So there's a division. There's a division between A and B, and then B divides into B and C, and then C divides into C and D.
You're not understanding very well.
And then C divides into C and F. Should I keep going?
No, they don't have. I haven't seen all the data yet, but to make a long story short, it matches up. I can put a Y chromosome to all the grandsons of Noah. All the grandsons of Noah have names. They all have names, and I can match them up with a Y chromosome.
So why is it that you're trying to split out A, B, C, D, and E? You say?
It doesn't work that way. They have it backwards. It's not A, B, C, D, and E. I mean, it's not a progression from A, B, C, D, and E.
Like I know that, but you're saying that A, B, C, D, and E are.
They have it backwards because there's 3 E3s that aren't in the tree that I'm looking at, and which would be the Phoenician tree, the Egyptian tree, and the Cushite tree. But the A and the B,
I'm just looking at this data. I can eyeball this, and I can say that there is absolutely no possible way this matches with what you're saying. It's just not possible.
The A, B, C, D, and E branch off from the E. So the E came first, and this A, B, C, D.
That is not possible.
Well, in your because they have it backwards. You're looking at it backwards.
Do you know what it means for a tree to be ultrametric?
I know that it's out of order.
No, it's not about being out of order.
I know that it's out of order because I know what the order is. The order is that the
it's not about it being out of order. It's not about it being out of order. It's about it being ultrametric.
The E3
this kind of tree should be ultrametric. If it's not ultrametric, then that suggests there's a possible problem. If it diverges wildly from being ultrametric, that guarantees that there is a problem.
Are you looking at 3 E3s, 3 different E3s? Do you see 3 different E3s? No, because there are 3 different E3s. They're not the same E3, but they're all E3s. But they have a different letter designation. They have an M83 or M something like that.
So E itself does not represent a statistically separable group. So when you talk about E1, E2, E3, and so forth.
No, there are different E3s. There's 3 different E3s.
So you're missing the point. Is that there is not a sufficient division between E1 and E2 and E3 to divide them from one another in the first place. You have to collapse that node. There is not a statistical difference.
No, they just slap labels on them. They just slap labels on them, and then with more information, they just added more labels. That's all they did. And then they had to change the whole system. They had to
you're missing the point.
They had
to
put
you're missing.
M something 83, M73, M157, 172, all that stuff. They had to put new labels on it because it obviously wasn't working out right.
You see, the thing is, you're missing the point, right? Is that it's like if I
there's 3 different.
We can recognize. Okay, you agree that we can recognize speciation events, right?
I need to know if you're seeing 3 different E3s.
The tree that I'm looking at.
Are you seeing the Berber E3?
The tree that I'm looking at is collapsed to the level of statistically significant haplogroups.
But can you answer the question for me? Are you seeing Berber
since there is
E3?
since there is no
You
statistically
can't answer the
significant
question.
since there is no statistically significant division between the
You can't
subhaplogroups
answer
of
the
E,
question. You got
I'm
to answer
answering
the
your question. You
question.
won't stop talking.
Is there a Berber
Will you stop talking long
E3?
enough for me to answer your question?
Is there
Will you
an
stop talking long enough
Egyptian?
for me to answer your question?
Is there an Egyptian
Will you stop talking
E3?
long enough for me to answer your question?
No, you can't answer
Will
the
you stop
question.
talking long enough for me to answer your question? I will answer your question, but you have to not interrupt me. Okay? Can you do that? Can you control yourself long enough for
Can
me
you
to answer your
tell
question?
me
You
if
obviously
there's
cannot. So I'm
three
not going to answer your
different
question because you will not
populations of
stop interrupting me.
E3?
If
Are
you
there
will
three
not,
different
if
populations of
you
E3?
insist on interrupting me, if you
You
insist on
can't answer the
interrupting me,
question.
I can answer the question. You won't let me.
No, you're just talking.
Will
Just
you
go
let
ahead
me?
and
Will you
say
let
what you
me?
want
Will
to
you
say.
let me
Go
answer your
ahead.
question without interrupting me?
Go ahead and say what nobody's stopping you, Christopher. Go ahead
Okay.
and say
Okay.
what
If
you
you're
want
not
to
gonna
say.
interrupt me, that's great.
Nobody, yeah, you're worried about it. Okay.
Because the tree that I am looking at is collapsed to the level of statistical significance, and because there is no statistical significance between the subhaplogroups of E, I do not see the divisions of E on the tree that I am looking at, because there is no significant difference between the
There's a lot
subhaplogroups
of
of E.
people that would have a big argument with you because the Berbers are Berbers, the Egyptians are Egyptians, and the Kushites are
Those
Kushites.
people are demonstrably wrong on the basis of
And
statistics.
they're all E3, but they're not all sub-Saharan African. They're not all Egyptians. The Berbers are Berbers, and they don't want to be anything other than Berbers. The Egyptians are
Yes, I know.
Egyptians, and they're not Kushites. Kushites are not Berbers.
People get
And they're
real
not
caught up about
Canaanites.
race. They'll kill each other about race, and
No,
race
they're
is a
not,
social
but they're
construct.
different groups. They're different populations.
Except that they're not.
They're separate populations with the same
They're not.
designation of E3 because the three brothers had the same Y chromosome to begin with.
The E3 is not a separate group because E1, E2, and E3 are not separate groups.
E3 has three different designations.
No, it has none.
Berber designation of E3.
I'm sorry, you're wrong.
It's
You can
an
keep saying it, but you're
M77.
still going to be wrong.
I'll
You're still
look it
wrong.
up.
You're still
I'll
wrong.
look it up.
You're still
Hold
wrong.
on. I'll look it up and I'll give you the exact number of each of the groups.
You can do that, but the problem will still be that there is no statistically relevant division between those groups. So they don't exist in reality. They can be labeled as separate, but they are not real divisions.
Oh, they're just in their mind. They just think they're different people, different groups of people,
Yes.
right?
Did the Rwandan massacre? Were they right about being different people? Were they right when they said that the other group was cockroaches? No, of course not. It's just disgusting racism. That's all it is.
You're going to make it emotional, right?
I'm just pointing out that you would agree with me, I think, that people are the same and that these divisions are not
The Berbers are an M81. The Egyptians are a V. This is a bad map. V12, and the Kushites are a V32. I got to get a better map. Hold on a second. Let's see.
Christopher, are you there?
Yeah.
Where did you learn your phylogenetic methods?
What do you mean?
Pick it, some of the terms you're using and your conceptions. Was it? Did you get any formal training in this, or because I'm just curious. I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be combative at all.
Yeah, I've got formal training in cladistics.
What's the name of the classes? or is it spread
mean
out? Is there specific classes that train in cladistics?
I mean, so I've had evolution, and I've had also a class called macroevolution. So those are the big ones.
And those are classes that'll teach how to do cladistics. And
yeah,
see now I got my phylogenetic training in just like the 3 or 4 parts of a bioinformatics class. So some of the more sophisticated stuff.
Yeah, that'd do it. Yeah, so the way that they teach cladistics and bioinformatics is kind of weird.
Okay.
The computer scientists have some particular ideas about how best to do things.
Yeah.
There's no actual differences, but you get some differences in terminology that they will then argue about. Especially if you get somebody whose core focus is bioinformatics with somebody whose core focus is morphology, and get them talking to each other. You get a fight. You'll get a fight going.
Well,
but there's no real differences.
The reason I'm pointing this out, these are more reasons I don't weigh into this, and there's so many uncertainties. The thing that was personally distasteful was the decision of where to pick the outgroups and how to root nodes. And
so there's several ways to there's several ways to do routing. So like the easiest way is just to do like midpoint routing, which is better. It's not good, but it's better than nothing. And then from there you can sort of figure things out because
would you be willing to teach me some of the cladistics on my channel for our viewers?
Yeah, I could go through some of it with you sometime.
Yeah. I mean, I have enough. I don't know if you've seen some of mine where I built phylogenetic trees, but Emery Moyna is a grad student in biology, and maybe the 3 of us could talk about this because it'd be very educational to walk through the terms.
So one of the things
you've used a lot of terms, and I would like to understand this a lot better.
You gotta be on the lookout for ultrametrics, though. That's a good sign.
See, that's a term that I'm not familiar with. Ultrametrics.
So ultrametric basically just means that the tips of the branches line up, right? And when you have a really big tree of really divergent groups that are diverged from a common ancestor, and there's no selection on anything, right? You expect, for fairly obvious statistical reasons, right, that the branches should be about the same length.
It is kind of late, and I don't want to get into the particulars right now.
I can explain why that's true, but yeah, it's kind of late.
Would you be willing to come on my channel and talk and
yeah.
I mean, Dr. Dan will tell you for some of these discussions, I'm not combative, because this is something that a graduate student in biology like Emery and myself would be talking about to understand. And as I said, he may take evolutionary classes. I've only had them in pieces in my bioinformatics class because bioinformatics is described in terms of phylogenetics. So this would be helpful in me understanding more of this discussion. I do know enough to say I don't want to weigh into taking, getting into trying to do reconstructions. That's why I went to the protein realm.
Yeah, so
there's nowhere near as many fights about what we say is.
So I got this. I just have this question here. About the North Africans are M81, the Egyptians are V12, and the Ethiopian Kushites are V32. No, you're trying to tell me they are all the same thing?
Well, so just to be clear, you mean E1, B1, B1, B, M81?
No, it's E3, B1, M81. But the previous designation really doesn't matter. What matters is the M81 pretty much. It's an E whatever 3 M81. That's what's significant.
Yeah, so there's no statistically significant difference between those clades.
But they have a different designation for each group, is because one group is not the other group, and if you look at them, you can see they're not similar. They're not the same thing. They don't have the same mutations. They have the mutations of the M81 if they're in the M81 family, and they have the mutations of the V12.
Let me ask you something, Jungle. Let me ask you something.
Family.
If there was a mutation between you and your father, right? Do you think that would be statistically significantly different to designate you and him as distinctly different clades?
It's every second generation there's a mutation.
And that just ask a simple question, right? Like, would you call that a statistically significant difference?
One mutation is not, no.
Right. I don't think so either. Right. So, but the thing is that mutation would get designated. It would get labeled, right? It would be given a number and designated as a clade. But the thing about that clade is it's not. No. Yes, it is because
I have four people. I have four people in my group, and they have five differences from me.
Listen, I know. I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you. Like, let's say you have a brother, right? Your brother has no mutations from your father. You have a mutation from your father, right? So your brother gets the same designation as your father because he's got the exact same DNA, Y chromosome. He
would still be in the same group.
I know.
As what I am.
Let me finish. Let me finish this thought. It's a bit of a long thought, but let me finish it. You would have a designation designating your haplotype as different. But here's the critical bit. It's not statistically significantly different. Now, in exactly the same way, you can find subclades, subpopulations that have different mutations, and they will be labeled because they have different mutations. But then when you compare them statistically, you see that these differences are not statistically significant, which means that there is no true biological difference between the two groups, just like there's no true biological difference between you and your brother in that hypothetical. That's the point. They are not different in reality. Even though they have a designation that's different, they're not different in reality.
I would say my brother doesn't have the same DNA as what I have, because he has 50%. He has a different 50% of mother and father than what I have.
We're talking about the Y chromosome here.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're saying that he's the same as me, he's not the same as me.
No, we're saying that there is no statistically significant difference between your Y chromosomes, even if there is one mutation between the two of you. It's not statistically significant. It will, however, get an annotation. You'll be annotated as different, but it's
as
not.
Long as you're trying to deviate, you're trying to deviate, but these numbers happen to match the specific populations that are known historical people.
Yes, I can't imagine why people would insist on being tested differently and being labeled differently. It's not like they have long-standing cultural differences and a hatred for other groups.
No, they didn't choose to be different. They just are different because they belong to a different branch of the family tree.
You're wrong.
No, they are. They do belong to a different branch of the family tree, and it's identifiable
statistically.
It's identifiable that they belong to the Egyptian family tree, or the Berber family tree, or the Kushite family tree. It's identifiable. It's a signature.
And since that is not statistically true, based on current genetics, that means the Bible is wrong. Thank you very much.
I could show you on the map. V12 is Egyptian, M81 is Berber, and V32 is Kushite, and they're all E3Bs.
And there's no statistically significant difference between them. So if the Bible says there should be, and that means the Bible's wrong. Congratulations.
They belong to different populations, CRISPR. They have a different ancestor.
Except they don't.
Yes, they do.
There is no statistically significant difference between the groups.
I could give you the names of the people.
Do you know what it means when I say there is no statistically significant difference?
You don't want to listen? You want to talk, you don't want to listen. The Egyptians are descended from Mitzrayim, who was the male.
That is a claim. That claim has been falsified.
It's a V12. Egyptians are V12.
Except you're wrong, because there's no statistically significant difference between those groups.
Yes, there is. That's why they're different. They're a V12.
No,
they belong to a different branch of the same family tree.
They are labeled differently because there is a difference in the mutations, but that does not mean there is a statistically significant difference.
It's
and
right
it is
here
only when there's a significant difference that it matters.
It's
That's
right
the
here
point
on
of
the
statistics.
and of course they don't even look the same either. Which is another thing. But they all belong to different brothers. The V12 is the population.
This is a claim. This claim is not supported by the evidence.
No, it's not a claim. It's history.
It is a claim that you are making that is not supported by the evidence. Congratulations, you've demonstrated yourself to be wrong, and I think we have come to a close. As we are nearing 3 a.m., I am going to be going to sleep soon.
It's the area of the Kushite people of history.
This is your claim.
History.
This is your claim. It is demonstrated as wrong by the genetics. Congratulations, we are done.
You're running. You're running away.
I think that 3 a.m. is a perfectly generous amount of my time to provide.
No.
This for like an hour.
Not at this.
I've offered at a more reasonable time of day to walk you through how to do the stats and theory on this type of analysis. If you would still like to do that, I am still willing to do that. However, as it is nearly 3 in the morning, and as I have already explained this to you in detail, and you have refused to accept or understand any of it, I think we are coming to an end.
V12 is not Egyptian. You say the V32 is not a Kushite.
No.
You say the M81
what did I say? What did I say?
You said there's no difference between the people.
Yes. That is what I said.
There is a difference. But they have a different they have a different male lineage.
Then why is there no statistically significant difference between them?
No, there is a different. That's why they're designated. That's why they're designated V12.
Do you know what it means? Do you know what it means for there to be a statistically significant difference between two things?
Of course, it's different because I know.
That's not what I asked. What did I ask?
Because if you look at the chart, there.
What did I ask?
The V12 people are.
I'm not interested in that. What did I ask? What does it mean for there to be a statistically significant difference?
That's just gibberish because there is a difference.
Not gibberish. It's important.
Yes, it is.
I am sorry because you do not understand how science works.
No,
but now you are just rejecting science.
You don't understand that the V12s are like each other. The V32s are like each other. They're not like the V12s. The M81s are like each other.
They are like each other.
They're like each other because they have a common. They have a common branch of the same family tree.
Yes, so common, in fact, that there is no statistical difference between them.
But there is a difference.
There is not a difference.
Because they don't match up. They don't match up with the other group. They only match up with their group.
Jungle, to say that there is a difference, the difference must be statistically significant. If it is not, you cannot. It is not.
Well, then how can they be identified as belonging to that branch of that?
I already explained that to you with the analogy to a potential difference between you and your brother. If it's not significantly different, you wouldn't be able to put them in that branch of that family tree. Yes, you could, because I'm not saying there are no differences. I'm saying that differences do not matter.
But they do matter because they match up with known human history.
Are they statistically significant?
You're trying to deny the known human history.
Are they statistically significant? Because they're not.
Yes,
They're
it's
not. They're
significant
not
difference.
statistically significant.
Yes,
So
it is.
that means there is no real difference.
If there was
That
no
means-
real difference, they would have the same number designation. They don't.
Yes, that's why they're designated as just E.
Yeah, you're speaking gibberish now.
No, I just have a better
No, the
understanding of the
E-
science than you.
The E is the first label that was slapped on them. The E3B was the first label that was slapped on them, and then they realized, oh, this is not good enough. We gotta
It is
we gotta
literally
call
not
the
possible
Berbers
for E3B to be the first
M81.
label slapped on them.
And we gotta call the Egyptians V12, and we gotta call the Kushites V32. They had to slap different labels on the three different groups because they belong to three different male lineages.
The level of conceptual error that you have for the way all of this works would take me several hours to unpack, and I simply cannot do that before I go to sleep. So I'm going to sign off at this point. Sal, thank you very much for a very excellent discussion. I really enjoyed it. I hope we can do it again sometime. Jungle, if you
Yes,
want,
I have your email. I look forward to talking to you more, CRISPR.
But I got to show you the map, CRISPR. You're not seeing the map.
I'm sure I've seen maps before. If you want to have this discussion sometime, we can. I've talked about how to get in touch with me. You can do that. However, I'm going to be going to sleep now. It is officially 3 a.m.
Sleep tight.
It's fair for me to go to sleep. So again,
sleep
I'm
tight.
still willing to have a conversation, but I cannot do it now. So, night, everyone.
All right. Sounds good. So yeah. So Sal, you gotta go too, probably, right? Or
well, I was doing other things. As I said, I don't weigh into the genetics stuff very much. It's not that I
don't blame you.
No, the problem with rooted trees, and I saw it, is that
unrooted trees.
Well, rooted trees are very problematic. I could root. I kind of made the joke. Why don't we make the birds the ancestor of everyone? You can make them the root.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds outrageous, but it's like, well, how do you decide? And I've actually done some analyses, preliminary, and I said the way that they rooted, say, the COX-1 gene, you get some absurd clocking, and I totally saw it, and I just like, I'm not going to pursue this more, because I feel evolutionary theory has already wasted enough of my life, and I'd rather study the complexity of biology.
Oh yeah, I mean, I commend you. I commend you for your choices as far as what you want to study, because
if Noah's flood is true, all of this is moot.
Yeah,
and I think there's good enough evidence. We don't need to argue genetics. If the world is young, it's a done deal. Everything's moot. And then
it matches up perfectly. It matches up perfectly.
Right.
All the grandsons of Noah have a Y chromosome that matches
so
up.
I decided, I made a conscious decision. I'm not going to waste my time on.
Right. No, it's okay.
I shouldn't use the word waste. I'm going to let other people, and I'm going to let other people pursue
I don't
this.
have a reputation to keep. If I'm wrong, nobody's going to lose anything. If I'm proved wrong.
I put in a link. I put a link on my talk on the stairways to understanding. That is more of my focus, the complexity of biology and the patterns that we see in nature. And I feel that I can connect to biology students in the biological sciences. Most biology students that study in college are not concerned about the Y chromosome phylogenies. Most of the stuff that you see, most of the stuff that you see,
good thing. You're onto a good thing with the proteins. I think you're onto a good thing.
Well, most of what you see reflected in the discussions that I host on my channel are the things that biology students will talk about. They don't talk about these questions of Y chromosomes. they will connect if I describe the stuff that I was talking about on my channel last night. And that's, so I'm sorry I can't.
Well, see, yeah, I'm not in class.
I'm not going to, I just didn't weigh in on this discussion. And also, I feel that some of the stuff Dr. Carter, James Carter and I have worked on in the dinosaur soft tissue, this puts a lot of things just kind of moot.
Yeah.
And so all this stuff about the little groups here or there, I said, if the dinosaur soft tissue indicates that the fossil record's young, there's going to be way more reckoning on their side that has to be figured out. So the problems that are facing young Earth creationists right now are issues with radiometric dating and accelerated decay. And there's several accelerated decay models. One of them may not have a heat problem. But I think the secular world will actually, because there's interest in low energy nuclear reactions, they may actually figure this out for us. So just like the complexity of the genome was not figured out by the creationists, it was done by the medical researchers. We got billions, maybe tens of billions of dollars of research done on our behalf that we didn't have to invest. And it's been wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been beautiful. I mean, as far as that goes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just pointing out to the viewers why I'm interested in learning this, and I do want to at least be knowledgeable in the terms. I don't mind having, because both Emery and I have studied at secular universities, we're not averse to talking to the other side to teach us, because our professors, by and large, are not creationists, maybe not even Christians. So this is not unusual for me to be asking for someone who's not a creationist to teach, because Emery and I would actually pay people who are not creationists to teach us. And so I just wanted to explain to the viewers why I'm happy to have Dr. Dan or Christopher or Erica have a discussion, because they're very generous to be willing to teach us, whereas in formal settings, we actually would pay, and then they don't even teach us some of the questions we're interested in. Like, I didn't learn anything about, I learned stuff about cladistics kind of on the side, and I'd rather have it more formally communicated to me. And what better than someone who's actually an opponent on the other side? At least that when I write on the topic, where Emery and I write on the topic, we can use the terms that they use and the language that they use. So I just wanted to explain to you and why I'm on friendly terms with them. You have to be, because I look at them as our teachers. And if that sounds offensive, it's like, well, okay, where will Emery and I learn some of this stuff unless we go to secular schools?
Yeah, but I even consider what's his name, Leo. I consider him as a teacher to me, because he knows a lot of stuff that I could learn from. Leo, and you probably don't consider him as your teacher.
No.
But
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Leo, I respect. I shouldn't. I apologize, Leo.
There's a lot that I can learn from Leo. I mean, I have no problem with that. But the thing about the Y chromosome is that usually a person is not interested until or unless he gets a Y chromosome test, and then that's when he becomes interested, because he can see all these people, all these cousins start showing up that are related to him from 300 years ago, and they have like 5 different mutations from what you have out of 111 places, and it's just it's a remarkable thing.
Now I wanted to say I lost
with Leo.
Now I remember not about Leo. There's an interesting, we were talking about people groups. There is the Lemba people group in Africa.
The Lemba, yeah.
About 10% of them have Jewish ancestry. So one of the problems when I'm hearing about we group people, Yeah, the Y chromosomal lineage, but then you have all the other stuff that's coming on all the other chromosomes. And you can
which are
have a
different.
people group that are a
That's
social
not,
group that
right,
have
that's not a problem.
that have a 1/10 of them have in the male chromosome a Jewish ancestor.
Yeah,
And it's
exactly.
like, well, you can't really say that those lemba are Jewish or not. You could say they are part Jewish and
No,
they have
10%.
descent, but they are still the lemba because of
No,
all the other genes.
No, only the 10% that have the Jewish Y chromosome are direct descendants from Judah.
Yeah.
And
Levi.
the other ones are not. The autosomally they're the same, but not paternally in their Y
Yeah.
chromosome.
Well, I think they would prefer to say that they're descended from Levi, the priestly group, or Ephraim. I don't know. I don't know what the.
Yeah, but Levi is a descendant of well, Levi.
Levi is the priestly group. I think they either claim
that could be included in the J2. I'm not sure. I have to study up on that.
Yeah. So I was saying that. I mean, I was just thinking when you all are talking. I said, it's really hard to. If we say they're the Egyptians or whatever, it's like, who?
Because
are we talking about patrilineal descent?
But the Arabic people, they have a J1 Y chromosome.
Okay, I didn't know that. All right.
Yeah, all the Arabic people, all the Saudi Arabians and all the they got a J1 Y chromosome because they're descended from Abraham.
Yeah. So
the Judaic is more J2. Maybe Levi is included. I don't know.
But you did hear today about the independent ancestry of proteins. CRISPR didn't dispute that. Right. He did say he thinks it's going to be a problem for organismal. I'm just like, well, this is. I mean, to me, this is a big start because no one's contesting that I had pointed out, and I don't think creationists realize how strong the case they have when the other side's acknowledging an orchard model for major protein families. I said, this is creationism being handed to you on a platter. You don't even recognize it.
Yeah, it's big.
CRISPR, Dr. Dan, Speed of Sound, Immutable, et cetera, have agreed with me that the proteins don't share a common ancestor. Now, they may disagree on the mechanism. I'm just telling the creationists, you've got the orchard model handed to you, at least on this level.
Yeah. Yeah, very good. And the Semitic line, the descendants of Abraham are not just J1 and J2, they're I2 and I1 as well, which is another rabbit hole, another can of worms, whatever. Because the I2 and the I1 goes all through Europe, with one of which I am from Scandinavia. So to top it off, the mitochondrial DNA in Europe is all Semitic, and it's all the same signature as the Jewish populations. So the mitochondrial DNA in Europe is all Jewish.
So I just wanted to advertise before I say goodnight my work and my channel. I am building out a website. I don't think YouTube channels are very they're very limited in the way you can organize the data. And so if one has like 1,000 YouTubes at some point, videos, YouTube's not very good at organizing that in a nice hierarchical way. So I'm going to be starting to put things on
they degrade after a while too. After a while they degrade and the sound doesn't match the video and it's horrible.
So I'm looking at ways. So I'm going to start putting this. I'm going to start really working on the website to make this accessing the data better, because people may want a specific topic and you can access it hierarchically through a website. And also with a website, I can link to other places, because sometimes people have a talk that I'd really want them to hear, it's kind of hard to do that. It's not as easy to do it through a YouTube channel. So I'm looking at making my YouTube channel really just more or less a supplementary thing. Not to mention I've already been deplatformed on YouTube once, and I don't want to go through that again. That was really distasteful. I had like 11 subscribers, and I was giving chemistry lectures. And then I get this notice from YouTube that your content is commercial spam. I'm just like, and that I'm teaching falsehood. I just like, what?
That's weird.
Someone had really had it in for my channel and was just blasting YouTube with all sorts of live reports.
They demonetized me within a matter of weeks, like 3 weeks, and I was demonetized because somebody started clicking on my channels just to get me demonetized. I mean, clicking on my ads, and they got me demonetized, and they would never reinstate the ads or the monetization.
Whoa, fill me in on that again.
Well, this
so
is
you got over
time.
1,000. How many subscribers do you have on your channel?
No, this was like 8 or 9 years ago.
Okay.
And so I didn't even have, I was like 3 weeks on YouTube, and I got my monetization running and everything. And then somebody said so. They even said so in a response, a chat, and then they deleted the message, but they said they were clicking on my ads to get me demonetized, and they got me demonetized because there was excessive clicks on the ads, which were considered to be.
They consider that suspicious or whatever.
Suspicious, yeah.
I gotcha. Yeah, see, I don't.
And they never reinstated my monetization or anything. And yeah. I was just started out. I just started out. It was three weeks, and I didn't even get my first paycheck from my first month of monetization, which would have been like $10 or something, you know.
Yeah, it's scary what's happening with all the deplatforming. So YouTube might be a good thing to be, like a good basis, basically a data storage site, so people can replay your videos. Yeah. But I'm kind of torn. Yeah, where I see this going is kind of scary, and so I'm making alternative plans, but also people that in my church really do want to have a little bit nicer navigation to be able to find information.
Yeah.
So, the other thing is Dr. Rob's. Some people wanted to debate me about abiogenesis. I just got contacted out of the blue. I don't ask for debates, but they've been coming anyway, and people have wanted to debate me. And I've always requested a tag team debate because, of my situation where I could get pulled out away at the last time. So for the viewers there, there's something's in the works where Dr. Rob Stadler would be my debate partner on the topic of abiogenesis. Originally it was John Maddox, but then I said, if John's not able, I'd like Rob. And then John said, I'd pay to see Rob as Sal's tag team partner. So that's in the works. And I'd like to get Rob some, some advertisement for his hard work on that book, and people need to read it. So I said this would be a good opportunity for him to also face the opposing side. Now, I did beg. I said, who we really want as an opponent is Dave Farina.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's ever going to happen. If Farina accepts, that'd be.
I mean, he challenged you guys, so he should be.
Yeah. So I don't know if Farina would accept. Now, just because someone has gotten beaten to death on the internet doesn't mean that they can't lie when they're in a debate, and that would be their strategy. They would just lie from start to finish. And there is what they call Brandolini's law, where one side could just throw out a lot of falsehoods, and it's going to take 10 times more effort to clean it up. And that's what we saw with James Tour. It was 20 minutes of garbage by Farina, and it took 10 hours by a world-class chemist to straighten it out because it, you know, superficially it looked like Dave Farina, being so confident, had to be right.
That's why I was so grateful to James Tour for spending all that time and doing
10
all
hours.
that work to point out every little detail, because you know this stuff is just getting out of control. You know, this stuff they just give you a whole line of nonsense. And
Yeah,
you know,
and so if he debated us, that would be the thing I'd worry about, is that he's just going to make the same play that the flat earthers do. They just get up there and bluff and say falsehoods. And what do you do with that?
Right. I don't want to say CRISPR does the same thing, but you know.
So that's the thing that I don't like about some of these live debates, is they can play Brandolini's law, and it's not very honest. Now, I have requested that the debate be structured so someone like Donald A. Kronos, can't be pulling his tactics or doing Aaron Ra or Matt Dillahunty when you're explaining something and they just interrupt you right when you're in the middle of destroying their argument. They're going to just interrupt you so that people don't hear what you have to say and it's accurate. So I've requested the format be such that we have uninterrupted segments, and a lot of them, long amounts of uninterruption. And so the format would be boring. It's not going to be entertaining, but it's to prevent the use of those, rather sketchy tactics when one side is obviously losing. And so I don't know if the other side will back down if they find out it's going to be me and Rob Stadler.
Yeah.
I mean, not so much me, but especially Rob. Now, we tried to get Rob Stadler and James Carter, and James said he's not into debates, and I totally respect that. So this would be very interesting. So I just want to let the viewers know that this one may be coming up on Abiogenesis, and it'll be within a few weeks, hopefully. It's not going to be anytime soon.
I can respect that. You know, if somebody's doing work, they gotta constant focus on the work they're doing. You know, things like that.
Yeah.
But I also respect people that will step out a little bit and try to, make corrections on the claims of evolutionists, because I've been hearing this stuff since I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I had no way of responding. I would read it in a book, and all I could do is yell at the person in the book, and there's, really
no,
nothing I could do.
I did want to say there's some people I will not debate. I don't think I could beat them. It'd be someone like Nathan Thompson. Not unless we had certain rules in debate, but if it's like that free for all where he can just, do his thing and interrupt and just all his antics, I said I'm not going to win a debate like that, even though I might win on substance. He certainly would win on style. And
I mean, my point, as long as they know that they are wrong on a certain point, maybe that they will reconsider certain things that they say and do and stuff, maybe.
Yeah. But I mean, just in terms of pure, not necessarily the best honorable tactics, but just in terms of just winning, I think the flat earthers have, like Nathan Thompson, they're very skilled at it. And, I don't want to engage them because
I don't know why.
It's totally, to me, it's really dishonest the way that they conduct themselves.
Campaign. It's a disinformation campaign as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. So, but thank you for your tip about when you got demonetized.
Yeah, because they're clicking on my ads. Yeah. So, and that's what did it. But I think if I had kept under the radar and got a reputation and got subscribers, and it would have been a lot harder to demonetize me.
Yeah, and probably what they did is, since that time 9 years ago, the YouTube probably changed its policies for when people can be monetized. So I don't know. I don't trust YouTube. I don't trust. I'm skeptical of the process being fair, and there's a lot of pressure to deplatform creationists and Christians. And
yeah, I don't even know what the rules are now. I know they've changed, but I haven't even paid attention.
Yeah. So we'll just see where it goes. I'm still in the phase of building out content, and for those of you who have subscribed to my channel and visit, you'll notice that there's been a slight change in content focus, and this was actually planned from the start. When I have my apologetics group that meets privately, it's been about 65% creation science, intelligent design, 15% archaeology. 15% personal testimonies, 10% archaeology, 5% presuppositional apologetics, and 5% difficulties with the Bible. I'm not saying that that's the right mix, but it just ended up being the one that kept our group together. And so I may be expanding the discussions to reflect about that percentage. There's going to be a little bit more stuff with personal testimony. I'm not going to be a purely creation science channel, although I can understand why people might think that, because I've emphasized it a lot the last several months. But my channel will be a broader spectrum of evidence and reasons and apologetics for the Christian faith. I will still try to have excellence in creation science, and I'm pleased to mention that the evolutionists, YouTube evolutionists, have rated me the #1 YouTube creationist, and I do appreciate that. And I do think that they recognize that I have published in secular peer review. I've gone through secular schools, and I think that probably helped tip it, because they do see that I am their colleague in some respects in the scientific world, and I do appreciate the fact that they treat me as a colleague. They treat me. I appreciate the fact that the more professional ones. I'm not talking about some of the trollish ones. The professional ones have treated me like a scientific colleague, and I'm deeply appreciative of that. So my channel will be focusing on things a little bit more of Christian testimonies, archaeology, a little bit of presuppositional apologetics. That was in my debate with Amy Newman recently. That was more presuppositional than evidential, and we'll do a little bit of that. So that's just, yeah. I'm just doing a little promo for my channel for.
The personal testimony is good and useful, very important among believers.
Yeah, it's an I wouldn't necessarily point it as a proof of theism, but it's an encouragement.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Because then people will hear like, hey, I had a similar experience, or experience that someone very different from us had, can still be very encouraging. And in my private apologetics group, that is the most popular segment. So I'm going to have, and people have said we want more of that. So maybe the next talk I'll have will be on Jeff Henderson.
Well, I don't want to say that it's not productive with unbelievers. I think it might be a little bit productive, but generally that's not what they want to hear.
Yeah, it depends on the non-believer you're dealing with. The anti-theists, I don't know that I've not personally debated an anti-theist who didn't get more hostile over time toward me. None of them have converted. The one agnostic I knew that got converted partly through my influence, it was a personal encounter, not on YouTube, and it was almost a little bit incidental. But she had witnessed a miracle of healing, very powerful miracle of healing in her best friend's life, and that haunted her for years. And so really, it was very easy to reach out. She was reaching out to me to learn more about Christianity. Her family, her mother especially, did not want her to become a Christian. So you could tell she's from a secular household. But she saw a miracle. When you see a miracle, it's really hard to just kind of run away from that. And she wanted to hear about the scientific angles. And she said that made the gap. It made the step of faith so much smaller. She was able to make that step. And that was only one person that I witnessed to out of 1,000. But I would still do it again, because I was witnessing at that university for 12 years. Maybe about 1,000 students I've encountered were mostly atheists and agnostics. She was the one that converted, and I'd do it all again for that one soul.
Yeah, to me, everything is a miracle to me at this point, because I've seen so much stuff that, to me, everything is a miracle. Nothing is of a natural cause ultimately,
Yeah. So we have, how many people are watching now?
Oh, I don't know. Let me see. Hold on. Let me go to the other one.
14. Well, it's been
14.
fun. And I hang out on this sometimes when I'm doing work. I'll just hang out also on the panels and just listen while I do other things. It's comforting to hang out with people, especially at this time in my life. We need to support each other, because not just because of the ordinary challenges of life, but collectively the Christian community is under a lot of persecution.
Yeah.
I mean, a debate about anti-theism had been unthinkable 40 years, decades ago. Like the America that I immigrated to is not the America it is today. And I've been in the unfortunate position of watching the culture decay over the years. And I still have photographs of us coming to the United States. It was such a happy moment. And we were very lucky that the family saw a lot of happy years here in the United States, but I don't know where this culture is headed. It's scary.
Me too. When I come to this country, it was in 1975, and things were very different back then.
Yeah. So what I was saying is we have to stick together and support each other, and it's been great that we could hang out, and I'm glad John Maddox leaves the channel open for us to just hang out.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, when I started out, like in the days of me and Nephilim Free and Venom Fang X, we had debates, we had arguments, but it was never a community like this, like what we have here today. We have like a community of believers here, and it's really a blessing.
And as far as the creationist core, it's been strengthened. The fact that we have people like James Tour coming out, and then we have biochemists now coming out, like Dr. Carter, Dr. Tan, Dr. Stadler, Dr. Ryan Hayes. And they're
exactly. Because it was just us individuals. It was Venom Fang Yanks there, it was Nephilim Free over here, me over there, and the guy that rides a motorcycle, what was his name? I forget. That's all it was. We didn't have any doctors of this or doctor,
Yeah, it's changed. Yeah, I could tell you, I've seen that's the change in the creationist community. We're seeing people come out of the woodwork. Some of them are recent, there's a proportion that are relatively recent converts to intelligent design or creationism. Some of them have just matriculated through the schools. There is a possible demographic trend. It's not really, no one's ever studied it, but because some of these some of these creationists that come from homeschool environments are very well trained, and they matriculate well through schools. So it's actually possible we're getting larger proportions of people studying science that are creationists and Christians, and there's a reason for that. And oh boy, my contact lens went just berserk here. Excuse me. One of the reasons for that is if you're a Christian going through a secular college, you don't want to go to the humanities. Do you want? If a Christian told me that they're considering college, I'll say, okay, what's your major? They say, I want to go in humanities. I want to study sociology, anthropology.
Wow.
I'm like, oh my goodness.
But that seems to be what Christians should be doing, it though, wouldn't it?
I think the whole academia thing is a big question mark where it should go.
Right.
I really hope that they can find ways to get accredited learning without having to go to these politically correct campuses. It's really scary. That don't support free speech. And there's a lot of racism.
They just ruined the educational
scary
system.
Racism on the campuses. And I'm Asian, and some of the ways that what I see developing on campus, the hostility toward Asians now.
They're supposed to be in support of Asians, I thought.
No, there didn't. There are all these cases that are pointing out there's discrimination against Asians because they're overrepresented in the admissions.
They got too much of the educational. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, well, there's a lot in the Asian culture, and even in my family, it's like, no, we don't want you. We want you studying. We want you doing your homework. And that's just, the parental approval is like, no, you're not trying to become popular in high school and be, an athlete or this or that. Your identity is very much tied to your scholarship. And so we have these cultural phenomenon where maybe one demographic group might be overrepresented, like say in the colleges, and they're being discriminated because they are overrepresented because they're more qualified. And so now, like if, they're looking at your, they're looking at quote unquote your race. And if you're a certain race, you're not going to be treated equally. You'll be discriminated against. In favor of someone who's less qualified. And
Raymond's going wild with the super stickers.
Yeah, thank you, Raymond. So I just don't like what's going on. And the irony of this is they're having all these diversity officers and administrators and people you don't need to actually run a university. And if you look at the universities, they look like palaces. And I'm like, yeah, that's where all the tuition's going. And so we have some places like Duke University that will charge $300,000 for a bachelor's degree in gender studies. And I see some of the stuff that is published in gender studies in their peer-reviewed works. And even atheists have proven it's garbage because they wrote hoax articles, submitted to the journals, and got accepted. And I said,
they've destroyed the educational system. It's totally destroyed.
Yeah.
It was bad. I didn't like the educational system when I was, of the educational age. And to me, it's just totally destroyed now.
Yeah. I'm for education. I am. I really am. It doesn't mean that. And the way the universities are now, they're destroying. They're not serving their mission. Their mission now, the university's mission, is to plunder students. It's not to educate them. It's to extract money from them. See, that's also the breakdown of the culture. Because there's no, you know, and I look at like, you're going to charge that amount to teach matrix algebra.
Yeah.
Are you going to charge that amount to teach chemistry? I mean, general chemistry, and especially like, okay, college level algebra. You know, is that worth $10,000 for a semester of some of these people that are non-math majors? I'm just like, I've got issues with that.
It's for the certification, the degree, the qualification.
Yeah. So there's going to be a fight on certification, and so yeah, where I all got started with this is ironically the one demographic group that might be increasing is Christians and creationists who are actually in the sciences. So we have people like Emory, and then there are other graduate students that are quiet on my channel. They don't appear, but there are subscribers. They are graduate students in biology. And I said, that's really encouraging. When I was involved in creationism like 20 years ago, it seems so few and far between, but now there's so many. And we're talking about James Tour. We forget there's another name that's comparably respected. That's Marcos Eberlin in Brazil. Marcos Eberlin. He had trained 200 PhD chemists. That's a huge number. 200 PhDs. So it's like either these are researchers or university professors that got trained by Eberlin. He's an ID proponent. And this is an environment we hadn't known before. That the creationists are having people like James Tour and Marcus Eberlin, who may not be creationists in our sense of the word creationist, but they're on our side on other levels. And that's a great encouragement. So I appreciate your anecdotes about you and Venom Fang X. And who's the motorcycle guy?
The motorcycle guy was the god. What was it? I forget the. Maybe somebody can help me out in chat. What was that guy on the motorcycle? It was yeah, I don't know.
What was so when was this time frame with Venom Fang X and you, and who's the other guy you met? Oh, Nephilim Free.
Nephilim Free, yeah.
So Venom Fang X, that would be what, 10 years ago?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
Right.
that's changing. Well, anyway, I'm going to get going. And Ramen Dango, thank you so much for your super stickers, and they're really cute. And thanks for your support whenever you guys visit my channel. And I look forward to be making more content over time. And so to all the viewers who've been with us up until now, and the count right now is 12. Thank you, and God bless you. So I'm signing off. Jungle, is great hanging out with you.
God bless you. Likewise.
All righty. Take care.
All right, take care.
All right, good night.
Good night. I take off too. But if anybody's interested, I've identified almost all of the grandsons of Noah, their Y chromosome. If anybody's interested, maybe, maybe not. All right, God bless everybody. Take care. And draw near to God.